Chapter 492. G Family's Medal Number 194. Miss Bay's rank _2 only Ning Irua is like a sunflower. Ning Xiao reached out to touch the jade gourd on his neck. Afternoon. Bai Lian sat at her desk, the sun slanting in through the window. To the right were stacks of books, and under a nearby inkstone, a piece of white paper lay pinned down, inscribed with several lines of shorthand musical notation. The room's door was open, and Ji Heng entered from the courtyard holding a dark, old wooden box in his hands. The box was locked with a small padlock. "Take a look inside," said Ji Heng, seeing that she wasn't doing homework, and he placed the box in front of her and handed Bai Lian the small key. "These are photos of your grandmother." Bai Lian reached out for the key and bent her head to insert it into the lock. Ji Heng stood by and watched as she opened the small wooden box. What met her eyes first was an old black and white photo of a woman in a traditional cheongsam, dignified and elegant, her features exuding an extraordinary Eastern charm. Besides that one, there were many more. Almost every single one featured a cheongsam, and a few thin sheets appeared to have been cut from books, newspapers, or magazines. They had been well preserved. Ji Heng, who smelled slightly of smoke, let his gaze fall on the photos, his turbid eyes revealing hardly any emotion. Bai Lian gently flipped through the pile of old pictures, delicately holding the edges of those cut from newspapers, exceedingly cautious in her movements. When the old photos had all been looked through, beneath them in the box, Bai Lian saw two small medals. The medals seemed quite old, with a letter inscribed in the middle and two small leaves on either side. She had never seen such medals before. "Just take a look by yourself, don't take them out," Ji Heng remarked casually as he saw her handling the medals. Then he withdrew his gaze, looking through Bai Lian's window at the embroidery stand in the courtyard, and suddenly said, "I didn't expect your uncle and your mother, with so many people in the family, to be uninterested in academia. Instead, it's you. Do you want to go back to the Mu family?" "The Mu family?" Bai Lian lifted her head, hearing this name for the first time. "The Mu family? My biological parents' house, though I didn't grow up in the Mu family," explained Ji Heng nonchalantly. "The Mu family, they're researchers quite formidable in the past, but their situation isn't too good now." Ji Heng frowned and paused. The Mu family was indeed on a declining path. Even though a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. "Oh," Bai Lian replied, carefully placing the medals and photos back into the box. "No need." She intended to apply for the laboratory at the Ma Institute. Ji Heng gave Bai Lian a look, not pressing the issue further. "If you change your mind later, let me know." 5 in the afternoon. Bai Lian packed up her books and picked up her phone to leave. Today, she was going to Jiangfulai's to print out new materials. Jiangfulai hadn't returned yet, and the courtyard was bustling. When Bai Lian arrived, Su Nanjing was sitting in the pavilion talking to Xiao Bingwen. "You're saying there's no news of her?" "Shuha is still in communication," Xiao Bingwen replied, putting down his teacup and shaking his head. "You know what kind of place the White Tiger auction house is? Didn't Chief Chen say they had to buy their invitation off the black market initially?" Indeed, Bacter Street with its foreign powers made even the Su family cautious with exerting their influence. Su Nanjing was contemplating this when he saw Bai Lian enter. He stopped his conversation and waved at Bai Lian, "Sister Bai Lian." Beside Su Nanjing, Xiao Bingwen quickly stood up, slightly awkward. "Miss Bai." Bai Lian lazily lifted her hand in greeting, not approaching to disturb their conversation. Instead, she went straight inside to print her documents upstairs. Ming Dongheng, practicing his boxing on the empty lot, stopped when he saw Bai Lian and walked over. "Miss Bai, why didn't you call me when you arrived?" He was a bit chagrined. "I know the way," Bai Lian replied, her voice lackadaisical as she scanned through the files Professor Ma had sent on her phone. Seeing Bai Lian heading upstairs, Ming Dongheng didn't follow. He brewed a pot of tea for Bai Lian and placed it on the table in the pavilion, then sat on a nearby stool and turned on his phone. As soon as he opened a video, a notification popped up. A blogger was dramatically narrating. "A certain martial arts school in Xiangqing has been hot lately. Today we're going to scrutinize the components of this school. Let's start with the hall master of the school, who is a 5th dan in martial arts. Yes, despite being a hall master, he only holds a 5th dan. Since Pu Xiaohan's time, Xingyi Martial Arts School had seen a surge of enrollment, and with the rise of short video traffic, the school also had an official account, attracting many followers through Pu Xiaohan's videos. A week after Come Here Friend was broadcasted, Xingyi Martial Arts School's popularity had skyrocketed. Chapter 493. G Family's Medal Number 194. Miss Bay's rank _3. Every advantage has its disadvantage, and with it come problems. Netizens began to doubt the authority of the Xingyi Martial Arts School. Ming Dongheng watched the video and frowned. Why do you keep repeating this video? Su Nanjing looked over at Ming Dongheng. I've invested in this martial arts school. Ming Dongheng was typing out comments seriously, explaining that the hall master of the Xingyi Martial Arts School was a senior teacher, just that he hadn't taken any ranking exams before. No sooner had he posted it than a bunch of trolls started flaming him. Su Nanjing, with his legs crossed in a lordly manner, had listened several times. To him, this type of business battle was nothing special. It's simple. Just find a master and put them in the position of teacher at your school. Next to him, Xiao Bingwen also explained, Mr. Ming, you should ask Miss Bei Xian. Doesn't the Chun family have someone from Dongwu? Their martial arts should be very good. Or you can invite your teacher to come out. Ming Dongheng gave him a glance and kept silent. Their suggestions were really too simplistic. Xiao Bingwen was referring to Yu Hongyi. Ming Dongheng furrowed his brow, not planning to ask her. As for his teacher, Ming Dongheng was even more helpless. His teacher wasn't paying him any attention at all now. However, Ming Dongheng looked ahead. After a while, Bai Lian came downstairs. Jiang Fulai was not there today, and Jiang He hadn't returned either, so Bai Lian didn't plan to stay any longer. Sister Bai Lian, Su Nanjing pointed at the teapot on the table with a smile. Xiaoming especially brewed this tea for you. Won't you have a cup first? Bai Lian halted in her steps, clad in a linen-colored top and black trousers. The sun was about to set, casting golden rays of light on the tips of her hair and her clothes. She looked towards the gazebo, pondering for a moment before walking this way. Ming Dongheng hurriedly poured her a cup of tea. Bai Lian sat beside him with a stack of papers in her hand, newly printed literature that was still warm. Her wrist casually rested on the table as she took the tea Ming Dongheng handed to her with her other hand. Xiao Bingwen looked at the thick stack of papers curled in Bai Lian's hand. He didn't make out what it was, only glimpsing lines and numbers through the sheets. What is this? He remembered Bai Lian hadn't been carrying anything when she arrived. Printed materials, Bai Lian replied languidly. You came all this way just to print materials? Su Nanjing was sitting on the other side, looking at the papers in Bai Lian's hand. Bai Lian sipped her tea and casually said, Yes, it's safer here. Pfft, what part of Xiangqing isn't safe? Su Nanjing laughed, while Xiao Bingwen also seemed to be taken aback into silence. Bai Lian gave a languid smile. The literature she was looking at had been sent to her by a member of the Ma Institute, containing lots of experimental data, some of which were classified. The scholar trusted her greatly, hence she usually printed them at Jiang Fulai's place. Printing shops outside required file copying onto their computers, which wasn't secure. Once Bai Lian finished her tea, she picked up the literature and stood up to bid them farewell. Ming Dongheng stood up before Su Nanjing, his key already in hand. Miss Bai, let me drive you home. Never mind. Bai Lian was about to decline when she saw Ming Dongheng hesitate. She thought for a moment and then said, You can take me to the bus station. Behind them, Su Nanjing was somewhat speechless at Xiaoming's quick action. In the car, as the bus station drew closer, Ming Dongheng had a stern face and seemed hesitant to speak. In the back seat, Bai Lian was flipping through the literature, not even lifting her head. Speak. Ming Dongheng slowed down and stopped the car. This time he didn't hesitate and just asked directly, Miss Bai, what rank are you in martial arts? Chapter 494. Crisis at 195. Brother Jiang returns. Second update. _1 Ming Dongheng had witnessed Bai Lian's footwork. Although Bai Lian usually appeared lazy and indifferent, sometimes Ming Dongheng felt she gave him even more pressure than his own teacher did. Not to mention those few moves she executed while standing in stance. Despite practicing for a long time, Ming Dongheng still hadn't achieved half of her proficiency. His teacher was an 8th Dan, and by Lian and Ming Dongheng's opinion, should also be at least 8th Dan. Perhaps her young age meant she had the ability but not the seniority, so at least she should be 7th Dan. Me. As the car stopped, Bai Lian looked towards the nearby bus stop unhurried. Theoretically, I have 8 or 9 Dan. Theoretically? Ming Dongheng pressed a button, and the rear door automatically opened. He didn't understand what Bai Lian meant by theoretically. Bai Lian got out of the car very calmly. Because I've never taken the test. Ming Dongheng. Ming Dongheng was somewhat frustrated. Why wouldn't you take the test? Looking at Chen Jingyu, Yu Hongyi, and the others, every one of them seemed eager to test twice a year. What's the matter? Bai Lian stood outside the car window, speaking while also glancing at the mobile phone in her right hand. She was probably memorizing vocabulary. Ming Dongheng's expression was always cold, and he replied without a change in his demeanor. I just feel it doesn't match your temperament. Bai Lian. By coincidence, the bus also arrived, and Bai Lian boarded. Ming Dongheng left the car where it was, watching the bus drive away before taking out his phone to report to Jiang Fulai about Miss Bai coming to print, and then immediately leaving. After finishing his report, and just putting down the phone, it rang. It was Jin Kai, the current hall master of Xingyi Martial Arts School. While starting the car, Ming Dongheng pressed the hands-free button. Hall Master Jin, do you only have 5th Dan? Bai Lian was unwilling to take the test. Surely she had her reasons, like studying hard. But Hall Master Jin was from a martial arts family. They had run a martial arts school since he was a child. Why hadn't he taken the tests? After spending so much time together, Ming Dongheng knew Jin Kai's skills far exceeded 5th Dan. You already know? Yes, I only have 5th Dan. Jin Kai was startled and then chuckled bitterly. After the martial arts school closed down, I went to work on construction sites and didn't seriously test for any level. I tested last year, and now I'm still at 5th Dan. His real skills were definitely higher than 5th Dan. But to continue testing for higher levels, he had to wait until his 5th Dan reached the 6-year mark before he could test for the 6th Dan. He had missed over a decade. This wasn't something he could make up for in a short time. Now, with certificates and reputation being significant, even if Jin Kai had the skills of a 6th Dan or 7th Dan, without a certificate, he couldn't convince outsiders. Ming Dongheng drove slowly. Besides you, how are the other masters doing? 2 4th Dan and 1 5th Dan, the rest are all 3rd Dan, Jin Kai answered. They all had sat for the tests only after starting at Xingyi Martial Arts School last year. Before that, as the martial arts school declined, they were busy with their livelihoods and never imagined, under Secretary Zhou's suppression, the martial arts school could reopen, so they didn't continue testing. Come Here Friend went viral, and netizens scrutinized everything. Xingyi Martial Arts School already had students who came across similar video posts complaining about the school's teachers and hall master as being average with not even a 6th Dan instructor. They even said their spear performance wasn't as good as Yan Lu's. Many net users believed Xingyi Martial Arts School should live up to its name, and felt it was even inferior to Jingfeng Taekwondo. Meanwhile, the people from Jingfeng Taekwondo took this opportunity to market their Muay Thai 8th Dan instructor online. Jin Kai regretted for the first time not taking his levels more seriously. This month is the recruitment season, Jin Kai said gravely. I'm afraid they might be influenced by online chatter, and just like before, I'll go to Jingfeng Taekwondo. Miss Bai would be very disappointed, wouldn't she? Let's think of another way, Ming Dongheng squinted. Perhaps the situation isn't as bad as it seems. Sunday evening, 5:30 p.m. At Xiangqing Library, Ning Xiao packed up early, lowering his voice. I'm heading home first. Everyone should go, Bai Lian said to the others, methodically sorting files at a leisurely pace. After dinner, I'll be just in time to watch the 2nd episode. Tonight, the 2nd episode of Come Here Friend would be broadcast. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming walked in front, with Jianzhi trailing a step behind them. Yang Lin had left in the afternoon, while Pu Xiaohan couldn't sit still at noon, claiming she needed to go to Internet Celebrity Street to shoot a video. Bai Lian moved slowly, leisurely trailing behind everyone else. It seemed cold at the library's entrance. The three in front slowed their pace, and Tang Ming, who had been chattering nonstop, suddenly fell silent. Bai Lian, looking at her phone with downcast eyes, sensed something and looked up towards the street. A car was parked at the door. Beside it stood a tall, lean figure with a casual and relaxed posture, eyes lowered, looking at a child squatting by his feet, pinching the corner of a blanket with two pale fingers. In one hand he held a phone, only revealing his proud, cold profile. Ning Xiao, Tang Ming, and the others stopped walking. Having not seen him for several days, they seemed even more intimidated by Jiang Fulai, speaking in hushed tones, "Brother Jiang." Jiang Fulai withdrew his cold glance from Jiang He and looked up to nod at Ning Xiao and the others. His gaze fell on the person behind them. Bai Lian stood at their rear, with a black backpack slung over her shoulder, her eyes pitch black, her skin luminescently pale, hair tied up but slightly undone, with wisps being gently blown by the wind onto her brow bone. The setting sun cast its light on her eyes, brows, and the white garment she wore, making her stand out even more. The bus arrived, and Ning Xiao along with Tang Ming and the others departed. Bai Lian sauntered slowly towards Jiang Fulai, crossing into the light and stopping in front of the two, looking down at Jiang He. "What's wrong with him again?" Jiang Fulai put his phone in his pocket, lifted his hand to lightly brush the hair from her brow bone to the side, casually glancing at Jiang He with an indifferent tone. "He left his pillow behind, so he's sulking." Bai Lian nodded, looking at Jiang He. "Your bag, my grandfather has finished making it. Aren't you going to get up?" Finally, Jiang He looked up. He watched Bai Lian expressionlessly, and then stood up to grasp the hem of her clothing. In the evening, the second episode of Come Here Friend was broadcast. At Jiang Fulai's residence he hadn't returned. Su Nanjing looked outside. "Didn't young Master Jiang arrive in Xiangqing early? Why hasn't he come back? He knows many people. I don't know if he can get us an invitation. Can't buy one on the black market?" Ming Dongheng came in from outside. Xiao Bingguan nodded. "It's a bit difficult this time. They're auctioning off the last of the encrypted currency. You know how many around the world are waiting for it. Our country isn't at an advantage." The White Tiger auction house was foreign capital, connecting with foreign powers. As he spoke, Xiao Bingguan noticed the time had come. 8 p.m. He placed the computer beside him on the coffee table, opened the webpage, and jumped to the live broadcast of Come Here Friend. The computer emitted the sounds of Yan Lu and Mei Yi. There was also the cheering of the crowd and commentary from the fighting ring. 5 minutes later. "Are you watching the TV program Yan Lu's?" Su Nanjing recognized the match they had watched back then. He wasn't much interested in variety shows, leaning back lazily with a teacup, giving the computer only a glance, sipping lightly. Why bother watching without seeing her? Before he could finish, a giant logo of White Tiger Auction House appeared on the screen. Then the camera panned up from below to capture the majestic lion. Su Nanjing coughed violently. Cough cough. Chapter 495. 196 Issue 2. Only Bai Lian and her classmate are strong. Third update. _1 After the last episode aired, Come Here Friend saw its discussion soar on various platforms. Ordinary people have an innate curiosity, especially about places like Baekter Street, which they had never heard of before. Initially, major media outlets began educating the public about Baekter Street, but later many videos were censored by officials, and netizens only dared to share videos in private. If the authorities hadn't acted, they might not have cared, but once they did, the public's curiosity only intensified. At this moment, the right side of the screen kept flashing. White tank top. Sandai King. White tank top's previous battle had gone viral online. He could be ranked within the top 10 UFC fighters, and being the second to emerge in China, he had a big reputation in the world of Sanda. Production team, who exactly are you? How could you even film this? If the production team can interview White Tank Top, it'll be your fan for life. Right after the fight scene aired, the audience was boiling with excitement, and the next second, the scene switched to White Tiger Auction House. The barrage was not as fervent. White Tiger Auction House, where is that? So luxurious. I've also experienced being rich for once. Not many people knew about White Tiger Auction House. When they were filming, White Tiger Auction House wasn't open for business, so the audience just enjoyed something novel. The filming of Backter Street stopped there, and on Weibo, Sandai King slowly climbed to the top of the trending searches. "No," said Su Nanjing, placing his teacup on the table. He stopped coughing and eased the shock in his heart, turning to look at Xiao Bingwen beside him. What kind of production team did Yan Lu join?" Even the calm Su Nanjing had trembling fingertips at this moment. Although White Tiger Auction House was not open for business, if Su Nanjing stood outside wanting to get in, those bodyguards of White Tiger would throw him out from a distance, let alone allow filming. "Didn't you say there was nothing interesting to watch?" Xiao Bingwen took a deep breath and looked up. "Su Nanjing." Xiao Bingwen slowly withdrew his gaze. He saw the program switch to Yan Lu and Mei Yi buying groceries, anticipating that the Backter Street segment had come to an end, so he closed his laptop, belatedly explaining, "I have nothing to do with Yan Lu. The production team definitely has links to them." Su Nanjing tapped his fingers on the table, put away his astonishment, sat up straight, and had already realized the importance of this matter. "Try probing Lung Shuhe again." Xiao Bingwen nodded. Su Nanjing looked down again, taking out his phone to send a message, instructing someone to investigate the production team. Get the production team to interview White Tank Top. Su Nanjing put away his phone and, recalling the recent barrage, muttered, "They really dare to dream. Even Xiaoming can't get a single photo of White Tank Top." The Ji family. Ji Heng hadn't seen Jiang He for several days. At the moment, Ji Heng was hugging him while sitting in a chair watching a variety show, and Jiang He held a package embroidered with a lifelike bok choy. He was watching the television curiously with wide eyes. The several people in the room didn't have much interest in the auction house. They had all been there before. Bai Lian leaned back in her chair lazily, watching casually. On the screen, Yan Lu was telling Mei Yi that a few friends would come over for a meal. The number of synchronous barrage comments had significantly decreased, and some were guessing, "Are they the students from the preview? Not as exciting as before." Yan Lu is really brave. At this point, ordinary people would be inviting a few celebrities, but she actually only invited non-celebrities. Fans of Yan Lu take note, don't attack Yan Lu's non-celebrity friends. Heard there's a lawyer squatting on this. The production team is so awesome, it must be Zhao Jingzhou. Jiang Fulai took off his jacket, sitting beside her in a loose white t-shirt. Recognizing one of the blurry figures as Bai Lian, he saw that her teacup was empty, took the teapot, slowly poured her more tea, and asked in a low voice, "Why didn't you come out as a composer?" The compositions were average. Bai Lian evaluated her own music, but she looked at Jiang Fulai with surprise. The show wasn't over yet. How could he know she hadn't revealed herself? Jiang Fulai casually refilled his own and Ji Heng's cups with water, and, glancing at her, replied. Jiang He, hugging his package and looking down at his little cup. Ji Heng glanced sideways at the aloof expression on Jiang Fulai's face, and the corners of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. On the screen, the camera had already turned to a man and a woman discussing a topic. They weren't wearing mics, and their voices weren't very clear, but one could vaguely make out what they were saying. Don't get it. What's the show about? Who does questions on a show? Chapter 496. Second issue of 196. The strong ones are just by Lian and her classmates, third of 3 updates. _2. Yeah, at home, I'm too lazy to even write down equations. But that hand looks like it could play the piano. On the screen, everyone could see a pale hand holding a pen and writing on paper, slender and fair, with smooth knuckles. It looked like a piece of art under the camera. As the comments continued, the camera suddenly provided a high-definition close-up of the mobile phone. Everyone could see the problem displayed on the phone. A small ball in a vacuum, illuminated by a 280 nanometer wavelength ultraviolet light, asking for the maximum kinetic energy of escaping photoelectrons, speed at infinite distance, number of photoelectrons. The production team added an image of a little yellow face kneeling with the caption, "High school students really don't have it easy these days. I can understand each problem individually, but when they're combined, I'm lost. You better confirm this is a high school problem." The production team, "You're really outrageous. I've put up with everything else, but which normal high school student would solve this kind of problem? The character setting is too obvious. At least understand what we regular high school students study. Comments continued to flood in, with several mentioning Jiangjing. Jiang Fulai looked at these comments, his delicate brows betraying some hesitation. Is this problem difficult? It's all right. Bai Lian lazily sipped water. I know the answer, it's just that Ning Xiao didn't have enough time. Jiang Fulai leaned back and commented indifferently. He's always been a bit slow. Next to them, Ji Heng, who understood nothing. He felt like he was one of those netizens commenting. However, it was only for a moment before Qi Yundai's arrival shifted the topic again. The moment Qi Yundai appeared on screen, the production team highlighted his full title. Qi Yundai, a 39-year-old practicing lawyer. Yin Lu respectfully called him Qi Lu. Qi Lu? Never heard of him. Is this to hype him up? +1. I thought the production team would invite Zhao Jingzhou. You were so good in the first half. Why did the quality drop in the second half? Soon, the scene of Qi Lu cutting potatoes made viewers satisfied. Just admit it, production team, he must be a 5-star chef, right? Haha, teacher May had me dying of laughter. He actually went back to secretly cut potatoes. Come here, friend, made the hot search once again because of the Sonda King. The last episode was a smash hit. This episode's first half was even more explosive than the previous one, especially since White Tank Top was already famous in the fighting ring. Now his popularity soared even higher, to the point where there were inquiries about White Tank Top's social media account. It was only the latter half that dragged on. At least Qi Yundai managed to earn the nickname 5-star chef from netizens. But viewers found the segment with the physics problems critically poor. At Yen Lu's place, as someone who had been consistently disparaged, her sixth sense was sharp. She immediately called Wang Xian. Sister Xian, didn't you watch before airing the episode? Wang Xian had also seen the online sentiment. She rubbed her brow. I did, but we had no idea the problems Miss Bai and the others were working on were so hard. If I'd known, I wouldn't have allowed the director to air them. The director was trying to evoke empathy from senior year students who had left school for so long, thinking that the current senior students must be very strong. Little did he know, it was only Bai Lian and her classmates who were strong. Yen Lu opened her computer, and there were already people spontaneously joining the backlash online. A new entry appeared on the trending search. The hard-studying Miss Bai and classmate Ning's 12th grade problem. The program had edited together some sound bites of Bai Lian and Ning Xiao's names, and now these two terms were being mocked coldly and derisively online. Yen Lu furrowed her brows at this entry, then moved to the one below. Xingyi Martial Arts School Hall Master. Her expression tightened. In the information age, a hot show came with its benefits. But with those benefits came corresponding impacts. Yen Lu, accustomed to being maligned, was indifferent. But she didn't want to see Bai Lian getting dragged down. She hung up on Sister Xian and called the director directly. Cut that segment out? The director didn't hesitate after hearing Yen Lu's suggestion. That's a good idea, don't worry. The information age moves quickly, and this will blow over. It's just Miss Bai who. The director was somewhat afraid that Bai Lian would be angered. After all, people online were accusing her and Ning Xiao of putting on an act. She doesn't go online, Yen Lu sighed. And she believed that Bai Lian wouldn't be bothered by others' opinions. That's good. The director was relieved. He lit a cigarette and instructed his team to edit the website's video content, confused and frustrated. But how did Miss Bai and the others end up solving that kind of problem? He was genuinely perplexed. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were students from Xiangqing. How could education resources there have such outlandish problems to excite netizens like this? This stumped Yen Lu. Yen Lu was not academically inclined and simply answered. She does whatever problems she wants to. Indeed. On the other end of the phone, the director shrugged. After all, Miss Bai was so cool that the industry big shots had already called him. What was the big deal about her doing a problem? The director hung up the phone. Beside him, the assistant director stood up from his chair. They're editing it now, hopefully. The audiences will quickly forget about Miss Bai and Ning Xiao. The director nodded, still holding his cigarette, his brow unrelenting. How's Lawyer Qi doing right now? As you know, our show is on fire right now. the assistant director said, resigned. When they recorded the show, they never imagined it would become this popular. They just wanted to give lawyer Chi some exposure, but ended up overshooting. The show was too popular, and the audience's expectations were too high. Chi Yun-dai seemed too ordinary compared to Sun Dan on Baekter Street, and the presence of white tank top. Editing could shave off segments with Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, but for Chi Yun-dai, the latter half was all about him. There was no way to make cuts. The director exhaled a ring of smoke and lowered his head to check his phone, opening the official Weibo account for "Come here, friend. We can cut out Miss Bai's segments, but it's tricky with lawyer Kai's part." As he spoke, he began to read the comments to gauge the current sentiment. Seeing a comment that read, "Those two students are so pretentious," he frowned and clicked delete. Yen Lu's and Mei Yi's fans were trying their best to control the situation, but there were too many outside viewers, and they couldn't keep things under control. Scrolling to sort by popular comments, he saw the top one. "The production team is so amazing, you even invited Sun Dan. It's fine you couldn't get Dean Jian, and Bai Jian for the latter part, but I thought the coming lawyer would be at Zhao Jingzhou." Feeling somewhat disappointed, Zhao Jingzhou, a lawyer so renowned online as Zhao Dazhuang, was the archetype of a strong first-class lawyer in the minds of netizens. The director couldn't help but laugh with irritation. Why don't they ask me to invite God over? Chapter 497, 197 Choices. Creating a God_1. The director stretched out his hand to delete the comment, and instructed the PR department to pay attention to the pace of the internet. After all, Sun Dan of Baekter Street was also connected to Yen Lu, so how could the production team have such incredible influence? If they had those connections, they'd invite stars like Gao Shu and Wei Shiyuan to be regulars on the show. They even dared to talk about Zhao Dazhuang. The assistant director spoke up, not afraid of getting a cease and desist letter from attorney Zhao Lu at all. "The heat is too high," the director, holding his phone, looked towards the door. "On such thin ice, I wonder if our show can continue." The official website's video was quickly re-edited and uploaded, and the editing related to Bai Lian and Chi Yun-dai was rapidly trimmed to minimize the issue. The online storm seemed to subside. Over at Bai Lian's side, neither she nor Jiang Fulai saw any problem, and they didn't go online often, just watch TV. Jiang Fulai picked up his coat and left, while Jiang He stayed with Ji Hung. He didn't bring his Legos when he returned to Jiangjing, and had been sneakily keeping them at Ji Hung's place. Only after everyone left did Jiang He grab his bag to retrieve his Legos. Ji Hung brought over the pajamas he had left for him, took him to bathe, and even though Jiang He was big enough to bathe himself, Ji Hung, worried that he might be scared alone, sat beside the tub on a small stool to wait for him. Jiang He bathed obediently, and Ji Hung had even bought him a rubber duck for the tub. But Jiang He was always aloof, never playing with the rubber duck. Ji Hung, focusing on his own drawing, noticed that Jiang He began to play with the rubber duck only when he wasn't being watched, repeatedly pushing its head underwater, and then watching it bob back up. After doing this dozens of times, Ji Hung, maintaining one position for 5 minutes and feeling a strain in his neck, saw that Jiang He was still poking the rubber duck and couldn't help but cough. Jiang He immediately let go of the rubber duck and scooped up water to wash his face. Only then did Ji Hung slowly lift his head. "Are you done washing?" Jiang He nodded. Ji Hung handed him a dry towel, and after Jiang He put on his pajamas himself, he glanced over at Bai Lian's tiny room. Bai Lian was in the next little room, the light inside on, allowing him to catch a glimpse of her busy silhouette through the crack of the door. Ji Hung suddenly lowered his voice. "Xiaohe, do you know what a wave function is?" Jiang He looked up at Ji Hung, blinking in confusion. Ji Hung, okay, he didn't know. Ji Hung wondered, wasn't this kid a genius? He had an expression that said he had overestimated him. Jiang he silently finished dressing. In the tiny room, Bai Lian was carefully polishing a piece of jade with a triangular file, water dripping down the edge of the jade onto the machine, as the shape of a Kailan's leg started to emerge. She polished for a bit and then looked at it leisurely in the light. Not bad. What a master could polish in a few days took her a month, and even then it was barely passable. Fortunately, only Jiang Fulai's piece was urgent, Ji Hing's was not. It gave her time to take her time with it. Monday, classes as usual. Some students in class 15 were discussing the show from the day before. Yang Lin arrived early, and by the time Bai Lian got there, she was already earnestly working on her paper. Bai Lian pulled out a chair to sit down and took a notebook from her bag, pushing it towards Yang Lin. The notebook bumped against Yang Lin's elbow, and she turned her head. A notebook with physics and mathematics, Bai Lian said succinctly as she set down her bag. Glancing at her phone, she saw that Hewen had sent her a document. Hewen, it's been too long since the college entrance exam, just take a look. Hewen, the results of that last experiment were a bit strange. He seemed to be busy, brief, and to the point. Bai Lian opened the document Hewen had organized and forwarded it to the class group. The results from last time were strange? As she pondered, she pulled out a pen and her exercises. She had already finished the weekend's paper. Being a senior meant endlessly practicing problems and identifying one's own weak spots. Bai Lian had almost stopped reviewing physics and mathematics, focusing instead on chemistry, biology, and English as the countdown on the notice board showed less than 60 days until the college entrance examination. Pu Xiaohan and Wang Qi ran into each other at the school gate, and now came to the classroom together to see that Bai Lian, Yang Lin, Ning Xiao, and the others had already started on their homework. Wang Qi opened her mouth to speak. When I got up, I saw that Sister Lian was still answering the study committee's questions at 1 a.m. last night, right? She came to the classroom so early to do homework? The sports committee member next to Wang Qi patted her shoulder. This is what it means to be a top student, Bei, learn from it. Chapter 498. 197 Choices, Creating a God _2 Wang Qi didn't speak, his gaze turning to Yang Lin. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were still fine, the two didn't have to worry about other things. But Yang Lin was also working part-time. She was really pushing herself too hard. Next to Bai Lian, Yang Lin lowered her head and earnestly wrote out her test paper. When one is fighting for both livelihood and college entrance examination, no one feels tired. Xiaohan, how's the progress on our graduation gowns? A girl asked as she sat down at Pu Xiaohan's desk, inquiring about the graduation gown's progress. The school was about to organize the graduation photo session. Pu Xiaohan took out her phone, swiped through the screen to open a conversation with Ji Heng, and showed her a recently sent picture. It's this floral pattern. The girl's eyes lit up, then she remembered something. Xiaohan, in last night's show, was that the top student and Sister Lian? The two girls put their heads together, trying not to disturb Bai Lian and Yang Lin sitting behind them, speaking in hushed tones. Because of Wang Qi's promotion, everyone in class 15 had watched Come Here Friend. There wasn't a clear front shot of any senior high school students, but there were shots of backs, arms, and feet. Bai Lian and her group weren't wearing mics, but her temperament was too distinctive. Those familiar with her could tell it was her. Pu Xiaohan didn't directly answer, but the girl understood. So it really was you guys. I thought, how could ordinary high school seniors do those kinds of questions? If it was Bai Lian, then that wasn't surprising. She breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, at Jiang Fulai's residence, he had gone to the laboratory. He wasn't interested in cryptocurrency unless there was an auction of cutting-edge technology or antiques he desired. Su Nanjing didn't get any useful information from Jiang Fulai's place, he said while holding fish food. Looks like I need to make a trip back to Jiangjing. Xiao Bingguan nodded. Ming Dongheng, standing beside them, stared at the water, his usually cold face furrowed with worry. Still worried about your little martial arts gym? Su Nanjing didn't care about the small gym and found Ming Dongheng's concern amusing. Lay low for a while, public opinion is like that. Ming Dongheng knew this all too well. It's the first time the gym is enrolling art students, and because of this, no students have signed up recently. Miss Bai will definitely be disappointed. Sister Lian of the Bai family? Su Nanjing was taken aback, sitting up straight and raising his hand. What does this have to do with her? The gym reopened with her support, explained Ming Dongheng, looking up. Su Nanjing tapped his fingers against the railing. He took out his phone and sent Gao Yin a message. Find a martial arts teacher with a rank of 6th or 7th Dan, need them to lend their name. Sister Lian's gym of the Bai family Jiangjing. Su family. Gao Yan sat in her seat, looking at the several people in front of her, her gaze landing on an older man with a gray beard in the center. Elder Su, I heard your eldest son reached the 7th dan? The major families always cultivated loyal followers, and the Su family was no exception. These were among the strongest under Su Jiuling's command. Madam, you flatter me. It is indeed my son Su Jiang. The older man nodded, then looked to his left, Su Jiang. Su Jiang stepped forward, suppressing his excitement. Su Jiang pays his respects to Madam. Was Gao Yan about to make good use of him? Others behind Su Jiang looked at him with veiled envy. I need you to go to Xiangqing. This is very important to me, Gao Yan said to Su Jiang. We will pay you double the salary. Xiangqing. Su Jiang was taken aback. Beside him his father guessed. Is it to protect the third young master? No, Gao Yan didn't hide it from them. She picked up her teacup and slowly skimmed off the froth on top. It's to take a nominal post at a martial arts gym in Xiangqing. It won't take much of your time. The third young master has recently acknowledged a sister. The gym is hers. Once you are there, just follow her orders. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's smile showed a hint of hesitation. He had originally thought he was going to protect Su Nanjing. After all, everyone knew that Su Nanjing was Jiang Fulai's brother. But he hadn't expected to be sent to the Xiangqing martial arts gym. Xiangqing was so far away, and once he went there, would he be able to come back? And what about the third young master's sworn sister? How long would his newfound enthusiasm last? What's more important, after traveling so far, by the time he returned, he would have to leave the Jiangjing circle. Su Jiang's father, with his great ambitions, always aimed to climb higher. Xiangqing was too risky. Lowering his gaze, he said, Madam, Su Jiang does not have much experience in educating others, but perhaps his younger brother could. It had not been easy for the Su family's collateral branch to raise someone up. Su Jiang was meant for a smooth path ahead, and he could not afford to go to Xiangqing. Gao Yan also noticed that Su Jiang was reluctant to go and, setting down her teacup, asked, Where is his brother? Su Jiang's father looked back and called, Su-hee, come meet the madam. A man in a gray coat came out, very respectful. Madam, I am Su-hee. Have you taken a martial arts grading exam? Gao Yan observed his honest face and nodded to herself, thinking he was a good choice. No cunning about him. 6th Dan. He had even met the minimum requirement set by Su Nanjing. Are you willing to go to the Xiangqing martial arts gym? Su-hee is willing. Gao Yan, satisfied, said, All right, pack your things and head to Xiangqing tomorrow. The third young master's people will meet you there. Beicheng. In the evening at Lu Yang's side. Lu Yang's fan group had many people discussing the program, Come Here Friend. It was common knowledge among insiders that it was originally Lu Yang who was approached by the production team. But he feared that participating would affect his image as a pretty boy, so he declined. After the show became popular, Lu Yang was also mocked online, accused of dropping the watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. His main fans all knew about it. Lu Yang's agent, seeing the constant mentions in the group, couldn't help but take a look. It was a rich female fan of Lu Yang, Strawberry Ice Cream. This shitty show even does biased editing. Was Come Here Friend trying to create a god with Lu Gu, and he refused to play along, so he dropped out? It's not what the internet rumors say about glorifying some and belittling others. Lu Gu was badly smeared last week. Seeing the messages in the group, the agent did not deny them, nor did he stop the fans from speculating. The popularity of Come Here Friend was still fermenting. Netizens like to build up idols, but they also love to tear them down. After being highly praised for 2 episodes, the show was criticized in the latter half for not meeting expectations, and unavoidably, Lu Yang was implicated. Strawberry Ice Cream, being wealthy, had more sway over Lu Yang's fans than his own studio. She directed them as she pleased. As a main fan, her word was even more influential than Lu Yang's. In the past few days since Come Here Friend aired, there were those who smeared Lu Yang, causing him to be ridiculed by laypeople and leading to many fans leaving the group. Upon watching the edited video, Strawberry Ice Cream immediately contacted her connections in the entertainment industry and drafted a PR statement. v strawberry ice cream. Hashtag Luyang really wronged. Hashtag come here friend deleted scenes at come here friend official. Can you please address the audience's questions? Why does the hallmaster of the Xingyi Martial Arts School only have a fifth Dan? As everyone knows, a gym's teachers are crucial. You don't even have a sixth Dan teacher, so how can you go on variety shows to promote yourselves? Are you implying fraud at Xiangqing Police Station? Second, can the production team find someone a bit more cultured? What high school senior does these sorts of tasks now? Yinlu and Mei Yi keep calling her Miss Bai. Please do your homework, okay? Do you think cutting out this section will cover up your stupidity? Screenshot. Last, please don't take the audience for fools. Yinlu saying Lawyer Qi Lu is amazing. Well, I don't see how he's amazing. Is his culinary skill supposed to be impressive? Is the show trying to create another deity like Lawyer Zhao Jingzhou? It's completely laughable. How about you look up Lawyer Zhao's resume online? Lu Yang just didn't want to join your program, and he was smeared for a whole week. Are you prepared to apologize? Chapter 499. Netizen 198 has gone crazy and no. 14 second update. _1 Lu Yang's fans were wealthy. They threw money at popular posts and searches. And soon the hot search, Lu Yang is truly miserable, climbed to second place. Casual fans who clicked and saw the analysis by Strawberry Ice Cream. Her analysis made perfect sense, and the latter half of the show had indeed disappointed the fans, who now had an epiphany after seeing the analysis. Come Here Friend had high popularity, and many people watched the live broadcast, all remembering the segment whereby Lian and Ning Xiao discussed the topic. But the shots of the questions that followed were cut by the show's producers. Deleting hot searches and footage was already a sign of guilt, and most people, who were still skeptical, immediately believed it upon seeing the actions of the production team. I knew it. Why did the production team delete only the posts of Miss Bai, Qi Lu, and the high school students? Now I get it. Does the production team think the viewers are fools? Sorry, I was also bashing Lu Yang last week. Looking at it now, Lu Yang is truly a lotus untainted by mud. There are few artists like him in the entertainment industry. The fervor online was fermenting, and Yinlu, Mei Yi, and the production team all faced varying degrees of slander. Many people were asking underneath the official Weibo account of Lu Yang, Lu bro, is it really like that? Lu Yang's agent's phone rang. It was Sister Xian. Sister Xian. Lu Yang's agent walked to the window and answered the phone. What does a busy person like you need from me? Let's not beat around the bush. The posts on Weibo are your team's doing, right? What will it take for you to take them down? Sister Xian was blunt. You know better than I do why Lu Yang isn't in the production team. Lu Yang's agent pretended to be dumbfounded and hesitated. Sister Xian, what are you talking about? What's happened on Weibo? Sister Zin's voice was tense as she pressed her brow. What do you want? Money or resources? Those kids really are high school seniors, and they're about to take the college entrance exam. You're going to affect their grades. Lu Yang's agent smiled unhurried. Sister Xian, I have no idea what you're talking about. With the high Weibo popularity at the moment, he had no wish to let Lu Yang easily give up this heat. He ended the call. Are we not going to reply? The assistant asked, holding the phone, looking to Lu Yang's agent. Lu Yang's agent looked at the Weibo and flipped his phone down. For now, leave it be. We won't interfere. This wave doesn't harm Lu Yang anyway. If you want to trap the wolf, you must be prepared to sacrifice the sheep. At Wang Xin's residence. They're not budging? The director sat down in the chair, anxiety bubbling up like blisters. By Lian and Ning Xiao were being mocked. The Xingyi Martial Arts School was under suspicion, and so was Qi Yundai. The production team was suspected of orchestrating publicity for Xiangqing. That's right. Sister Xian put down her phone and reopened Strawberry Ice Cream's Weibo, momentarily at a loss for a solution. I'll see what Yinlu has to say. She made a call to Yinlu. Qi Yundai's situation wasn't a big deal, but by Lian's wasn't easy to resolve. The show was too popular. At 11 o'clock at night, Pu Xiaohan was preparing for bed when she saw a notification pop up. She frowned, clicked on it, and read through the comments. Read some books, a normal high school senior deals with these kinds of problems. Screenshot. Can we not compare everyone to Zhao Lu, please? A message popped up in WeChat from one of her classmates in class 15. It seemed many had seen the Weibo post by Lu Yang's fans. Pu Xiaohan screenshotted the content and sent it to Qi Yundai. Qi Lu, aren't you going to sue them? Qi Yundai was at home, reviewing files. He held a pen in his right hand, drawing a symbol on the file. Seeing Pu Xiaohan's message, he was surprised. He was indifferent to the public's opinion of him, and even found it amusing when netizens praised his cooking skills. Lawyer Qi. Too bad I didn't get to show off my cake. Pu Xiaohan. Lawyer Qi. Qi Yundai coughed softly, guessing that the netizens were referring to the two students, including Bai Lian. After a moment's thought, he made a phone call. At the Xiangqing Research Institute. It was 11 o'clock, but tonight Jiang Fulai was not planning on going home. He had just finished his work, passing along rows of tall machinery on his way out. Approaching a steel door, he swiped his fingerprint, and the doors opened from both sides. He stepped out while taking off the blue radiation suit. His hands, defined by distinct knuckles, casually carried the garment. The lights in the lab were always on, casting a cold hue on his skin, making his complexion even paler. The smartphone in his pocket rang. It was Qi Yundai. He glanced down, swiped to answer. Mr. Jiang. Even through the phone, Qi Yundai couldn't help but stand up from his chair. He put down his pen. There's something happening online. He went through the events, reporting everything to Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai paused mid-step, his focus always different from ordinary people. Netizens are saying that question is hard? Qi Yundai. Yes. I got it. Jiang Fulai arrived at his restroom, pushed the door open carelessly, switched on the lights, and turned on the computer to check the messages online, not caring about the issue with Xingyi Martial Arts School or Qi Yundai, but concerning Bai Lian. His light-colored eyes fixated on one comment. Miss Bai sure knows how to put on a show with student Ning. Jiang Fulai, with an indifferent look in his eyes, typed out a string of code and deleted that comment. Then he messaged Bai Lian. What are you doing? Bai Lian replied succinctly, sending him a picture. Picture, she was writing a cipher. By student. You type so coldly. Feeling his anger even through the text, Jiang Fulai stopped for a moment. He didn't mention the situation online, only replied. The people at the institute are fools. By student. Try to understand them. Jiang Fulai replied to her. Oh. He finished typing lazily. His gaze at the computer screen was exceptionally cold as he clicked open Zhao Lu's WeChat. The next day, 7 in the morning. Most people had just woken up, preparing for work. Lu Yang donned his mask, surrounded by a group of assistants as he stepped out. The agent hung up the phone, smiling at him. The crew of the Ballad of the Green Hills sent a message last night. They want you to audition next week. Lu Yang's side had communicated with the Ballad of the Green Hills before, but they hadn't agreed. They preferred Mei Yi's acting and popularity. Their agreement today was only due to valuing Lu Yang's current popularity. It was just then that Lu Yang's phone rang. It was his boss. Lu Yang answered immediately, and without waiting for him to speak, the boss exploded with curses. Lu Yang, have you lost your mind, riding the wave of any trend? I've told you not to provoke the people from come here, friend. Didn't you listen? What are you going to do now? Lu Yang faltered. He had tacitly approved of last night's event. Upon hearing his boss' words, he sensed trouble and stopped to check his phone. What happened? The agent looked at him puzzled. Lu Yang shook his head without speaking and just opened Weibo. The app was slow to respond, so he waited a moment before proceeding. Check what Yan Lu's side has done. The trending searches had changed to Zhaojingzhou and Jingjiang Preparatory Camp. As the larger online community continued to indulge in the spectacle, Yan Lu's fans mourned in their groups, saying they didn't believe it and awaited Yan Lu's denial. But the night passed without any word from Yan Lu. Even at 6 in the morning, she posted a Weibo of the sun, driving her fans to despair. It was only then that Yan Lu retweeted 3 posts, and her fans, with a doomsday mentality, clicked in. The first post she retweeted was Come Here Friend official account reposting and commenting on Strawberry Ice Cream's post. Picture. Let's congratulate Master Su-hee on joining Xingyi Martial Arts School. The picture showed Su-hee's 6th dance certificate. The second post, Zhao Jingzhou reposted and commented on Strawberry Ice Cream's post. Qi Lu is my teacher. He was always succinct. The third post, Jiangjing Research Institute reposted and commented on Strawberry Ice Cream's post. Screenshot. Let's introduce to everyone, this is the app for the Jiangjing University Preparatory Camp. Jiangjing University Preparatory Camp? What's that? Ordinary people had never even heard of this app. The top hot comment. Let me explain to everyone, Jiangjing University Preparatory Camp is prepared for top students. The top 20 in the province each year are eligible for a place. The top 200 can get into Jiangjing University, and the student in this screenshot is in 14. The netizens went completely wild. Chapter 500. 199 Aliens Calligraphy _1 Zhao Jingzhou was the hotshot lawyer on the internet, and everyone knew that the cases he handled almost never met with defeat. When Qi Yundai appeared on Come Here Friend, the first reaction of all the netizens was, why didn't they invite Zhao Jingzhou? It wasn't until Zhao Jingzhou's Weibo post topped the trending search. Lu Yang's fans. Zhao Lu, if you're being forced, blink your eyes. Some puzzled bystanders also expressed, no, why haven't I heard about Qi Yundai online? 2 minutes later, an informed lawyer quietly commented in the section. Of course you haven't heard of him. The cases he deals with are all international serious crimes. Have you heard about the financial loophole in the NS Group the year before last? A global top 100 enterprise, gone. Yes, he did it. Soon, another netizen threw out a screenshot. Image. People clicked on the image to find a codex of criminal law, and everyone saw the text on it. Participated in revising and writing the list. Qi Yundai. At this point, many people started reposting Strawberry Ice Cream's Weibo. You haven't heard of him, could it be possible that he plays in the high leagues? Jiangjing University of Political Science and Law also joined the fray, retweeting the official Weibo of Come Here Friend. No wonder Professor Qi isn't coming back to give lectures. You've lured him away. Those who vie with us for Professor Qi, beware, smile. Qi Yundai. Seeing these corroborating pieces of evidence, the detractors had nothing to say about manufacturing a god. Was a resume like Qi Yundai's something that could be fabricated? Apart from Qi Yundai, the focus of netizens shifted to Jiangjing Research Institute. Not many people had heard of Jingjiang Preparatory Camp, but mentioned Jiangjing University, and everyone knew it. It was almost the dream destination for students nationwide. Looking at the Weibo posts sent out by Jiangjing Research Institute, some people even exited Weibo, then reopened it, thinking they were seeing things. So, are these their daily problems? I reread the problems on my knees. The uproar was too big. By the time Lu Yang's side realized something was wrong, it was too late to pull it from the trending searches. Lu Yang sat angrily in the nanny van, his agent on the phone beside him, sweating profusely. Both had realized that this time, they were really finished. Mass defections from fans, utter collapse of public favor. The agent looked at the phone that went unanswered, returned to the page. Qi Yundai. Why wasn't this revealed on the show? He said dejectedly. And those 2 middle school students. He was too busy, and just then he saw the screenshot Strawberry Ice Cream sent to the fan group. So this is true, they didn't intentionally market this? You didn't refuse to join the group because of this, did you? The agent glanced at it but didn't respond. On the other end of the phone, the girl stared at the screen, also not responding for a long time. Having been in the entertainment industry for so long, Strawberry Ice Cream finally snapped out of it after a hasty reaction, realizing that Lu Yang's team wasn't what she had imagined. She stood up, removed all the pictures of Lu Yang from her room, quit the group, opened Weibo to check her following list, and deleted anyone related to Lu Yang. When she saw the Weibo with the word pick, she paused but ultimately didn't unfollow. A major fan's public defection has a huge impact on a star. In no time, Lu Yang lost countless fans. The Come Here Friend production team. The director watched as the trending searches rose steadily. 1 Qi Yundai 2 Jiangjing University 3 Zhao Jingzhou he self-medicated with water to calm his nerves. No, Sister Xian, how could you not tell me such big news earlier? Wang Xian had already known about Qi Yundai. What caught her by surprise were Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. Would Miss Yanlu consider doing another couple of variety shows? The director asked, looking at Wang Xian seriously. Of course. It would be even better if Bai Lian could come. She's recently been focusing on honing her acting skills, preparing for her next audition. Wang Xian shook her head, putting away her phone and standing up. Don't overhype Miss Bai. Don't worry, the director said regretfully. I couldn't get the students' popularity up. Wang Xian didn't say more. She straightened her trench coat and pulled open the office door to leave. After he left inside the office, the assistant director whispered, Yanlu's friends, how come they're all so outstanding? They knew that the cell phone belonged to Ning Xiao, a cold and gloomy young man, a prospective Jiangjing University student. How great it would be if they could do a variety show. You were just talking about advertising for Lawyer Qi to raise his profile. Someone sitting on the far right quietly spoke up. Chapter 501. 199 Aliens Calligraphy _2 Director. We have to firmly hold on to Yanlu's coattails. He coughed softly, then set down his water glass and shifted the conversation, looking at the others in the office. Everyone work hard and see what other comments there are online. Also, make a dedicated video clip for Xingyi Martial Arts School. The director knew that Yanlu's achievements in the future would not be low. Come Here Friend reached a new peak in popularity. In this period, even students in closed schools had heard of Come Here Friend, Jingjiang Preparatory Camp, and Qi Yundai to some extent. Both Yanlu and the show had become explosively popular. Previously, Yanlu had entered the public eye because of her songs, but what everyone was familiar with were the songs, not her as a person. The fans of Ding Jian and Bai Jian were even more numerous than hers. But after the show aired, Yanlu became popular with unimaginable heat. The crew of Great Yong also took the opportunity to release a trailer. Zhao Jingzhou's law office. He swiped his screen and then found Yanlu's Weibo to follow. Zhao Lu, his assistant said in surprise. How is Professor Qi so familiar with this celebrity? Logically, Qi Yundai shouldn't know these people. Zhao Jingzhou put down his phone, recalling the scene he saw in Xiangqing and said calmly, he shouldn't be familiar with Yanlu. Qi Yundai was very respectful to that man, and to one of his students. Wednesday. In the evening, Xiang Mountain Avenue. Suhi dragged his suitcase out of the taxi. You've arrived? His mother's call came through. Suhi just responded with a I heard the third young master is back, leaving you alone in Xiangqing? Zu's mother paused a bit, wanting to ask if her son could ever return to Jiangjing, but fearing to hurt him, she didn't ask. Hey, don't worry, maybe the situation is not as bad as we imagine. Not so bad. Suhi looked at the buildings around him. Indeed, not as dilapidated as he had imagined. The roads were also newly paved. I know, the great lady values this place. He forced a smile to comfort his mother. Perhaps Miss Bai is also very good. His mother did not speak again. In fact, both of them knew very well that Miss Bai was from Xiangqing. And even if Xiangqing was good, how much better could it be? There wasn't even a 6th-rank martial artist to hold up the facade. Coming here was tantamount to being exiled. And Suhi's place of exile was not even the Su family, but an unknown martial arts school, from where returning to Jiangjing would be as difficult as reaching the heavens. Suhi didn't continue speaking. He quickly found Xingyi Martial Arts School following the directions on his navigation app. This place was at the entrance to a scenic area. The lighting was not very bright. Compared to the splendid Su family training base, Xingyi Martial Arts School was not large, with many tourists at the entrance. Those passing by were all ordinary people. He had anticipated this before coming, so Suhi knocked on the door without much expectation. The door was opened from inside by a middle-aged man wearing a white practice uniform, his forehead covered with sweat, and his eyes as cold as stars. Teacher Suhi? Suhi was startled by the man's imposing manner, and he composed himself. Yes, it's me. Just in time, Miss Bai has been waiting for you for a long time. Jin Kai smiled, opened the door for Suhi to enter. I am the hall master here, and we are very grateful for your help this time. Suhi followed Jin Kai with surprise, and upon entering, he saw the people training on the left side. There were not many people training at this time. One person was swinging long fists, and it seemed like you could see dust being lifted by the force of the punches, moves that he had never seen before. Suhi secretly wondered as he could tell these martial artists were not untrained. He followed Jin Kai down a corridor to the backyard. In front of the stone table in the backyard, a girl was lounging on a bench next to it, dressed in a blue and white school uniform, her top loose, her legs slightly crossed, and one hand tapping on her phone on the table. She was casually accepting an orange from a middle-aged woman, and the dim light in the yard cast a golden glow on her. Miss Bai. Jin Kai took a step forward and reported to her, "He's here." Bai Lian slowly peeled the orange, looking at Suhi, and arched an eyebrow. 6th rank. Even though the girl in front of him looked young and delicate, Suhi felt an inexplicable pressure, and he tensed inwardly. Yes, Miss Bai. Although he had suffered internal injuries, he was indeed of the 6th rank. Bai Lian had already heard from Jin Kai that Suhi was there as a substitute. She broke off a segment of the orange, tossed it into her mouth, leaned on the table with her elbow, and after a moment's thought said, "Have a go with Hall Master Jin." Facing a fight right away, Suhi hesitated for a moment, but then he set his luggage aside, and with an apologetic look toward Jin Kai said, "I apologize in advance, as in sparring punches and kicks can slip." Chapter 502, 199 Aliens Calligraphy _3 Although he had suffered internal injuries, with his experience in the Su family, dealing with an ordinary border town person was not a problem. Hall Master Jin tightened his belt and, with great elegance, raised his hand and flashed a grin at him. Suhi's expression was solemn as he stepped back with his left foot, and took out his signature guardian boxing technique, charging straight for Jin Kai's face. Jin Kai blocked his right hand and reversed the move to pin him down. He was strong. Bang. Suhi was thrown to the ground. Ah! Bai Lian stood up, closely observing Suhi's condition, then turned to Jin Kai and said, "He's a bit weak. Give him a medicinal bath tomorrow and see if he can adapt to it first." Jin Kai nodded, and went outside to prepare the medicinal herbs. Only Suhi lay on the ground, lost in confusion, staring up at the starry sky. Wasn't it said that there weren't even 6th-level practitioners here? Shouldn't he be the only 6th-level master? Why couldn't he even beat an ordinary hall master? The script was not playing out as he had expected. Only after dealing with Suhi did Bai Lian take out her smartphone and open her conversation with Mao Kuan. Mao Kuan. 2 million. He was referring to the invitation in her possession. 2 million, 4 times higher than the starting price on the black market. Bai Lian was expressionless. When Jiang Fulai parked the car, he saw her leaning lazily against a tree with her school bag, dressed in a school uniform, her eyes languid and her face clean and simple. Behind her was the entrance to Purus Street. These past few days, the street had surged in popularity, and the crowd streamed endlessly. Lights flickered into points, all fading into her backdrop. He rolled down the car window and honked the horn, signaling her to get in. This was not a good place to park. Bai Lian got into the car and fastened her seatbelt. Her phone automatically connected to Bluetooth, and as Jiang Fulai merged with the traffic, he asked, "Why weren't you listening to your vocabulary words?" "I forgot," Bai Lian said, looking down. She leisurely opened her vocabulary application. While listening, she switched to a message from Su Nanjing. "Will you come back?" On the other side of the phone, Su Nanjing had just boarded the plane and was about to shut it off when he received Bai Lian's message, which amused him. "I can't come back for a short while. It takes too much time." Bai Lian tapped on her smartphone. "Give me an address, I'll send something." He sent her an address and then asked, "Are you going to send me some local specialty?" "Bai Lian." She leaned back and asked Jiang Fulai, "Are you familiar with Suhi?" Jiang Fulai's driving was steady. Nanjing mentioned him. He's a collateral member of the Su family, trustworthy. Su Nanjing knew that the martial arts training hall was Bai Lian's place, so he would naturally inform Jiang Fulai when sending someone over. On the phone, Su Wenyo's concerned message popped up, asking if the pressure from her studies was too much recently. Bai Lian replied that it was manageable. As the car was nearing Purist Street, Jiang Fulai tapped his fingers leisurely on the steering wheel and asked, "Not going to eat first?" "It's still early today," Bai Lian said with lowered eyes, scrolling on her smartphone screen. She was planning to go back home today. "I'm going back to have dinner with Grandpa." Jiang Fulai then fell silent. When the car reached Purist Street, Jiang Fulai parked and walked with Bai Lian into the area, enjoying a moment of rare tranquility. Jiang Fulai stood to the left of Bai Lian, walking at an unhurried pace, the street lights and moonlight above, his profile bathed in the light, his features sparse and handsome, quiet yet emanating a sense of cool detachment. The two stopped under a street lamp at the corner. Jiang Fulai stopped and turned his head to look at her, slightly reaching out his hand. Meanwhile, in Jiangjing, at the residence of the Su family matriarch, it was rare for the entire Su family to dine together. The Su family matriarch looked at Su Wenyao with discontent. "It's been several months now. How long are you planning to make trouble with Shuyan?" Su Wenyao put down his smartphone and picked up his chopsticks, stating plainly, "Grandma, we broke up." The Qi family was a connection the Su family matriarch made with great effort, and she would not allow Su Wenyao to be foolish at this critical juncture. The Su family matriarch was on the verge of exploding. Su En looked up to stop her. "Mom, the patriarch's big birthday celebration this year is important, and what gift we should give him still needs your discerning eye. The board of directors and I have not decided yet." The main family? Ji Mulan had married into the Su family, and it was the first time she had heard this term. She couldn't help but look up. She naturally knew that in a place like Jiangjing, the Su family was just a marginal clan, but even such a marginal clan was a target she and the Bai and Song families had chased for so long. So what was this main family that the Su family was talking about? That's true. The issue had been classified as a top priority by the Su family this year, which diverted the Su family matriarch's attention. "You should bring some gifts and ask the Qi family, and also your old classmate's daughter, the talented girl from the Calligraphy Association, right? See if among their acquaintances, there is a collector whose calligraphy or paintings we can buy." The butler nodded in agreement. "If we could get authentic works from Liang Zuan or by Xiangjuan, that would be even better." Mr. Chen favored the style of Liang, so that circle had a certain preference for works in that style. Su En knew the Su family matriarch was referring to Su Yajun. "I'll ask them. It's a pity we don't have anyone in our family who practices calligraphy." The Su family matriarch set down her chopsticks, feeling quite regretful. Compared to the wealthy families of Xinjiang district, we can't match them in terms of valuable gifts. It would be best to give something that resonates with the patriarch's taste. Maybe if he's pleased, we could move back home. Something that met the patriarch's taste, be it a person or an object, would do. Hearing this, Su Wenyo's mind stirred, turning to Ji Mulan. "Alien used to learn calligraphy, right?" Chapter 503. 200 Express, Retreat for the College Entrance Exam, Second Update. _1 Su Wenyao had seen Bai Lian's handwriting. Neat and yet with her own style, it was very attractive. "Yes, I remember too," Su En nodded as well. This time, old Madame Su looked at Ji Mulan with some surprise, calculating something in her mind. What style of calligraphy did she learn? Ji Mulan's smile was a bit awkward. Bai Lian hadn't formally studied calligraphy at all. "No, it's just the style of the Jianghu." Ji Mulan herself had never seen the imperial script. Jianghu style? Old Madame Su didn't know much about it, but she knew it wasn't mainstream. She lost interest and turned to Su Jiyue, who was sitting beside her. "Yeah, eat more. The high school exams are coming, don't be too stressed. Do your best for our Su family, and it would be even better if the main family sees it." "Old Madam, Miss Jiyue came second in this month's exam," the butler boasted from the side. Ji Mulan also looked warmly and somewhat proudly at Jiyue. "Yaya has always had good grades. Second in the country, that is, the second top scholar." Ji Mulan couldn't help but think, if Su Jiyue were her daughter, would Bai Qiming still treat them the same way? Naturally, old Madame Su was very satisfied with Su Jiyue. I remember Alien is also a senior. How is she doing? Bai Lian? Ji Mulan paused momentarily. She hadn't been in contact with Bai Lian since she left Jiangjing. It was Su Wenyao who spoke up. Alien's studies are steady now. He had just asked about Bai Lian the night before. High school seniors are under a lot of stress. Su Wenyao had a classmate who couldn't cope and fell into depression. So he always cared about how Bai Lian and Su Jiyue were doing academically. Both of them were doing fine. That's good to hear. Old Madame Su nodded and did not ask further. She was merely making a polite inquiry and was not curious about Bai Lian's grades. They were surely not better than Su Ziyu's anyway. After the meal, old Madame Su took her Buddha beads to the temple to pray for Su Ziyu's smooth success in the high school exams. Since Su Jiyue entered her senior year, she had done this every day. Su Jiyue was also the hope of the new generation of the Su family. Beside her, the butler handed her an incense stick. Don't worry, Miss Jiyue has been second in the recent joint examinations. This year's runner-up will definitely be Miss Jiyue. Maybe the old master over there will meet Miss Jiyue. May the ancestors bless her. Old Madame Su quickly bowed 3 times. May Jiyue do well in her exams. Outside, Ji Mulan and Su En left for home. Though they had reconciled with the old lady, they did not live in the old residence. Su En hadn't drunk today, and he settled into the driver's seat. Alien is also sitting her exams soon, right? I plan to visit her in a couple of months. It may not be feasible to take her to the exams. Do you want to go back with me? In June, Ji Mulan subconsciously covered her stomach, buckled her seatbelt, and looked up. My father is there. The doctor said my pregnancy is unstable. The baby was still in the early months, and she was an older mother. Xiangqing was too far. After the flight, it would be several hours car ride, and the roads in Xiangqing were rough. If Bai Lian had been as close and excellent as Su Jiyue, she might have gone back, but Ji Mulan didn't want to take the risk of returning to Xiangqing. She wanted to avoid the topic. You just mentioned main family, and that is, you know about the circles in Jiangjing. Su En drove out of the gate. Old Master Chen is from the Chen family. You've studied history. You should know the Chen family. Descendants of General Chen Yi? Ji Mulan gasped. Yep, Su En nodded, his gaze deep. And our main Su family is on par with the Chen family. Our clan is too large to imagine. We were once a collateral branch of theirs, but have since separated. It's quite difficult to rejoin the main family. Su En sighed. Ji Mulan stared at the road ahead. As Su En's sparse words painted a world she had never encountered. The Su family, the Chen family. The next day, when Bai Lian arrived at Xingyi Martial Arts School in the evening, a group of young men and women were queuing outside. They were students planning to apply to arts colleges next year and were registering this year. She carried her book bag across the corridor to the back. In the backyard, a large wooden tub was placed, and Jean Kai was throwing herbs into it. Su He stood beside him, not as cold and proud as yesterday, but with a hint of unease. Seeing Bai Lian, both looked over to her. Miss Bai. Bai Lian put down her book bag and played with a white handkerchief in her hand. Standing in front of the tub, she asked casually, why would you be willing to come to Xiangqing? Logically speaking, Xiangqing is so remote that even people from Beijing aren't willing to come here. Su He never lied. I've been seriously injured before, and it left complications. My father sent me here, and I don't want to stay with the Su family anymore. Miss Bai, rest assured, I won't have any second thoughts. Chapter 504, 200 Express Delivery, Preparing for College Entrance Exam in Seclusion, Second Update. _2 His voice was bitter. He used to be full of vigor at the Su family's home, and all the relatives believed he could stand out and reach the old Master Su, becoming the right-hand man of the next family head. But after his injury remained untreated, his father no longer valued him. To them, he was nothing more than a dispensable cast-off. Bai Lian laid out a handkerchief in her hand. She turned her head to Su He. Want to be treated? Want to be treated? Su He was stunned. Years ago he had thought about seeking treatment, but he had been to various hospitals in Jiangjing, underwent numerous tests and had many blood samples taken. The doctors only prescribed him medicine to replenish blood and boost his energy for recuperation. At first, his father also sought out various famous doctors for him, who all said that was all they could do, and the illness that had settled in only allowed for slow recovery. Suhi looked at Bai Lian, feeling a tightness in his throat. Miss Bai, can it be cured? It can be, but it will take time. Bai Lian had already noticed the night before that he had a floating gait and weak lung and heart energies. This was the kind of chronic illness common among old soldiers, which she was quite familiar with. She had studied it with an army doctor back in the day. The girl before him was overly young, clad in a plain school uniform. She held a silver needle in her hand, and when she looked over, those serene eyes inexplicably inspired confidence. Suhi clenched his fists. Miss Bai, am not afraid to wait. I can wait even 10 years. Bai Lian fell silent. It won't take that long. She pointed to a stone bench next to them, motioning him to sit. Let me examine you first. Suhi placed his hands flat on the stone table. Bai Lian reached out to take his pulse, her eyes lowered in contemplation. Suhi watched her face anxiously. After 5 minutes, Bai Lian withdrew her hand. It's about what I expected. It would improve faster with the help of medicinal baths and acupuncture. Let me give you an acupuncture treatment now. She rolled up the sleeve of her school uniform carelessly. A few strands of fringe fell over her forehead, casting a trace of indolence. Her slender fingers held the needle and located the Zhongxian point on his body. She inserted the needles one by one, the last one at the Zisani point, to supplement earth to produce metal, a principle in traditional Chinese medicine that treatment must target the root cause. How does it feel? Bai Lian stepped back and observed him. Suhi opened his eyes. It doesn't feel like much. Bai Lian slowly redirected her gaze, noting that being able to speak was a good sign. No paralysis. Outside, Pu Xiaohan was shooting the local customs and flavors outside. When Bai Lian came over, Pu Xiaohan was just packing up her camera. Are you done? She walked towards Bai Lian with the camera in hand. Not yet. Bai Lian remembered there was a cluster of courier stations at the street corner, convenient for travelers wanting to send local products home. I'm looking for a courier station. You're sending a courier? Pu Xiaohan greeted old Mr. Tao at the street corner before taking Bai Lian's sleeve and leading her towards the front. It's this way. Which company do you want to use? All kinds of courier stations were available here. Bai Lian followed Pu Xiaohan, looking to the side. Which courier is the cheapest? The post office. Pu Xiaohan led her to the far end. They passed by stations for SF Express, Zhongtong, and others before stopping in front of the Green Postal Express. It's the cheapest. The post office had the fewest people, with several couriers inside. Seeing someone approaching, the woman inside put down the package and took a couple of steps forward. Her eyes landed on Bai Lian. Are you sending a courier? Yes. Bai Lian took out her backpack and pulled out a golden red invitation, just this. The woman took a look, saw it was an invitation, and without much notice, bent down to rummage on the floor, finding a not too battered box. Can I use this to mail it for you, beauty? Bai Lian was not picky. That's fine. The woman handed her the form to fill out. Bai Lian, not wanting the writing to be unclear to others, filled out the courier form in very neat handwriting, and once finished, handed it over. The woman took it, and upon seeing Bai Lian's calligraphy, stared in surprise, then took an extra look at her. Then her eyes fell on the address. Is this going to Jiangjing? Yes. Bai Lian nodded, remembering Nanjing had said he wouldn't be returning this time. The woman, not further inquiring into private matters, packed it skillfully. Out of concern for the invitation, she even carefully wrapped it in a layer of plastic film, 9 yuan. Bai Lian scanned the QR code with efficiency. Pu Xiaohan watched the woman pack the item, and after Bai Lian paid and walked out, she hesitantly asked, "The one you just sent, why does it look so much like the invitation used by good people playing ping pong?" When Zhang Xiai showed Pu Xiaohan Bai Lian's invitation, she remembered it clearly. The wind blew, carrying a hint of chill. Bai Lian played with her phone, Her voice casual. Pretty much. 500,000. Pu Xiaohan's voice shifted, and she was a bit flustered. You just mailed it out like that? No insurance? Bai Lian. There was also a possibility, it could be 2 million. Pu Xiaohan immediately turned around and went back to the courier store. Bai Lian's phone rang. She looked down and saw it was Wang Xian calling. She answered. Wang Xian called to express her gratitude. Miss Bai, I am deeply thankful for your help this time. I am preparing to bring Yen Lu into the group, and we need to sign a confidentiality agreement, so we won't be able to contact you often. Yen Lu's popularity had remained high these past few days, and without waiting for Daong to air, Wang Xian had already selected several high-quality scripts for her. While listening, Bai Lian watched Pu Xiaohan, thinking she would cancel the courier. But what Pu Xiaohan thought of as a remedy was wrapping it with film 2 more times. Bai Lian quietly averted her gaze, looking towards the door and observing the bustling outside. Her voice scattered. All right, I'll hand over the last song to Dean Jian tomorrow, and I won't release new songs for a short period. Wang Xian was taken aback. Are you? The street light beside them lit up, and Bai Lian reached out to grasp the light spilling through, her tone lazy. I'm going to prepare for the college entrance exam. Yes, Bai Lian was also a senior in high school. Wang Xian recalled the number 14 hot search item, where netizens had deified Ning Xiao, the 14th ranker in the national exam. But she remembered it clearly, that number 14 was Ning Xiao's account, and Ning Xiao, at that time, was asking Bai Lian for answers. Chapter 505. 201 Soar to the Sky. Gift_1 Bai Lian's demeanor almost made Sister Xian think they were peers. It was only when she heard Bai Lian talk about the Gaokao that she vaguely realized Bai Lian was just a senior in high school, still needing to take the college entrance exams. After listening, Sister Xian seriously said just one sentence. You will surely ride the wind and waves, soaring straight into the clouds. She hung up the phone and stood there, dazed. Next to her, Yen Lu, who was flipping through a script, looked up. What's wrong? Yen Lu was going to a new drama crew for a period drama, and after a makeup trial, she dyed her smog blue hair back to black for convenience of wearing a wig. Miss Bai said she sent the new song to President Jian. Wang Xian snapped back to reality, put down her phone, and looked at Yen Lu. Also, she's going to seclude herself to prepare for the Gaokao. It said online that Ning Xiao has a very good chance of ranking in the national top 10. Yen Lu, do you remember? Ning Xiao often asks Miss Bai questions. Yen Lu pressed her hand on the script. Right. So that means Miss Bai might even have better grades than him. Wang Xin's gaze shifted to the window. Having spent so much time together, Sister Xian knew the attitude of Ning Xiao and his peers towards Bai Lian. Like her, it was a respect that came from the heart. Just Ning Xiao alone had sparked many online posts discussing hot topics. If Bai Lian was added to the mix, Xiangqing might see 2 students ranking in the top 10 of the national exam. In Jiangjing, having 10 such students wouldn't be surprising, but this was Xiangqing. The rarity was like finding 2 gold nuggets in the desert. Wang Xian felt that this year's Gaokao would definitely be much more lively than in previous years. Your Xiangqing is really going to liven up, churning out prodigies, Wang Xian exclaimed sincerely and then remembered something. Do you know about strawberry ice cream? Yen Lu frowned. She knew this was the person who initially set the rhythm. She's been quite popular these days, turned into a big fan of Miss Bai after unfollowing. Wang Xian was also surprised. She established a fan club for Miss Bai, but she's still your hater. Yen Lu. This was normal. Yen Lu didn't have any representative works, and compared to professional-level singers, her singing was mediocre. The song became popular entirely because of Bai Lian and President Jian. The next day, after school in the afternoon, Bai Lian and Wang Qi's group had just arrived at the Zhang family's place when they saw Zhang Dad, whom they hadn't seen for a long time, moving pots of flowers. Seeing the group of students, Zhang Dad put down the flower pot. I have had nothing to do these 2 months, resting time. You all should focus on preparing for the Gaokao. After the exams are over, I'll treat you to a big meal. Then he took out a bunch of fruits for the students to eat. During his absence, he was thankful for these students. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been at ease leaving Miss Zhang alone at home. Sure, uncle. Wuxia took the watermelon and gathered beside Bai Lian, curiously watching Zhang Dad, who was carrying a potted plant as tall as a person. A good person's father is really amazing, lifting such a heavy pot with one hand. He was very impressed. The others nodded in agreement, and without speaking, Bai Lian bit into a piece of watermelon as she observed the calluses on Zhang Dad's hands. With Zhang Dad's return, the students from Class 15 no longer had to check in at the Zhangs every day. Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan went back to the milk tea shop to do their homework. Someone with money had expanded the milk tea shop, and at this hour many students were there brushing up on questions. Jianzhe was seated next to Bai Lian, listening as she corrected his essay. It's known by its name and emulated by others. This narrative here is too shallow and empty. She outlined Jianzhe's essay with her pen, tapping the line he wrote. Externally Confucian, internally legalistic. The Taoists aren't hollow, they maintain balance, with Confucianism in the open and Taoism in secret. In just a few months, the restlessness in Jianzhe had faded, and he could now not only spend all night reading a dry biography, but also discuss it with Bai Lian. The two talked. At the neighboring table, Tang Ming, who studied science, finally couldn't help but whisper to Pu Xiaohan. Isn't Jian brother planning to go into civil service in the future? It wasn't uncommon for people from the Calligraphy Association to go into politics. Although Tang Ming studied science, his humanities were not bad either. He understood a thing or two about what the two discussed daily. Don't you think Sister Lian is even more impressive? Pu Xiaohan replied sharply. That's true. Tang Ming recalled how the literature teachers would loiter in front of Class 15 for no reason, getting caught by the dean several times. After Bai Lian finished discussing with Jianzhe, Jianzhe remembered something and reported to her. In June, the Calligraphy Association assessment is in Beijing, around the 10th. Qiu Xuezheng was already preparing the materials, but with Bai Lian's gaokao approaching, he didn't want to disturb her. Bai Lian estimated the timing. It would be right after the gaokao, so she would have time. A message from President Jian had just come through. Recording. MP3. Chapter 506. 201 Soar to the Sky. Gift _2 President Jian. In seclusion. He spoke simply and to the point, probably having heard from Sister Xian about her decision not to consider new songs before her college entrance exams. Bai Lian wrote down a line, then took out her earphones, connected them to Bluetooth, and listened to President Jian's composition. Her new song was different from her previous style, leaning towards a traditional Chinese aesthetic, cold season tassels. President Jian started with a solo pipa performance, elegant and ethereal, imbued with an ancient and stable charm yet filled with exotic sentiments. In the first second, Bai Lian envisioned a scene of yellow sand and withered bones. After listening for a while, she remembered to reply to President Jian. By Jian. One, on the other end of the phone. Looking at this one, for the first time, President Jian felt a helplessness identical to that of Jiang Fulai. President Jian directly messaged Jianzhe to inquire about Bai Lian. Jianzhe candidly told him about Bai Lian's activities. Study and then more study, and everything else would have to wait until after the college entrance exams. As for after the exams, Bai Lian would first go to Beijing. President Jian. President Jian. When are you going to Beijing? Jianzhe. The Calligraphy Association's assessment, we should set off on the 9th. President Jian. Got it. Jianzhe looked at President Jian's reply, scratching his head. What did he mean? Was he also planning to go to Beijing? 3 days later. Afternoon, Jiangjing. The postal worker rode his bike to a stop at the entrance to Tall Street. With one foot on the ground, he looked up at the ancient and dignified buildings on both sides, then looked down to confirm the address on the ragged box in his hands. Tall Street, number 29. Hesitating, he rode the bike onto the main road and finally stopped in front of the grand entrance of Guangliang, where a pair of 2-meter-tall stone lions stood guard, exuding an air of deterrence. 2 security guards stood at the door. Barely stepping off his bike, the trembling postal worker was approached from a distance by one of the guards. "Hello, do you have a parcel for our third young master?" The young man handed over the tattered box from the back of his bike. The guard hesitantly took it, looking down at the address label. The sender's handwriting was neat and tidy, and his eyes settled on the recipient's name, Su Nanjing. Indeed, it was for the third young master. Looking up, the name of the sender was 2 characters, Bai Lian. Bai. The security guard couldn't bring to mind any family surnamed Bai that was on good terms with the Su family. He took the battered box and went back, running into Su Jueming coming out of the house. He promptly removed his cap. Second master. Dressed in a long gown, Su Jueming nodded slightly, his gaze falling onto the box in the guard's hand. The guard hurriedly explained, "This is a parcel for the third young master. I was just about to take it to him." "For Su Nanjing?" Su Jueming reached out, and the guard handed over the parcel to him. Looking down at the sender, Su Juming's eyes landed on the place of dispatch. Seeing that it was sent from Xiangqing, Su Jueming casually threw the box back, not sparing it another glance. The guard let out a breath of relief, aware of the covert struggles within the Su family. Offending any of them was not an option, and if Su Jueming insisted on inspecting Su Nanjing's parcel, there would have been nothing he could do. Ahead, Su Jueming walked up the steps, speaking with someone beside him. "Nothing in the black market either?" "CIA has already investigated. Before the invitation was sent out, it was divvied up by those people in the international circles," the man explained in a low voice. The invitations that leaked to the black market were bought up as soon as they appeared. "However, you don't have to worry. I've heard that the third young master hasn't received any news either." Jiangjing Xijing Club. The club was exclusive. Qi Xuyan was visiting such a place for the first time. Following Leng Shuhe into a private room, she found it spacious inside, with groups of men and women sitting together. Some were playing cards, others were discussing matters. But most heads were turned, attention drifting towards someone on a sofa in the corner. There a young man sat, his coat removed, wearing only a light blue hoodie, leaning on the sofa, casually holding a rather tattered paper box. "Mr. Xiao." At the front, Leng Shuhe greeted Xiao Bingwen, and then introduced Qi Xuyan beside him. "This is the daughter of a teacher I knew long ago." Xiao Bingwen, who had gathered everyone, was still holding a pair of small scissors, moving briskly. Leng Shuhe spoke and Xiao Bingwen paused for a moment to nod at him. "Sun Feng, make sure Leng Miss and her company enjoy themselves." Then he immediately made his way to Su Nanjing. Sun Feng stood up from the card game, a cigarette dangling from his lips, to welcome Leng Shuhe and her companion. Seeing Qi Xuyan glance towards the corner, Sun Feng joked, "Ladies, the ancestor there has been in a foul mood recently. Don't provoke him." His words made Qi Xuyan wrap her coat tighter around herself and revert her gaze. She wondered inwardly who exactly this person was. In the corner, Su Nanjing carefully examined the paper box just delivered from the Su residence, silent and deliberate. She hasn't seen her teacher for several days. Xiao Bingwen remarked, eyeing the box in Su Nanjing's hands. "Forget it, I'll find a different birthday gift for the old man." Su Nanjing clicked his tongue. The auction was in 2 days and there was not enough time now. Xiao Bingwen casually passed the scissors to Su Nanjing. "What's this?" He stared at the tattered parcel in Su Nanjing's hands, feeling quite out of place that such a wrapped paper box had appeared in his possession. "Alien sent me a specialty. It's so light. Is there actually something inside?" Su Nanjing looked at the double-wrapped paper box and took the scissors passed to him. Su Nanjing was not like Jiang Fulai. He was not one to change course easily. Hence he was the one who flew away from Beicheng. Su Laoyi was in a hurry, and in his rush to catch the flight, he didn't have time to say goodbye to Bai Lian or Jiang Fulai, only leaving a message for both of them on WeChat. "Is this her handwriting?" Xiao Bingwen leaned in to look at the neatly written address and laughed. "I never thought your name looked so tidy." He had thought it was something important, but it turned out to be a parcel sent by Bai Lian. Xiao Bingwen withdrew his attention and poured himself a drink leisurely. Not so curious anymore. Su Nanjing cut along the edge unhurriedly, creating a slit. Chapter 507. 202 Jiang's birthday. Playing against the wind to turn the tables. Second update. _1 Pu Xiaohan had tightly wrapped the outside of the box, and Su Nanjing had to exert some effort to cut it open. Inside, there was something that resembled a book, which was also wrapped in a protective film. One could not see clearly through the protective film. Xiao Bingwen greeted Sun Feng on the other side. Did she send you a book? This seemed like something Bai Lian could do. Su Nanjing exerted some more effort to cut open the protective film, finally revealing a red background with golden letters that read invitation. And below it, there was an imposing white tiger. An invitation? Xiao Bingwen picked up the red wine that was put aside, stood up to prepare to attend to the group that had come today, and glanced at it casually. What kind of invitation is this? A white tiger, from the White Tiger auction house, huh? He said it offhandedly. In mid-sentence, his steps abruptly came to a halt. Then, with a snap, he set down the wine glass, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on the invitation. There had never been a moment where he felt the sound of his heartbeat so clearly. His throat tightened and his voice trembled. This is... They didn't have invitations, but they had seen them before. The White Tiger auction house was a place where they could buy almost everything they wanted. Occasionally, certain items were too precious, making the invitations hard to get, but in most cases, the Su and Xiao families were still able to get one through official channels. So at just one glance, they recognized that this was the invitation they had been seeking this time. Did Miss Bai send this to you? Xiao Bingwen looked at the tattered box beside him, and then at the understated and mysterious invitation in Su Nanjing's hands, finding it absurdly comical. Su Nanjing immediately took out his phone to call Bai Lian. She picked up after one ring. Little sister Bai Lian, what did you send over? Bai Lian had just finished school, and she was at a milk tea shop ordering a milk tea, while Qi Yundai was passing a plate of cake to her. An invitation. She took the cake that Qi Yundai offered and turned to walk inside. Her voice calm and unhurried. Haven't you been looking for it? What's the matter? Su Nanjing. No. Oh, Bai Lian's tone was casual. Is there anything else? Her tone suggested. Don't disturb my studies. The two hung up the phone. Xiao Bingwen had listened to the entire conversation, finally came back to his senses and murmured. Where did she get that invitation from? He and Su Nanjing had been busy for half a month, and these last few days they were really about to give up. Then this invitation had fallen from the sky? Was it from Jiang Fulai? Bai Lian was but a high school student at Xiangqing First High School. Other than Jiang Fulai, Xiao Bingwen really couldn't think of any other explanation. Bai Lian had been in seclusion and did not attend the auction. Saturday. It was rare for Jiang Fulai to have a day off, and these people were already regulars at the library. The light streamed through the library windows and fell on the table by the window. Today, the library was quite busy, and the table on the right was completely occupied by Bai Lian and her group. Jiang Fulai sat on the very right, with black headphones on his ears. In front of him was a very thin laptop. His slender fingers tapped on the keyboard, and occasionally he turned his head to speak with Bai Lian. The sunlight fell on his face, his eyelashes cast down, giving his usually cold features a touch of entanglement. Tang Ming across him raised his hand, looking cautiously towards Jiang Fulai. Teacher Jiang, we're having hot pot for lunch. Jiang Fulai was used to being cold, and his demeanor didn't seem to fit someone who would join them in bustling eateries. Although they had had hot pot together many times, inviting Jiang Fulai still took a lot of courage from Tang Ming. Sure, Jiang Fulai nodded indifferently. Tang Ming finally sighed with relief and quickly sat down. At noon, the hot pot restaurant in the next mall. To ensure everyone could eat properly, Tang Ming and the others booked a private room. The group wasn't large. Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai, Pu Xiaohan, Ning Xiao, Tang Ming and Jiang He. They had ordered a dual-flavored hot pot, to which Jiang Fulai was indifferent. He held a pencil, scanned the menu, and ticked a few dishes Bai Lian would eat. As he continued scrolling, Bai Lian reached out to press down on his fingers. Jiang Fulai's fingers were always cool, due to spending too much time in the underground laboratory. Even in Xiangqing, it didn't change his constitution. His naturally pale and cold fingers seemed even more like white jade. feeling a warmth. He looked at Bai Lian's finger pressing on his hand, then watched her leisurely pull the pencil from his grip. Bai Lian rested her chin on her other hand, tilting her head slightly. Teacher Jiang, no need to order more. They've ordered more than we can finish. She spoke from experience. Jiang Fulai let go of the menu. All right then. He didn't continue ordering. Having known each other for so long, aside from when Jiang Fulai was teaching them and prone to teasing, during meals, he generally did not disrupt everyone's good time, and was trying to contain the coldness he emanated. Chapter 508. Jiang Guest's 202nd birthday. It's all about turning the tables against the wind. Second update. _2 at the dining table. Pu Xiaohan was posting pictures in the group chat. Pu Xiaohan. Grandpa's clothes are almost done. After sending the message, she looked up at the people around the dining table. Grandpa's class uniform is ready. I've reserved a set for the good guy, but he won't be able to take the graduation photo with us next month. Especially Zhang Xiai's. Given the current atmosphere in Class 15, the merit of Zhang Xiai's and Wuxia cannot be overstated. To take a graduation photo without Zhang Xiai's would make Class 15 seem somewhat imperfect, Pu Xiaohan felt. Although they joked and laughed when mentioning Zhang Xiai's, Pu Xiaohan and the others knew they could only adopt such an attitude. A year in jail would have too large a psychological impact on a high school student. Don't worry, Bai Lian said as she picked up public chopsticks to serve food. Xiaobei mentioned that they've prepared a banner for the good guy. Banner. The mood livened up at the mention of Wuxia. Tang Ming, curious, asked, what kind of banner? What good deed could Bei have done? Hey, I was even thinking that at the time. I could wear his clothes and take a photo with you all in his stead. Pu Xiaohan clapped the table. Right, you could print out a large picture of the good guy and paste it over your face. A group of teenagers were eating hot pot. Worries came suddenly and left just as quickly. Jiang Fulai quietly listened to their conversation, occasionally helping Jiang He reach for dishes he couldn't, without interrupting their chat. Bai Lian also listened in lazily. After finishing the meal, Pu Xiaohan called the waiter over to clean up the table. Jiang Fulai was sitting on the same side as Bai Lian. To his left was Bai Lian, to his right was Jiang He. After the meal, the waiter had also cleared away the excess bowls and chopsticks from the table. He thought Bai Lian would be in a hurry to return to the library to do homework. But Bai Lian didn't leave. The others at the table were still discussing post-graduation matters, with Tang Ming expressing a desire to take a photo with Class 15. Since Bai Lian was there, Jiang Fulai wasn't in a rush either. He leaned back slightly and spoke to Bai Lian. They're talking about a graduation trip. Have you thought about it? A graduation trip? Have you ever traveled? Bai Lian asked as she heard the term for the first time. She opened a can of cola with one hand for Jiang He and turned to look at Jiang Fulai. No, Jiang Fulai hadn't gone traveling either. His life consisted of nothing but research. Then you still talk about taking me to the snow mountains. Bai Lian remembered this. The private room was warm. Jiang Fulai had already taken off his coat. He was wearing a white shirt with the collar slightly open. He hadn't expected Bai Lian to remember that, and he softly replied, you could go during the summer break as well, but the snow won't be as thick then. No rush, Bai Lian suddenly said, recalling something. But I kind of want to go to the grasslands. She flipped through history. There lay the tomb of the third princess. The grasslands. Jiang Fulai tapped his fingertips on the table, picturing the map in his mind, planning the route. That works too. As he was speaking, the private room's door was pushed open, and the waiter brought in the disassembled cake. Creamy white frosting, red roses spreading along the center all the way to the base of the cake. Clusters of roses, nestled against the green vines, were blooming together. It was like a passionate oil painting, irresistible to the eyes. Ning Xiao stood up to receive the cake, and after thanking the waiter, he placed it on the table. But the waiter didn't leave, instead looking longingly at the cake that resembled a handicraft. Handsome, where did you buy your cake from? This wasn't bought. Pu Xiaohan smiled at her. It was made by our friend. The cake maker, of course, was Qi Lu. Tang Ming motioned to Jiang Fulai to blow out the candles. Happy birthday, brother Jiang. Blow out the candles and make a wish. Jiang Fulai looked at the slowly burning candles. For the first time, the usually calm and composed him didn't know how to react. Perhaps because his family was no longer around, he didn't celebrate his birthday. He usually spent his birthdays in the lab to avoid trouble. If others couldn't find him, it would just be dropped. Even Su Nanjing and Jiang Shijue would only send a gift when the time came. Blowing out candles and making a wish. This was his first experience. The windows in the private room were closed. The candlelight reflected on his cold face. Under the urging of Tang Ming and the others, Jiang Fulai slowly closed his eyes and made a wish. He didn't have any particular wishes. If it were before, he might have wished to find dark matter. But now he quietly thought, may Miss Bai be safe and sound year after year. Jiang He stood by his side and helped him blow out the candles. In the evening, Jiang Fulai leisurely strolled in the setting sun. He escorted Bai Lian back to the Ji family. Ji Heng invited them to have dinner. He had specially gone fishing with Chief Chen that day, and the neighbor auntie helped with cooking. By the time the two returned, the meal was ready. Chapter 509. Jiang Guest's 202nd birthday. It's all about turning the tables against the wind. Second update. _3 The dishes were very rich. At the dining table, Ji Heng gave Jiang Fulai the set of clothes meant for him. A silver-gray overcoat, made of silk-like material that looked very high-end, fastened with Chinese frog buttons. Patterns were embroidered across the middle of the sleeves and the front. Jiang Fulai carefully accepted the set of clothes, his fingertips grazing the cool fabric. One glance was enough to see the dense stitches. Ji Heng had put a lot of thought into it. Chief Chen and Ji Heng both enjoyed drinking. The two chatted as they sipped their liquor. And an hour passed by without finishing their meal. That's when Jiang He found time to go to his room and bring out his Lego for him. The Lego was a custom-designed castle tower. The blueprint was drawn by Jiang He, and his teacher helped him make numerous revisions. It was 30 centimeters wide and about 40 centimeters tall. The intricate bricks and the connecting beams could be seen. Jiang Fulai said thank you twice today. After giving the gift, Jiang He couldn't take his eyes off him. Jiang Fulai took it and pointed at a spot. Looking at Jiang He and casually remarked, this part isn't drawn well. Jiang He decided to sleep with Ji Heng tonight. Ji Heng had drunk too much today. Bai Lian made an exception and walked Jiang Fulai to the door. At 9 o'clock, Jiang Fulai looked down the long, dark alley. Just as he reached the bend at the entrance, he stopped and told Bai Lian to go back first. Bai Lian was dressed in a pale green outfit today, her jet black hair half up. She stopped, stretched out her left hand and opened it. A piece of Kailan jade almost melting under the lamplight appeared before Jiang Fulai. Happy birthday, Teacher Jiang. Jiang Fulai was taken aback, presumably not expecting her to have prepared a gift for him. He reached out to take it, still able to feel the warmth of the jade in his palm. End of May. With the college entrance examination approaching, the school arranged for a graduation photo to be taken. The location was the central stone of the school, with 5 steps beneath it, perfectly accommodating the students to line up. Class 15 prepared uniform attire. The girls' dresses featured a mandarin collar, with a white undergarment, embroidered with ivy at the edges, covered by a red, sleeveless waistcoat adorned with delicate vine patterns. The buttons were matching Chinese frog buttons. Below was a white skirt, the hem embroidered with vivid clusters of roses, red and pink rosebuds in full bloom nestled among green leaves. As the girls stepped forward, the rose bushes hidden in the folds of their skirts burst into full bloom. The boys' clothes? Skip. The students of Class 14 were currently taking their graduation photos below, while the photographer snapped pictures and they stood on the steps, involuntarily gazing at the students of Class 15, their eyes resting on the last tall girl. Bai Lian, with her phone in hand, nonchalantly followed Lu Lingxi at the end of the line. Her hair, still half up as usual, her almond-shaped eyes half closed. Her hair was too long, loosely curling over her shoulders beneath the wooden hairpin. Bai Lian, who was used to wearing plain clothes, wore such a brightly colored outfit for the first time today. The traditional Chinese-style clothes seemed to have been tailored specifically for her, set against a backdrop of blue sky and white clouds. The wind scattered her skirt's hem. A girl of roses, blossoming in the wind. More than half the students from class 14 were stunned, and the photographer had to remind them to come back to their senses. They all say I look stupid like this. Lian Jia Xiaohan, take a look, do I look dumb? Wuxia unfurled his custom-made banner, about 70 centimeters long, with the words written on it. Posing with Zhang Xiai's a Mr. Nice Guy. Red background with white characters. Pu Xiaohan looked up, imagining her gorgeous graduation photo marred by this thing. No wonder the cultural committee member had been complaining non-stop. She refused. Bai Lian looked at the line of text and nodded. I think it's fine, the color matches our clothes well. Wuxia's eyes lit up. Right? I knew you'd get it, Sister Lian. You really think so? Pu Xiaohan asked incredulously, clutching at Bai Lian's arm. Bai Lian was puzzled. Yeah. Pu Xiaohan. It was the first time Pu Xiaohan realized that Bai Lian was actually quite straightforward. The graduation photo for class 14 was taken, and the principal, vice principals, and teachers from various subjects stood up from the front row. The principal couldn't leave since he had to take photos all day. Wuxia, Lu Lingxi called for Wuxia, her gaze briefly pausing on Wuxia's banner before she said, the chemistry teacher hasn't arrived yet. He's teaching in class 9. Go call him, will you? Wuxia put away the banner and went to summon the chemistry teacher. The principal and vice principals came over looking for Lu Lingxi and Bai Lian. The end of the college entrance exams was finally approaching, and the principal looked at Bai Lian with mixed emotions. Bai student, relax. No matter how the tests go, just do your best. Okay, consented Bai Lian with a nod. Time flies. Lu Lingxi adjusted Bai Lian's clothes, looking at the girl in front of her. I remember the first time you came to take the test, you scored 50 points in comprehensive science. Back then, I thought you would need to repeat a year. From the nearby steps, Pu Xiaohan called Bai Lian over to line up. Bai Lian walked over. The principal watched her walk away, musing. From 50 points to now, I wonder how she will fare in the college entrance exams. She hasn't been in the joint exams, so I have no idea how much Songmin has improved. I have a feeling this year's exams won't be easy. The vice principal had now become a die-hard supporter of Lian. There's no need for won't be easy. The valedictorian will definitely be our Bai student. As he spoke, he murmured to himself, don't think I don't know you've already prepared the valedictorian banner. The principal. The homeroom teacher of class 8 stood next to the principal, watching Bai Lian in the crowd without saying anything. Bai Lian stood in the second row, next to Pu Xiaohan, the breeze gently lifting the wisps of hair on her forehead. With a stone carved with Bai Xiangjin's words behind her, flaunting the youthful spirit and ambition of their generation. Wuxia had called the chemistry teacher over. The students of class 15 had already lined up. He stood behind Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan holding a flag, whispering. They were just discussing how Sister Lian managed to come this far from 50 points in comprehensive science. How did she come this far? Bai Lian slightly tilted her head towards Wuxia, raising an eyebrow in her usual casual way, yet with a hint of playful arrogance Wuxia had never seen before. She didn't speak but looked through the gap at the line of poetry on the stone behind. The Bai family's army won many battles by turning defeat into victory. That was what she was best at. Playing the game of turning the tides against the wind. Do you understand, young one? Requesting monthly votes, dear readers. Chapter 510, Battle 203 commences. A clash of two champions _1 at 10 in the morning. The sun was plenty strong. Light passed through the clouds and settled on Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School, falling upon the boulder that had stood for 1,000 years. Bai Lian reached out her hand to shield her eyes from the glare, her gaze fixed on the powerful and resonant characters inscribed on the stone. In the interplay of light and shadow, it was as if she saw the comrades who had fought the last battle with her 1,000 years ago. The interweaving of light and shadow was blurry. 1,000 years later, Bai Lian stood beneath the line of poetry she had written with her spear raised, about to fight her first battle. The photographer held up the camera, intending to check the framing in the viewfinder, but his attention was captured by the girl inside the lens. She stood amid the crowd, her face slightly turned, with half-tied hair resting on her shoulder. The girl in the lens had eyes that held the fierceness of warhorses and iron soldiers, as if she had traversed mountains and rivers, emerging from the battleground to split open hills of corpses and seas of blood on horseback. Despite the crowd of students around her, rowdy and joking, in that instant, they all but became her backdrop. The photographer involuntarily focused the lens and pressed the shutter. After capturing the moment, he reviewed the photo just taken. The composition was beautiful, like a destiny revolving through a millennium, filled with a mysterious sense of story. He admired it for a while, planning to send it to the student later. The students of Class 15 had mostly lined up, and the photographer put down his camera, amplifying his voice. Students, quickly get into place. The teachers can take their positions now too. The disciplinary teacher, who was negotiating with the principal about exactly how many banners were ordered, stopped upon hearing this. He adjusted his shirt and walked forward solemnly. In the crowd, Pu Xiaohan was holding her video camera, filming the making of footage. When everyone was almost ready, she put down her camera and stood up. Seeing Wang Qi actually pulling up the banner, she said, "Wait a moment, let the photographer take a picture of us without the banner first. Then we can take one with the banner later." This was the result of Pu Xiaohan's discussion with Lu Lingxi. Take one without the banner first? Wang Qi folded the banner, stuffed it into his pocket, and patted it. "Fine, I'll bring it out again later." "Wang Qi, lower your head a bit. Don't squeeze me, Xiaohan, I'll stand on your right." "Can I stand in front of Sister Lian, please?" "You go to the front. Even on tiptoes, you aren't taller than me." The students of this class, dressed in uniform traditional clothes, chatted noisily. Beneath the lens, they were green and vivid. The photographer, looking at these bright and youthful students under the sun, unexpectedly recalled his own school days, that bygone youth which would never return, wondering how many of these students would still be in contact with each other in a few years. He sighed. Click. The photo was taken at that instant. For the second shot, Wang Qi asked a classmate to move aside, leaving a space. Then he turned to Ning Xiao on his left, mustering his courage. "Top student, can you cooperate with me?" Ning Xiao looked down, his fringe hiding his dark eyes. He coldly eyed the absurd banner in Wang Qi's hands without saying a word. Having interacted with Jiang Fulai for so long, Wang Qi no longer found Ning Xiao as unapproachable as before. "Top student." Wang Qi passed one corner of the banner to him. Assessing the distance of roughly one person between him and Ning Xiao, he tentatively asked, "Good man is your desk mate, so if you hold it, isn't it like he's here too?" As he spoke, he cautiously lifted the banner in his hand. Ning Xiao stared at the red banner and still said nothing. Bai Lian stood in front of the two, with the space Wang Qi and Ning Xiao left behind her. She tilted her head back. "Ning Xiao, help him hold it." Ning Xiao coolly extended a finger and hooked the corner of the banner. His expression was especially somber as he held the banner. Wang Qi gave Bai Lian a hand gesture of thanks before waving at the photographer. "We're ready now. You can take the picture." The photographer lifted the camera and was drawn to the banner. Seeing the symbol that read, "One Good Man" on it, he thought to himself about how serious students' nicknames are nowadays. As in their time they were things like Fart Prince or Crazy Wild Boar. After all the photos were taken, Lu Lingxi sent a student to call down Class 16 for their group photo. Pu Xiaohan, meanwhile, took out her camera to film the class candid shots, and Wang Qi called the boys to stand on the roadside and shouted to Pu Xiaohan, "Pu Xiaohan, hurry, take a group shot for us guys." Pu Xiaohan readied her camera and turned to point it at them. Wang Qi stood in front of everyone, directing them to pose. Before he could speak, a few taller boys hoisted him up as they shouted, "Taro Xiaobei." Chapter 511. 203 starts the first battle. A pair of heroes _2 Pu Xiaohan captured this scene on video from the side. Class 16 students came down. They were on the 4th floor, and hadn't seen Class 15's graduation outfits that morning. Upon coming down now, the girls immediately gasped in astonishment. The photographer taking the graduation photos was discussing the placement positions with Class 16's teacher. Two girls from Class 16 walked over with their smartphones and stopped beside Bai Lian. Bai Lian, could we take a picture with you? There were many photos of Bai Lian in the school forum, most of which were of her back. Students from other senior classes would often visit Class 15 to seek blessings from the two exam gods. And as the college entrance exam approached, they were seizing the last chances to take photos together, which might not come again after the exams. How come Tang Ming hasn't come down yet? Wuxia, who had been ditched for quite a while, finally managed to get close to Bai Lian to seek salvation. Wasn't he supposed to take a photo with us? Just as she was speaking, Tang Ming hurried over, still draped in his school jacket, muttering, I made it, I made it. Wuxia, overwhelmed, pointed at Tang Ming and said, everybody go swarm him. Tang Ming was an unofficial member of Class 15. He had just come down and was still unclear about what was happening when he was surrounded by a crowd from Class 15. A lot of them had brought smartphones and took many photos to share in the group chat. Bai Lian looked through the group for a few photos and finally found one where she was with Zhang Shi's banner and Pu Xiaohan and others, and she sent it to Jiang Fulai. Print it out and bring it to the good person tomorrow, Jiang Fulai replied quickly. Graduation photo? 1. While this group was fooling around, Lu Lingxi stood by watching for quite a while without urging them back to class, considering the pressure students of Class 15 had placed on themselves this half-year. It was good for them to relax a bit before the exams. Her gaze landed on Bai Lian, who was standing to the side looking down at her phone, and she walked over to her, pausing. Just perform normally without pressure during the college entrance exam. And try to relax now that it's almost here. She thought Bai Lian was studying. Bai Lian silently put away her phone. Okay. The Research Institute. Jiang Fulai waited for quite a while, but Bai Lian hadn't replied, so he couldn't help but click to open the photo Bai Lian had sent him. The photo was taken with a smartphone, with Wuxia and Pu Xiaohan holding up Zhang Shi's banner standing to the left of Bai Lian, and another girl standing to her right, while Ning Xiao and Tang Ming and others were in the background. The sunlight above was just right, making the group of young boys and girls radiate with youth. He looked at the girl in the center, who stood amidst the crowd, her dark apricot eyes looking at the camera, a smile playing on her lips, her posture slightly lazy and facing the wind, with her half-tied ink-black hair fluttering, blending in with the surrounding youngsters. A group of spirited senior high school students. Jiang Fulai tapped on the photo with his fingertip, then reached out to press save. After exiting, he opened up the Beijing High School forum. Since Bai Lian arrived at Beijing High School, she had become a frequenter on the forum. What score she got, what she wore today, encountering her in the cafeteria. At first, Jiang Fulai intended to delete it, but as he scrolled through, the forum seemed like a journal of her growth. From the first mention of Bai the Great to now, the graduation photo. Jiang Fulai lowered his head, thinking about checking for new posts from today. He instantly saw the pinned photo. I took a photo with Senior Bai. She's super beautiful. Scrolling down, there were more photos with her. It was one thing with senior students, but even the first and second year students went to take photos? Jiang Fulai looked on coldly. After school in the afternoon, Class 15 students had a 100% head-turning rate as they walked on the street. Bai Lian carried her backpack in her hand, walking on the very edge of the group, with Pu Xiaohan by her side, while people from Class 15 were urging Pu Xiaohan to hurry home and post the video she had taken to the group chat. The milk tea shop was still packed as ever. Jiang Fulai was speaking to Qi Yundai across from the milk tea shop, wearing a garment made for him by Ji Heng today. A silver-gray silk shirt, elegant and cool, subtly shimmering with a cold light in the sunlight. He listened quietly to Qi Yundai, his eyes occasionally sweeping over the school gate in a somewhat absent-minded manner. It was only when he saw Bai Lian and her group, dressed in rose-colored graduation robes, did he pause for a moment. Mr. Su has already spoken to Jiang's butler. Qi Yundai was saying something to Jiang Fulai when he noticed Jiang's gaze shift and belatedly looked behind him. Upon seeing Bai Lian emerging from the school gate, Qi Yundai stopped. They're taking their graduation photos today. As the college entrance examination approached, the school was plastered with banners. When Bai Lian approached, Wuxia and Tang Ming quieted their roughhousing and respectfully greeted Jiang Fulai before heading off to the milk tea shop together. Qi Yundai remembered his cake and dashed back to attend to it without delay. Jiang Fulai stood still, appearing aloof, his gaze fixed only on Bai Lian. Bai Lian, holding the banner from Zhang Xiai's, paused slightly and said, "What's up?" Jiang Fulai leisurely took out his phone, opened the camera app, and casually asked, "Bai Lian, can I take a picture with you?" Bai Lian. Where had he heard that again? Jiang Fulai seldom took photos. He turned on the front camera, which had no beauty filter, but with their superior bone structure, even just showing above the chest, the two were dressed in ancient-styled clothes in the camera. The two looked like they were part of a painting set in ink and wash, with a wisp of sunset in the background. Exquisitely beautiful. There were no compositional techniques in use. Their good looks alone carried the photo. After Jiang Fulai finished taking the photo, he checked it, was satisfied with it, and remembering that Bai Lian had once criticized his photography skills, showed it to her. "Bai Lian, what do you think?" Bai Lian looked down at the photo and let out a sigh. Across at the milk tea shop, Pu Xiaohan, holding an order, stood by the counter and whispered to Yang Lin, "Teacher Jiang's angle is so fatal, his photography is really not up to par." Yang Lin looked up and glanced across through the glass. Qi Yundai, having donned his chef's hat, felt like giving Pu Xiaohan a thumbs up. Meanwhile, in Beicheng, approaching the college entrance exam, Bai Qiming had specially invited the principal of Beicheng High School and the head teacher of the international class to a meal at a hotel to inquire about Bai Shaoqi's situation for the exam. The principal of Beicheng High School spoke highly of both Bai Shaoqi and Song Min. Both students have made rapid progress this semester, and there's no need for concern. President Bai, President Song. Always serious, Bai Qiming couldn't help but smile, and he and the Song family had already booked the hotel. "Do you think Shaoqi stands a chance of being admitted to Jiangjing University?" "Of course," the principal nodded, smiling with a sense of admiration. "Though she's not as good as her brother academically, she's improved significantly this semester. Without any mistakes, there's a 90% chance she can get into Jiangjing University." Bai Qiming had no clear concept of their academic achievements, but hearing the principal's affirmation that Bai Shaoqi could indeed gain entry, the surprise on his face was unmistakable. His hand clenched the wine glass tightly to prevent himself from showing too much emotion. Would their Bai family really produce two champions? Two outstanding students at Jiangjing University? Even though the principal mentioned Bai Shaoqi wasn't quite on par with Bai Shaoka, Bai Qiming was still pleased. Now that Bai Shaoka had begun an internship at the Jiangjing laboratory and had met many professors and doctoral students, with the addition of Bai Shaoqi, they were one step closer to making their mark in Jiangjing. Behind him, the Bai family butler looked on at this scene, feeling happy for the miss. Yet he couldn't help but remember Bai Lian, whose impression on him when she left the Bai family was unforgettable. Bai Lian was in the same grade as Bai Shaoqi, but since moving to Xiangqing, there had been no word from her. Bai Qiming was happy for his daughter, but couldn't help feeling regretful. It's a shame she ran into Song Min. This year Song Min is probably going to be the Beicheng top scorer. He had already heard from the Song family on several occasions that Song Min had been first in all the recent joint exams, far outstripping the second-place student. Bai Qiming had thought the principal would agree, but unexpectedly, both the principal and the head teacher remained silent. Bai Qiming paused, slightly puzzled. Did I say something wrong? Chapter 512. 204 Bai Lian's score. As if she wants to be the top scholar, second update. _1 Bai Qiming knew very well that Song Min was extremely outstanding. Not only was he excellent in his studies, but he was also very sensitive to finance, and with Song Min's grandfather being from Jiangjing, he had access to different resources from an early age compared to those in Beicheng. He had mentioned more than once to Bai Shaoqi that she was unlucky this year to be in the same cohort as Song Min. The headmaster of Beicheng High School naturally thought of Bai Lian. Ever since they discontinued the joint examinations, they had no idea about Bai Lian's exact performance. Songmin had made significant progress, yet they didn't know how Bai Lian had fared. I hope our school can once again win the provincial champion. Bai Qiming felt there was an undertone in the headmaster and class teacher's words, but he didn't think much about it. As long as Bai Xiaoqi could get into Jiangjing University, that was enough. After dinner, he sent the two of them off and returned to the Bai family residence, where he shared the good news with the Bai family clan. I said it, these two siblings have potential, an authoritative uncle from the clan declared. I will notify the people in the village right away, and when the college entrance examination results come out, we will celebrate at the ancestral hall. Aside from the new year, the clan seldom opened the ancestral hall. Last year, they had opened it once for Bai Xiaoke when he became the provincial champion, but they only opened the side door. The central door was not to be opened easily unless there was a significant contribution. This was the most exciting time for the Bai family clan in the past few years. Bai Qiming, speaking with the clan members, could not hide his pride on his usually stern face. Glorifying the ancestors was something no one could refuse. June 1st, Saturday. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were preparing for the college entrance examination. And since Beijing High School did not close for the holiday, she did not visit Zhang Xiai's today. Jiang Fulai went with Qi Yundai instead. Without Bai Lian around, Zhang Xiai's became even more unapproachable, and the two prison guards dared not get too close to him. Qi Yundai, upon entering, immediately adopted an expression that could send someone away for 10 years. After escorting the two to the visiting room, the prison guards exchanged glances and breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the room, Zhang Xiai's had been waiting there. Seeing Jiang Fulai and Qi Yundai, he was startled for a moment before standing up and speaking in a muffled voice. Brother Jiang, Teacher Qi. Qi Yundai tossed the keys to Zhang Xiai's. Zhang Xiai's bowed his head and used the keys to unlock the handcuffs. Qi Yundai glanced over and commented, "Quite skilled, aren't you?" Zhang Xiai's placed the handcuffs down, loosened his wrists, and followed Jiang Fulai's instructions for a while. Without Bai Lian there, Jiang Fulai's patience was limited. Even Huan got scolded for making mistakes in front of Jiang Fulai. Seated across from Zhang Xiai's, his white shirt sleeves rolled up neatly, his delicate features frosted over, Huan asked, "Are you the one applying for the University of Political Science and Law?" Qi Yundai watched for a while and his brow twitched. "Let me handle this, young Master Jiang." Jiang Fulai coldly stood up, pulling at his collar. An hour later, Qi Yundai calmly asked, "Would you mind spending another 10 years in here?" Zhang Xiai's. Without Bai Lian present, it would have been good even if Senior Huan was there. Yet why did two King Yamas have to come today? The lengthy prison visit finally ended. Zhang Xiai's would rather go back and spend another 10 days inside. As he was leaving, Jiang Fulai handed him 2 items. Zhang Xiai's took them and looked. He opened the red banner first. "What's this?" As he unfolded it, he soon saw the words written on it. "Take a picture with Zhang Xiai's, a good man, Zhang Xiai's." At this moment, he turned his attention to the other item, a photograph. It was a picture of Bai Lian and the others with this banner. And as he looked at it, he vaguely remembered. They've all taken their graduation photos already, huh? They're graduating. He treasured the photograph, storing it as if he too had participated in the graduation photo shoot from afar. "Right, Brother Jiang." Zhang Xiai's took out a letter he was holding and handed it to Jiang Fulai. "Please give this to Sister Lian to pass on to Lu's mom when the time comes." This was Zhang Shi's letter to Lu Lingxi. Evening. The courtyard at Ji Heng's. Since the graduation outfits for Class 15 were completed, he had some free time to work on his own small items. Jiang He had been with Ji Heng during this period. Like Ji Heng, he didn't talk much and was different from other kids his age. He was smart and independent, yet he wasn't a conversationalist and tended to be hard on himself. Strangely enough, he got along very well with Ji Heng. Usually one would be drawing while the other would be embroidering, passing the days quietly. When Su En arrived carrying a bunch of gifts, the courtyard gate was open, and he immediately noticed Jiang He sitting leisurely at the stone table with his paintbrush. Ji Heng looked up, saw Su En, and was somewhat surprised. "Why did you suddenly come back?" He stood up. Zu's assistant followed Su En, also carrying a lot of items. Chairman Su was worried about disturbing Miss Bei's exam preparation, and didn't inform you in advance. I don't plan to stay long, just came to see you and Alien. Alien has her exams, so I have to rush back tomorrow. Su-en placed the heap of gifts in the living room, pausing when he saw the TV there. You bought a television. He had thought Ji-hung didn't enjoy watching TV, so he had not considered buying one for them. Su-en had brought a bunch of gifts this time, including tobacco as well as clothes and accessories prepared for Bai Lian. Alien bought it. Ji-hung brewed 2 cups of tea and asked them to sit down. After a long wait without anyone else showing up, he pondered for a moment. Has Mulan not come back? Su-en placed the items down and replied. Xiangqing is far, and the doctor said her pregnancy is not stable, so I didn't let her come back. Ji-hung glanced at Su-en as he lit his tobacco pipe. You don't need to explain for her. What Ji Mulan was thinking, Ji-hing knew very well. Even if the journey wasn't so long, Ji Mulan hadn't even phoned to ask about Bai Lian's high school exam results. Now, as long as she didn't coerce Bai Lian, Ji-hung preferred not to get overly involved in Ji Mulan's affairs. He was aware that Ji Mulan's attention was solely on the unborn child within her. Ji-hung lowered his head and took a puff of smoke. His gaze was heavy. Bai Lian had returned with Jiang Fulai. When the two arrived, Su-en was in the hall talking to Ji-hung. Seeing Bai Lian and her companion return, Su-en couldn't help but stand up. He went outside to greet Bai Lian, his eyes pausing briefly on Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai wore a white shirt today, and under the lights, all of his usual sharpness seemed to be hidden away. Yet, those light-colored eyes that glanced over still felt very oppressive. Su-en pondered deep down, wondering exactly who Mr. Jiang was. Jiang, surname Jiang. Su-en pondered for only a moment before shifting his thoughts. He reached out and handed a gold top-of-the-list pendant to Bai Lian. Your high school exams are in a couple of days. I wish you success in leaping through the Dragon's Gate in advance. He had the pendant specially made by a goldsmith, and both Su Jiyue and Bai Lian had one. Beside him, Zu's assistant chimed in with auspicious words. Miss Jiyue said that with Miss Bei's math skills, you will surely make it to the top of the list. Thank you, Bai Lian said humbly, accepting the pendant. Jiangjing. Su family old house. Su Jiyue was still at school. Only the old Madame Su Wenyao and Ji Mulan dined together. I'll be sending Jiyue to the exams on the day of her high school exams. The old lady held chopsticks in her right hand while turning Buddha beads in her left. Wenyao, you're busy with school, so there's no need to rush back especially. Su Wenyao nodded in agreement. With the high school exams approaching, the old Madame Su was also anxious. After having a few bites, she suddenly remembered something. What about your father? He's gone back to Xiangqing, began Su Wenyao. Alien also has her high school exams, so he went back to visit them in advance. The old Madame Su knew about Bai Lian's exams, but she never expected Su-en to make a special trip back for it. She looked at Ji Mulan across from her, thinking it odd that while the child's own mother didn't return, he, on the other hand, made sure to rush back. The old Madame Su refrained from further comment. After finishing the meal, the old lady still went to the temple at the back to offer incense to the Buddha, praying for Su Ziyu's exam results. Madam, the butler respectfully reported at her side. According to the news, Miss Qi seems to have met the third young Master Su. The third young Master Su, a character of renown among the Su family clan. Su Jin and Su Jini were both overshadowed by the third young Master Su. And many people said that the next clan leader of the Su family should bypass the older generation and fall directly to the third young master. Are you serious? The old Madame Su opened her eyes wide, the murk in her eyes giving way to a sharp glint. Although she had no privilege to meet the third young master's group, it didn't stop her from always tracking their movements. The butler replied, most likely. The old Madame Su hung the Buddha beads on her wrist and clasped her hands together. In a few days, I'll make a trip to the Qi family. June 4th. At Ji Shayan's place, after finishing a day's worth of classes, Ji Xiaojun and the house butler among others voiced their intention to return to Xiangqing. And they were planning to go back early tomorrow morning. The Dragon Boat Festival is coming up. The house butler looked at Ji Xiaojun. disagreeing with his decision to go back. I was planning to take you to meet the old master. Why are you heading back to Xiangqing at this time? Ji Xiaojun poured himself a cup of tea without looking up and didn't hide his intentions from the house butler, speaking at a leisurely pace. Going back to see my dad and Alien. You can see people anytime. The house butler set down his teacup, his fingers etched with deep lines. The old master has taken time out to meet you now. House butler. Shenqing joined the conversation to explain. It's different. Alien has her high school exams. Xiaojun and I plan to go back and send her off. She sat next to Ji Xiaojun, no longer as awkward as when she first arrived in Jiangjing. High school exams. The house butler paused, remembering Bai Lian indeed had her exams this year. And send off. He knew of Bai Lian, who lived with Ji Heng and attended Beijing High School. With a stern expression, the house butler wondered. I understand your care for her, but is a high school exam so significant that you need to go back especially to send her off? He knew Shenqing and Ji Xiaojun always cared for Bai Lian, but it seemed that they were placing too much importance on Bai Lian's exams. He could understand paying a bit more attention, but was it really necessary to make the long trip back to Xiangqing just for this? Why were Shenqing and Ji Xiaojun so agitated, as if she were vying for the top scholar position? It's a holiday today, so let's ask for monthly votes to update more. Chapter 513, 205 College Entrance Exam. Go against the current straight to the clouds. Extra chapter for monthly pass. _1 Shenqing opened her mouth, looked at the butler, and explained, Alien is a good student. Last time at the Su family, Su Jiyue had mentioned that Bai Lian was at some Yuan base, and as Shenqing wasn't highly educated, she had almost forgotten about it after half a year. She couldn't remember what that base was, but she knew that Bai Lian was very likely to be directly admitted to Jiangjing University. For her, the fact that Bai Lian could attend Beijing University was already surprising enough, let alone Jiangjing University. I know, the butler said upon hearing this, only glancing at Shenqing with a perfunctory tone. He had heard Shenqing brag about Bai Lian's good grades more than once. But after all, the Mu family was a prominent clan, and the butler had seen all kinds of geniuses in the family. Could Bai Lian's excellent grades really surpass those of the past prodigies of the Mu family? Alien's mother hasn't gone back. Ji Xiaojun pulled out a cigarette, pinched it between his fingers without lighting it, and simply said, If the two of us don't go back now, it might affect her mood. Affect her mood? The butler thought to himself, does it really matter to her whether it affects or not? But having been around them for so long, the butler knew Ji Xian's character, and didn't insist on keeping Ji Xiaojun and Shenqing. He simply said, All right, I'll have Xiaojie take you back. Make sure to return as soon as possible. He calculated the time. After the college entrance exam was over, it would be the Dragon Boat Festival. If Ji Xiaojun left right after her exams, he might be able to make it in time. June 5th. Class 15, high school's last class. Even the usually most lively Wuxia was quiet at this time. Lu Lingxi, with her hands on the lectern, swept her gaze across all the students, pausing on the seat next to Ning Xiao. Classmates, the day after tomorrow you will be on the battlefield. It is a struggle where each of you will fight alone. I will be here waiting for your triumphant return. Outside the window, the setting sun lay on the jungle, partly hidden in the clouds, with its light refracting from all around, casting a reddish twilight. Lu Lingxi began to talk about the exam precautions again, though she had already mentioned them many times. The classroom was very quiet. All the students were listening to her. It was unclear whether they were listening to her talk about the exam details, or listening to the final high school exam precautions. For quite a while, Wuxia was the first to jest. Lu Mom, you owe us a hot pot meal. Right, Lu Mom? The boys started to chuckle and laugh again. They seemed to be the carefree young lads they once were. Okay, Lu Lingxi also laughed. After the college entrance exam, I'll treat you all. Pu Xiaohan's deskmate turned back gently, and looking at Pu Xiaohan and Bai Lian she asked, After the exams, will we be able to be in the same city? Or will we ever meet again? Bai Lian sat quietly at her seat, with many pieces of paper on her desk, all classmate autograph books passed to her by classmates or students from other classes. She bowed her head, slowly writing and listening to the other person's words, then slowly lifted her head. The light from the outside window fell on her profile, with her eyebrows and eyes as casual as always, pressing the paper in her hands deliberately with a finger. Her voice very soft, "We will." Pu Xiaohan hugged her deskmate's shoulder. "Don't worry, no matter where you go to school, I will come to see you." After the last class ended, Lu Lingxi stood at the lectern, watching all the students pack up and leave. Bai Lian finished the autograph books and handed the stack of papers to Pu Xiaohan, all of which were entrusted by students from other classes to Pu Xiaohan. Pu Xiaohan walked ahead of her, and Bai Lian one step behind, carrying her backpack, stopped beside Lu Lingxi. She handed Zhang Shi's letter to Lu Lingxi. Zhang Shi's handwriting was so poor that Lu Lingxi recognized it at a glance. Her students were about to take their college exams, and of all the people in the class, even Wang Qi had settled down to study seriously in the latter half of the semester. The only one she hadn't let go of was Zhang Shi's. Lu Lingxi lowered her head to open the letter. "Hi Lu Mom, it's Zhang Shi's. I never thought I'd be writing to you from a place like this. I'm sorry Lu Mom." Zhang Shi's letter was very long. Lu Lingxi didn't know. Since the incident with Zhang Shi's, he had never apologized to anyone, nor admitted his wrongs to anyone, because he didn't feel he was wrong. The only person he had said sorry to was Lu Lingxi. He says he's seriously reforming and studying there, and that he wants to become a lawyer later. Lu Lingxi carefully put away the letter. "Then I'm also relieved." June 7th. Early in the morning, Ji Xiaojun and Xinqing arrived at Ji Hing's yard early to accompany Bai Lian to her college exams. Bai Lian still got up very early, rising at 6 in the morning to read for a while. Xinqing dressed in festive red for the day. Seeing Bai Lian's room door open, she brought in the food she made in the morning. "Alien, why don't you sleep a bit more?" Chapter 514. 205 College Entrance Exam. Go against the current straight to the clouds. Extra chapter for monthly pass. _2 Shi and Ji Xiaojun had arrived yesterday morning, and she had prepared quite a few supplements for Bai Lian over the past 2 days. "No need." Bai Lian turned a page of the printout unhurriedly as her phone vibrated several times beside her. "I'm accustomed to this time now." The messages were wishes of good luck from Su Nanjing, Sister Yan Luxin, and the others. They all knew she had the college entrance exam today. Except for one person. Hewen. Document. WOC. Hewen. "Take a look at this today first." Bai Lian, while having breakfast, glanced at it and replied in a leisurely manner. "I can't today, Hewen." "What's wrong? Have you changed your focus recently?" Bai Lian. "No Bai Lian. These 2 days are the college entrance exam." On the other side of the phone, Hewen, absorbed in his research and oblivious to the passage of time, checked the date and realized it was indeed the 7th of June. He was somewhat taken aback. Although Bai Lian had mentioned to him that she was a senior in high school, her effortless communication with him often made him forget that she was a high school senior. "Who else is taking the college entrance exam this year?" Hewen asked a team member beside him, tilting his head. The person didn't know either. "No idea. Why do you ask?" "Nothing." Hewen sent Bai Lian a message saying good luck on the college entrance exam. Before he muttered to himself, "I just feel a bit sympathetic towards them." How would this year's college entrance exam candidates fare against Bai Lian? Experimental high school. Lu Lingxi stood at the main entrance. The traffic police were already in place and some students had arrived at the exam site. She had been there since 8 o'clock, watching the road intently. At 8:20, she saw a black electric scooter with the emblem of a Xiangqing local restaurant on it. Lu Lingxi's steps faltered for a moment as she recognized it as the restaurant where Yang Lin worked part-time. Yang Lin was riding the scooter. Lu Lingxi saw her stop and quickly walked over to her. "Yang Lin." Yang Lin parked the scooter. Her home was far from here and the restaurant owner, knowing she had the exam today, had let her take the restaurant's delivery scooter home last night. "Teacher." Yang Lin removed her helmet and pulled out her bag from the side. Today she had no one to escort her, but Lu Lingxi had been waiting for her. Lu Lingxi made an sound, touching the patch of hair that Yang Lin had grown out. Did you bring everything? The national paper might be a bit difficult, but don't be nervous. Your teacher will wait for you here until you come out. Yang Lin wanted to say something, her gaze drifting through her bangs towards Lu Lingxi, but she refrained in the end. It seemed that ever since Bai Lian had come, she had rejected others less and less. After what seemed like a long silence, Yang Lin handed her phone to Lu Lingxi. Teacher, could you please look after this for me? Her grandparents were still in the countryside, and she was alone. If Lu Lingxi hadn't come, she probably would have left her phone in the security room. Never in the history of Xiangqing was the college entrance exam as lively as it was this year. The main roads in Xiangqing, particularly those leading to major exam venues, were manned by traffic police, and signs reading, "No honking," were put up. Bai Lian's exam venue was at Experimental High School, which she had visited the previous day with Jiang Fulai. Bai Lian and Shen Qing rode in a taxi for examinees from Xiangqing, distinguished by the sign, "Student taking the college entrance exam inside," and almost all the vehicles made way for this taxi. She and Shen Qing sat in the back, while Ji Xiaojun was in the passenger seat. It was Bai Lian's first time taking the college entrance exam, and the cars behind their taxi didn't honk their horns, a scene she had never witnessed before. Today, everyone was making way for these high school seniors heading to their battlefield. The people here really cared about their students. At 8:30, their taxi stopped at Experimental High School. There were many people there to see off the examinees. As soon as Bai Lian got out of the car, she saw Jiang Fulai standing under a tree. Today he wore a deep gray casual jacket, his silhouette tall and straight. Amidst the bustling school entrance, only the space around him was serene. Xiaojiang. Shen Qing called out to Jiang Fulai, and led Bai Lian toward him. Today, Bai Lian wore a white satin blouse embroidered with light yellow flowers at the cuffs and collar, and a peach-colored long skirt that shimmered delicately in the vivid daylight, as though she was wearing jade the color of peach blossoms, the fabric smooth and the luster warm. It seemed that after the graduation photo, she became less resistant to wearing brightly colored clothes. Jiang Fulai stood under the tree, quietly watching Bai Lian approach. Her figure was backlit, her face somewhat indistinct. Watching her walk towards him, he felt momentarily disoriented. Once they reached him, he greeted Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun before looking down at Bai Lian. Did you bring your pen, ID card, and admission ticket? Bai Lian raised an eyebrow, not expecting him to say that. I did. Good. Jiang Fulai's eyelashes drooped as he said. You go to the exam room, and I will watch you go in. No one else was allowed to enter the exam site. Xiaojiang, we can wait here. Do you want to head back? Shen Qing glanced around, remembering that Jiang Fulai was usually very busy. It's fine, Jiang Fulai replied softly. Ji Xiaojun looked at Jiang Fulai, and then took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, but he said nothing. Jiang Fulai just stood there, watching Bai Lian carry only a pencil case as she walked step by step into the exam room. Her silhouette calm and resolute. She marched into battle alone. Yet it was as if she had the support of a mighty army at her back. Bai Lian remembered her exam room and seat, and after going through the security check and showing her admission ticket, she went inside. Most of the candidates were already there, and her arrival still drew quite a bit of attention. At 8:50, the two invigilators had calm expressions. After the preparation bell, they distributed the test papers and instructed the examinees. Everyone, please write your name and admission number first. Don't forget. Bai Lian looked down at the handed-out test paper. National College Entrance Examination Paper, a Chinese. She glanced at the paper, unzipped her pencil case, and took out the black pen she was used to. At 9 o'clock, the sunlight outside the classroom was just right. Bai Lian looked down at her pen, and pulled off the cap. Lu Lingxi had said they were going into this day alone, but Bai Lian felt she wasn't alone. She took the pen and wrote her name on the answer sheet with bold strokes, Bai Lian. She began what she had truly come to this world for, her first real battle. Today her pen would be her spear, aiming straight for the top amidst the trials. Chapter 515, 206 The Insurmountable College Entrance Examination. First update, _1. The first exam was Chinese language. The test paper began with a piece on technology, its sentences interspersed with numerous professional terms. Bai Lian glanced over the test and estimated its difficulty, feeling a bit worried for Wuxia. As she pondered, she began writing down answers on her test paper. The proctor made a round and paused for a few seconds next to Bai Lian. Since the Guanga style lacked uniqueness and was not accepted into the Calligraphy Association, fewer people studied it. Guanga style emphasizes brushwork and endurance, as well as layout. Bai Lian's Guanga calligraphy, infused with the techniques of the Liang style, was considered excellent wherever it was placed. They had never seen such neat and pretty test papers. Proctors during the national examination are not allowed to stand beside a student for too long, to avoid pressuring the examinees, or else the proctor would have liked to take another look at that test paper. Time slowly passed. Having completed the previous questions, Bai Lian finally turned to the essay. The proctor at the lectern had been keeping an eye on this girl whose writing was very pretty. Seeing her flipping through the test paper for a long time without writing, he couldn't help but be surprised. Was the national exam hard by default? But he had seen that student writing smoothly all along. So why was she stuck on the essay? Was this year's essay particularly difficult? He wondered. At 11:30, the bell rang, and the proctor instructed all students to put down their pens and stop working on the test. Two teachers began collecting answer sheets, starting from both ends of the classroom. When they reached Bai Lian, the proctor saw the girl pressing down on the test paper with her left hand, tapping her fingertips on the desk intermittently, while supporting her chin with her right hand, her long eyelashes casting shadows, seemingly looking at the test paper, yet possibly lost in thought. "Student, it's time to hand in your answer sheet," the proctor reminded. Bai Lian finally snapped back to reality, pulling out her answer sheet from under the test paper and handing it to the teacher. After finishing the exam, Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing went home early to cook, leaving only Jiang Fulai waiting for her at the gate. Jiang Fulai was still standing under that tree, looking at his phone with his black fringe slightly drooping. The temperature difference between morning and noon was big, so he had taken off his jacket, wearing only a loose white t-shirt. The midday heat was intense, and the other parents waiting around seemed restless and anxious, yet he was casually laid back with a natural cool aura. When he saw Bai Lian approach, he turned off his phone, looked up, and walked her way, asking, "Was it difficult?" Jiang Fulai handed her the water he was holding. She hadn't turned in her paper early, so it was inevitable that he was curious about the difficulty of the questions. Bai Lian came back to her senses and followed Jiang Fulai to the parking area. Remembering Jiang Fulai's question, she belatedly answered, "Not difficult." By noon, after the morning exam, Weibo Hot Search was already synchronizing with the news. National Exam Essay Question, a post from the news network, followed closely by an explosive indicator. Below it, comments flooded in from onlookers and college students. There weren't many high school seniors commenting, because they were preparing for the afternoon math exam. Xinjia, who was in the entertainment industry, knew that today was Bai Lian's college entrance exam, and had been following the hot search. Seeing that the Chinese composition topic had exploded, she discussed with Yan Lu. Netizens are saying this year's essay question was too simple, but the reading comprehension and classical Chinese sections were simply brutal. I wonder how Miss Bai did. Miss Bai has a profound foundation in literature. Yan Lu closed the script book, seriously commenting. The afternoon exam was mathematics. Math has always been the most feared subject by students in both the arts and sciences, and this year's last 3 questions were progressively more difficult. Bai Lian worked her way from the front to the back, not using much of the draft paper on the desk for multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, only starting to use it for the major problems. This year's third major problem was to prove an inequality where xyz equals 1, to demonstrate that a certain quartic equation in 3 variables was greater than 1. Almost all students in the examination hall wrote solution when they encountered this problem. Until it was time to collect the answer sheets and test papers, not a single student spoke. Journalists had been crouching early at the entrance to Xiangqing First High School. Seeing the first student come out, a reporter hurriedly approached with a microphone asking, "Student, was the math test difficult this year?" Every year, the national exam papers are criticized. The student looked up, and after seeing the camera, he even adjusted his hair. "Don't know. Don't know." The reporter found this interesting. "Do you feel that it's difficult to evaluate?" Student: "No, it's that I didn't understand a single question." Reporter: "Math was indeed difficult, and the expressions on the students' faces as they left the examination room were wilted." After finishing the exam, Lu Lingxi immediately sent a message in the group. "Everyone forget about this exam as soon as you're done and rest well. Be at peace to welcome the final 2 exams tomorrow." Most students were quite devastated as they exited the examination hall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 516, 206 Difficult to Surpass College Entrance Examination. First update. _2 Mathematics and Mandarin are always headline news during the annual college entrance examination. After the math exam, National College Entrance Mathematics exam quickly topped the trending searches, and the high school seniors who had held in their anxiety all day finally let loose, venting about the difficulty of the math exam. Top comment: frowny face. I've competed in math contests, but I only managed to draw an auxiliary line on the penultimate problem. Smile. Netizens clicked in and indeed saw the provincial team medal that this student had boasted about last year. They were somewhat surprised. It was one thing for the average person to find it difficult, but why was it hard even for a prodigy who made it into the provincial team? In the afternoon, Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun both waited for Bai Lian at the school gate. Seeing the collapsed state of a group of students, they didn't dare to ask Bai Lian a single question. Jiang Fulai stood beside Bai Lian, looking down and about to ask how Bai Lian did on the math test. Shen Qing cleared her throat lightly. "Xiao Jiang, come have dinner with us tonight." She interrupted Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai just glanced at Bai Lian and didn't ask any more questions. The group returned to Ji Heng's courtyard, where Ji Heng was playing Go with Jiang He. When they arrived, Ji Heng saw Jiang Fulai, let out a sigh of relief, and quickly stood up with his smoking pipe in hand. "Xiao Jiang, come here." Jiang He slowly looked up, saw Jiang Fulai, and his casually swinging legs slowly came to a halt. Jiang Fulai sat casually opposite Jiang He and picked up a white stone at random. 2 minutes later, Jiang Fulai glanced at Jiang He and stood up unhurriedly. "We must respect our elders." Jiang He, Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing were busy in the kitchen when he received a call from the butler. On the other end of the phone, the butler was standing in the courtyard. "What time are you leaving tomorrow?" "I'll arrange for a car to take you to Beicheng." They were going to fly to Jiangjing from Beicheng. The college entrance examination would end tomorrow. "I can't come back tomorrow," Ji Xiaojun pondered slightly. "Let's leave on the 9th in the afternoon." The 9th was the Dragon Boat Festival, and Ji Xiaojun wanted to have a meal with Ji Heng before he left. The butler was silent for a long time. He pressed against his brow, his eyebrows soaked in numerous weathered experiences now revealing his age. "That's fine. How did your niece do on the exam?" "I don't know." Ji Xiaojun rinsed vegetables with one hand, his voice lightening a bit. "We heard the math problems were too difficult, so we didn't ask her about it." The butler was merely making a polite inquiry, and he was not surprised to hear Ji Xiaojun respond in that way. "If possible, I still hope you can return before the Dragon Boat Festival." The following day, the last 2 exams, comprehensive science and English, there was no hardest, only harder. In the afternoon, the last exam, English. In the examination room, after Bai Lian finished writing the last word of her English essay, after double-checking the questions, and after confirming her multiple-choice answers on the answer sheet were correct, she just looked at the black pen in her hand. She didn't have many fancy pens. This was the pen she had been using since her senior year of high school. The refill changed countless times. Its black casing had already lost its shine. Bai Lian set aside her answer sheet and capped her pen. At the same time, in the examination room at school number 3, Yang Lin also finished the last sentence. She drew a period at the end of her essay, and as the sunlight from outside fell on her exam paper, Yang Lin appeared somewhat dazed. She had struggled for 12 years, studied hard for 12 years, seemingly all for this very moment. 5 o'clock. The bell rang, symbolizing the end of the most important exam of the senior students' lives, but their journey in life was only just beginning. After handing in her exam paper and answer sheet, Bai Lian followed the flow of people out. It was earlier than the usual end of class, and the sunlight was slightly glaring. Bai Lian carried her pencil case lazily through the crowd. Under the tree at the school gate, Jiang Fulai wore a loose short-sleeve shirt and stood casually under the tree, looking somewhat relaxed. There were many parents waiting for students at the school gate, most of them holding bouquets of sunflowers, but Jiang Fulai was different. What he held in his hand was a bouquet of flowers most people wouldn't recognize. Single-layered petals, each as light as a cloud and swaying gently with the wind, stood tall and delicate. They were red and radiant, pink as peach blossoms, white as snow, and blue like mist, simultaneously elegant and magnificent, dazzling in their brilliance. Many around him glanced in his direction with sidelong looks. There were just a few parents waiting for their children's exams, which is why quite a few people recognized Jiang Fulai over the past couple of days. His demeanor was excessively cold. His presence, even when subdued, was still so daunting that it kept people at bay, making him seem like an unattainable flower on a high cliff. Now seeing him with flowers, most were surprised. Jiang Fulai's light-colored eyes casually scanned the crowd. When he saw Bai Lian, he stood up straight. As she approached him, he didn't speak but instead handed her the bouquet of flowers. Bai Lian took them, raised her eyebrows at Jiang Fulai, and he also handed her phone back to her. Right after the test, the Class 15 group chat was buzzing non-stop. Wang Qi was stirring things up again. Wang Qi. Others lined up to chime in below. Bai Lian put her phone back into her pocket and began gently fidgeting with the petals again before looking up at Jiang Fulai. Let's go to the hot pot restaurant near the school. Jiang Fulai knew they had a gathering today and led Bai Lian toward the car. As they passed through the crowd, many watched their retreating figures, speculating in whispers whether they were celebrities from somewhere else. Xiangqing remained the same. The girl was still the same girl. The poppies bloomed year after year without fail. Jiangjing. On the last day of the exams, Madame Su took Su Jiyue to the test center, after which, she stayed in the prayer hall the whole time. When the exams ended, she finally came out of the prayer hall, anxiously waiting in the hall for Su Jiyue to return. In the hall, Su En sent a text to ask how Bai Lian had done on the exam. Since she hadn't replied, he worried the child might not have done well. Seeing Madame Su frequently stand up to look towards the main door, he said, "Mom, don't worry. Sit down and wait patiently. The exams are over." How could Madame Su not be anxious? She sat back down and asked the people in the hall, "Do you think Jiyue did well this time?" "Of course," nodded Ji Mulan, who always had great faith in Su Jiyue. "Jiyue is the smartest child I've ever met." The butler even laughed. "Just get ready to celebrate being the top scholar's grandmother." The old lady felt reassured. It was at this moment that a car horn sounded outside. The driver had come to pick up Su Jiyue. Madame Su quickly got up, leaning on her cane, and as soon as Su Jiyue got out of the car, she went over to ask, "Jiyue, how did it go? What do you estimate your score to be?" A student prodigy like Su Jiyue usually had a good idea of their score right after the test. This time, however, Su Jiyue shook her head. "I'm not sure." Su Wenyao, who was looking at his phone, was surprised. Was this year's college entrance exam that difficult? Was it so hard that even Su Jiyue couldn't be sure? "Extremely difficult," said Su Jiyue with her glasses on. Speaking politely, the last problem in both math and physics were types I had never seen before. On my way back, I asked Liang Dog and he was uncertain too. Su Jiyue and Liang Wuyu were both considered geniuses in Su Wenyo's eyes, especially Liang Wuyu, who had been participating in various competitions since middle school, finished high school curriculum in his freshman year, and by his senior year, he was studying in a laboratory with a mentor. One could say his knowledge had surpassed 99.9% of senior students. Even Liang Wuyu was unsure. How difficult were the questions this year? That hard? Su Wenyao clenched his phone, standing up surprised. What happened? The difficulty level of the college entrance exam was usually similar each year, unless there was an exception. Su Wenyao remembered that several years ago, there was a particularly hard set of exam questions that came to be known as the toughest college entrance exam ever. And to this day, no other exams had surpassed its difficulty. But this year, what happened? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 517, 207 by Family Clan. Return to Beicheng second watch. _1 As they were talking, Su-en glanced at his phone, which lay in his hands. On the screen was the WeChat interface. He had sent several messages to Bai Lian, asking about her gaokao, and when she would be coming to Jiangjing. But she hadn't replied the whole time. Listening to Su Wenyao and Su Ziyu's conversation, he opened Bai Lian's profile picture, and then sent another message. Su-en. Even Jiyue and others say this gaokao was tough. Don't dwell on it if you've passed. No one from the affiliated school did well. Su-en. #%. He sent a long string of comforting words. Nothing much is going on at our school. Su Jiyue put down her pencil case, speaking slowly and softly. The students in our class are all discussing this. Many didn't do well. That's strange indeed. Su Wenyao narrowed his eyes slightly. How come the questions were so far beyond the norm this year? If the difficulty of the questions was beyond the norm, the gaokao organizers must have consulted experts. So, why did the expert panel go to such lengths? At first, when Su Jiyue mentioned the difficulty of the questions, old Mrs. Su felt a thump in her heart. Later, when she heard that everyone else also found it difficult, the old lady was relieved. Don't worry about whether the questions were beyond the norm. Jiyue just has to perform as usual. To perform as usual meant ranking in at least the top 3. In Xiangqing, at a hot pot restaurant, Bai Lian saw Su-en's messages just as Pu Xiaohan was ordering food. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming had just been discussing the last math problem with her, so she hadn't had time to check her phone. Now that she looked, there were a stack of messages on her phone. She scrolled from top to bottom through Su-en's texts. Bai Lian. Tough. Bai Lian. Bai Lian. I'll go to Jiangjing in July, she replied to Su-en one message at a time. Bai, stop looking at your phone all the time. Wang Qi, sitting opposite Bai Lian, tossed a bottle of liquor to her. Come on, drink up. Bai Lian, holding her phone, didn't even lift her head, and caught the beer with precision. Wang Qi, who often brought mineral water to Bai Lian, Pu Xiaohan, Ning Xiao, and the others during breaks, had become quite close with them. Ning Xiao's outsider friend, Tang Ming, witnessing this for the first time, murmured to himself, so cool. Lu Lingxi had booked 2 private rooms. Most of the people in the class were of legal age now, and with the gaokao over, she had exceptionally ordered alcohol for the class. Nobody should drink too much. Safety is the most important thing. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Bai Lian. Seeing Wang Qi hand Bai Lian the drink, Lu Lingxi was about to stop them but saw Bai Lian take the bottle and nonchalantly pull open the tab with one hand. Bai Lian put down her phone, rested her wrist on the table, and casually leaned back in her chair, tapping her slender legs lightly. She was wearing a long dress in ancient Chinese style, but at that moment she was slouching with her leg propped up, sipping her beer with deliberate slowness. With her fine features and a countenance that suggested she had walked out of an ink and wash painting, she appeared elegant and mysterious, yet there was a hint of unruliness about her that made her enigmatic. Every move she made was elegant and charming. The lights in the private room were on, with the harsh glare of the crystal chandelier, which made Lu Lingxi feel somewhat dazzled. It always felt like she was looking at the Bai Lian she knew, yet not the Bai Lian she understood. Lu Mom. Bai Lian turned her head slightly upon noticing the stare, and lazily curved her lips. Lu Mom, what's the matter? Nothing, Lu Lingxi said with a smile and a shake of her head. The Gaokao was over, and she really shouldn't be putting pressure on the students, but she still couldn't help but ask, "How did you do in the Chinese exam?" Lu Lingxi finished speaking and focused on Bai Lian's expression. Bai Lian swirled her beer glass. "Not too bad." As casual as ever, Lu Lingxi couldn't discern anything from her eyes and didn't ask further. "All of you have fun. Everything else can wait until the Gaokao results come out." The 9th Dragon Boat Festival. Bai Lian had just finished lunch with Ji Xiaojun and others at Ji Hing's place. After lunch, Ji Xiaojun had to hurry to Beijing. His plane was in the evening. The person coming to take Ji Xiaojun to Beijing was Xiaojia. Seeing Bai Lian also sitting in the car, Xiaojia recognized her and after a pause he asked softly, "Mr. Ji, is Miss Bai also going to Jiangjing?" The plane tickets were arranged by the family butler. Only 3 were bought, for Ji Xiaojun, Shenqing and Xiaojia. "No." Ji Xiaojun sat in the passenger seat. Pulling out a cigarette, his gaze still on Purist Street, he said casually, "She's coming with us to Beijing." To Beijing? Xiaojia breathed a sigh of relief. If Bai Lian was going to Jiangjing with them at this time, he wouldn't know how to arrange things. However, Beijing. He started the car and looked into the rearview mirror, wondering what Bai Lian was going to do in Beijing. In the back seat, Bai Lian opened her zither case, pulled out the guzheng, and casually plucked it a couple of times, the strings resonating with a zung-zung sound. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 518, 207 by Family Clan. Return to Beijing Second Watch. _2 Jianzhe and Qiu Xuezhing had led several teachers from the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, along with the official instructors, to Beijing before the college entrance examination. She would arrive later due to the exam. Jiang He stayed at Ji Heng's place in Xiangqing, while Jiang Fulai was delayed accompanying someone at the Research Institute, and was still there. The highway from Xiangqing to Beijing had been rebuilt, and as Xiaojia drove onto the highway while chatting with Ji Xiaojun, he remarked, "When was this road finished? It's a lot smoother to drive on than before." In just 4 months, the changes in Xiangqing were noticeable to him on this visit. The roads were wider, shopping centers and residential developments were thriving, and the flow of people was comparable to that of a second-tier city. "Good policy," Ji Xiaojun said as he watched Purist Street recede into the distance, then withdrew his gaze with a grave tone. Xiaojia had nothing more to say after that. This stretch of highway led straight to Beijing. In less than 7 hours, Xiaojia's car arrived in Beijing. "Miss Bai, where would you like to go?" he asked. Bai Lian gave him an address, the name of a hotel. Xiaojia drove to the destination. Beijing Jiahao Hotel. The car stopped, and Bai Lian's phone rang. Looking down, Bai Lian saw it was Ding Jian calling. She began to pack her violin while answering the call. "Have you arrived in Beijing?" Ding Jian was well informed. "Yes," Bai Lian said, taking her violin case and getting out of the car with a casual tone. Ding Jian hummed in response. "You finished your exams too. Remember the composition you owe Yan Lu? My flight is tomorrow." "I have some ideas, I'll tell you more when you arrive," Bai Lian said, brimming with inspiration after just finishing her exams. As she spoke with Ding Jian, Xiaojia opened the trunk behind her and handed her the little suitcase, which was quite heavy as he lifted it with both hands. "Thank you," Bai Lian said, reaching out to take it. Shenqing bid farewell to Bai Lian reluctantly, and after getting into the car, she rolled down the window for a last look at Bai Lian standing at the hotel entrance. Seeing Bai Lian disappear from the rearview mirror, Xiaojia grew curious. "Miss Bai, are you writing a song for someone?" He had heard Bai Lian mention composing. "I don't know," Shenqing was not sure, "but Mr. Jian says she's very talented." "Mr. Jian? Who was that?" Xiaojia had not heard of him before. Jiahao Hotel, a nationwide chain of 5-star hotels, was also the accommodation chosen by the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association for this trip, located close to the headquarters of the Beijing Writers Association. Bai Lian carried her violin with one hand while a hotel attendant pushed her luggage cart and led her to her room. They were waiting for the elevator. The nearest elevator was coming down from the 2nd floor, which housed a restaurant and banquet hall. Many classes chose to gather there for celebrations right after finishing their exams yesterday. Inside the elevator, there were 2 boys and 1 girl. Without young Master Song, it's dull, the boy shrugged. He was the class president of Beijing International Class. You know, apart from Bai Xiaoqi, no one else can invite him, and Xiaoqi couldn't make it today because she's busy. The boy with a buzz cut beside him rubbed his head. I heard Song Min didn't do well in math this time. A top student's bad score is still number 1. The girl fiddled with her phone and spoke casually. And with that crazy question, even the class teacher said it was tough who could do well. The 3 of them were talking when the elevator door opened with a ding. The moment the door opened, it seemed to brighten. Standing outside the elevator was a girl in plain, long dress clothes with her hair pulled back, casually holding a long box. Her other hand played with her phone, seemingly texting someone. Seeing people inside, the girl moved aside, and as she did so, the loose strands of her hair fell down. The 3 students inside the elevator were momentarily stunned by her appearance. The girl in the middle exclaimed in disbelief, "Bai Lian?" Hearing her name, Bai Lian looked up. She squinted her eyes as she recognized the student committee member from Beijing High's 12th grade 2nd class, Sun Yi. Class 2 of grade 11 at Beijing High School was a liberal arts class, which was also the class Bai Lian, a former student, had attended for 2 years. Bai Lian glanced at them, didn't speak, but simply stepped aside to bypass them and walked into the elevator. After the elevator doors closed, the 2 boys next to Sun Yi finally realized what had happened. They were in the international class and had only interacted with Bai Lian for 1 day, but because Bai Lian often went to the international class to find Song Min, they were quite familiar with her. The class president of the international class, Kong Yifan, came back to his senses. Was that Bai Lian who just passed by? I feel like she's changed a lot. I heard she was in Xiangqing, so how come she's back? Snorted the boy with the crew cut, upon learning it was Bai Lian. Who knows if she can even make it into Beijing? It's a good thing she left our class, otherwise our class 100% undergraduate rate would have been dragged down by her. Word of Bai Lian's return spread in the Class 2 and International Class group chats. The Bai family. Bai Xiaoqi had just finished her college entrance examination the day before, and the patriarch of the Bai family clan came early to discuss the opening of the family shrine with Bai Qiming. If Bai Xiaoqi were the only one entering Jiangjing University, perhaps the clan wouldn't make such a fuss, but having 2 talents in one family was indeed rare, and the patriarch valued Bai Xiaoqi very highly. The Bai family originated from scholars, and always prioritized those who had achieved scholarly honor, or made contributions to the state. Since Bai Qiming was a businessman, there wasn't much reaction to him within the Bai family clan. It was only after Bai Xiaoka that the clan began to pay attention to Bai Qiming's lineage. Today, with the patriarch's visit, Bai Qiming also threw a banquet. He even specially invited Song Min and his parents. At the table, the clan patriarch discussed Bai Xiaoqi and Bai Xiaoka with Bai Qiming. Ding Jian, is it the senior from the Jian family? Hearing Bai Qiming mention Ding Jian, the Bai patriarch was surprised. The Jian family also had a long-standing history in Beijing, being a genuine family of scholarly reputation. Having some acquaintance with the patriarch, he knew Jian Zhongye was an important national cultural heritage figure, who held the positions of both the director of Jiangjing Culture Bureau and the president of Jiangjing Music Academy. He represented the national cultural heritage. In the past, he would have been a royal or a high-ranking official, worthy of worship in the royal temple. Unfortunately, the Jian family had not yet been able to bring him back. If such a person were to appear in the Bai family, the patriarch would enshrine him. Yes, Bai Qiming looked at Bai Xiaoqi beside him. Not only is Xiaoqi excellent in her academic studies, but she is also quite accomplished on the guzheng. Xiaoka mentioned that Ding Jian might come to Beijing soon, and I want Xiaoqi to push herself even harder to seize the opportunity. The patriarch's gaze towards Bai Xiaoqi grew more astonished. Indeed, she must strive. These kids are good, Mr. Song. Your Song family will also produce a top scholar. The Bai patriarch then looked towards Song Min, who was next to Bai Xiaoqi. Mr. Song raised his glass to the patriarch with a smile. Not necessarily. This child said he didn't do well in math. The math this time was difficult. No one could do well. Bai Xiaoqi looked at Song Min, consoling. My brother even said it was tough. Bai Xiaoqi was at Jiangjing University and, being last year's top scholar, had authoritative opinions. Just then Song Min, looking at his phone, suddenly hesitated, and his soup spoon struck his bowl, making a loud noise. Everyone at the table looked over at him, and Mrs. Song lowered her voice. What's wrong? Song Min looked up, seemingly in a trance. Bai Lian has returned to Beicheng. He alone knew that Bai Lian had worked with Hewen on a mathematical modeling project. How well had she done on this math exam? A touch of stiffness appeared on Xiaoqi's smiling face. Bai Qiming frowned at the mention of Bai Lian. The patriarch was yet unaware that, for the sake of Bai Xiaoqi and her brother, Bai Qiming had unilaterally removed Bai Lian's name from the family register without consulting the great-uncle. Upon hearing the name Bai, the patriarch was puzzled. Who is Bai Lian? A member of our Bai family? The butler, topping off the patriarch's drink, explained. She is the eldest daughter born to the former madam. The master previously placed her in the international class. Bai Qiming's face darkened once again upon hearing these things. The butler spoke vaguely. The patriarch understood that Bai Lian, due to her poor performance in the sciences, had been moved by the exasperated international class teacher to the liberal arts class. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 519. Special Treatment 208. Bai Qiming collides with Bai Lian _1. Let's not talk about such matters today. Bai Qiming raised his glass to the Bai clan leader and the Song family members. You already have 2 outstanding family members, so you should at least allow your ancestors to rest for a while. The Bai clan leader wasn't very interested in her either, and didn't ask further. How did you learn about the news from Dean Jian? Are you familiar with the Jian family? The young lady was, after all, a girl. Generally, girls were not allowed on the family genealogy, but Bai Lian had made it onto the genealogy because Bai Qiming had specifically asked the clan elders for permission. It wasn't us, it was Xiaoke. Bai Qiming mentioned Bai Xiaoke with a clear smile on his face. He and young master Jian Rong of the Jian family are good friends. The Jian family in Beicheng always kept a distance from merchants. Bai Qiming had made a considerable amount of money, but his Bai family's legacy was not long, and although well known in Beicheng, they couldn't compare with those clans with deep historical roots, let alone the fact that Jian Zhonghai had an extraordinary brother. I knew Xiaoke was no ordinary person. The Bai clan leader's eyes sparkled as he spoke, pausing for a moment. After the scores are released, set a time to go back to our clan, and let's add Xiaoqi to the genealogy too. Latterly, Bai Xiaoke was directly added to the family genealogy, but Bai Xiaoqi had not been. Even though Xiaoqi had made it to Jiangjing University, she was still a bit short of making it onto the genealogy, but now her brother had made his mark at Jiangjing University. Initially, Bai Xiaoke had grown up with his mother and not had many resources. Still, he managed to become the top scholar of Beicheng, and at a resource mecca like Jiangjing University, he could only do better and better. Guaranteed postgraduate recommendation and a doctorate were just a matter of time. Upon hearing the Bai clan leader's words, Bai Qiming finally showed a smile on his face. Xiaoqi, aren't you going to offer a toast to the elder clan leader? With the Bai clan leader's words, Bai Qiming felt that the position of the next clan leader of the Bai family would very likely be conferred on him. By his side, Bai Xiaoqi also let out a sigh of relief and stood up. No one else at the dining table spoke. Lady Song just gave Song Min a glance. Bai Lian had left the Bai family for nearly a year now, and it was just after the college entrance examination. Why did she choose to return during this time? After dinner, Bai Qiming saw the clan leader out, then turned to the butler. Has she returned? The butler knew exactly who she was. No. Bai Qiming frowned but didn't mention Bai Lian again. Did the young master say anything else? That Dean Jian, the butler remembered the matter, is coming to attend the traditional music concert in Beicheng. It's an official engagement that was confirmed last month. A concert? Bai Qiming was surprised. Somewhat unexpected that Dean Jian would specially come to Beijing for it. Go book several tickets. Since everyone knows that Dean Jian is coming, it's not certain that there will be tickets available, but I will try my best to find some. The butler flipped through his schedule. Should I book Mingtai Villa for the young lattice party as usual? Many of the Bai family's banquets were held at Mingtai Villa. Bai Lian and Bai Shaoqi's previous birthday parties were also held there, which isn't considered the most luxurious place in Beijing. Bai Qiming paused for a moment before saying, "This time, it will be at Jiahao. I will go there tomorrow." Jiahao Hotel, a global chain of hotels, was Beijing's most luxurious venue for hosting banquets, frequented by political and business dignitaries for their soirees. Securing the banquet floor would cost 6 times more than Mingtai Villa. Even Bai Shuk's scholar celebration banquet was held there. This wasn't something the butler could simply secure with a phone call. Not expecting Bai Qiming to choose this, the butler bowed his head, thinking that Bai Shaoqi's status in the Bai family was different from before. Added to the family genealogy, the celebration banquet to be held at Jiahao. Even if Bai Lian returned to Beijing, Bai Qiming had no intention of meeting her. Letting out a long sigh, the butler felt reassured that his previous choice was correct. He had picked the right side to stand on. He then went to the kitchen to prepare a plate of fruit and dessert for Bai Shaoqi and sent it upstairs. The hotel. The room was booked by Qiu Xuezheng. A small suite with a little sitting area and a bedroom, not very spacious. Bai Lian had taken a bath after she arrived. The cell phone on the table in the living area started ringing. She tied the sash of her robe and, holding a towel, went out to answer the call. The curtains in the room were drawn, and she leaned casually against the table. On seeing the caller ID, it was Su Nanjing. "Little sister Bai Lian, today is the Dragon Boat Festival." Su Nanjing's voice was cheerful. Bai Lian's thoughts drifted back, and she wiped her hair leisurely. "Hm." Su Nanjing, picking up on her tone, tried to gauge her mood. Though he was usually skilled at reading people, he felt somewhat uncertain with Bai Lian, so he probed, "The college entrance exams have just finished." He wasn't a recent school leaver and hadn't paid much attention to the exams, but he remembered that this year was Bai Lian's. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 520, Special Treatment 208. Bai Qiming collides with Bai Lian _2. Those who pay attention to the college entrance exams generally have children or relatives participating. Most adults already in the workforce only briefly notice when some related videos pop up. Su Nanjing timed her call to wish Bai Lian good luck with the exams, and also reached out to her after the exams to see how she did. But no matter how she tried to ask indirectly, she couldn't get anything out of Bai Lian, who always seemed nonchalant with a rather restrained emotion. "Right." Bai Lian casually wiped her hair a few times before grabbing a remote and turning on the TV. Hearing the sound of the television, Su Nanjing figured Bai Lian must have done okay and laughed. "So when are you coming to Jiangjing?" Recently, everyone who contacted Bai Lian asked her this question. Bai Lian switched channels. "In July, not sure exactly when." The hotel's TV seemed different from the one at home, requiring membership for everything. Bai Lian flipped through several channels to find the same situation. She threw the remote aside. "July." Su Nanjing calculated the time. The old man's birthday was in July, and if Bai Lian came early enough, she should be able to make it. "Okay, then I'll wait for you in Jiangjing." After hanging up the phone, Bai Lian opened WeChat to message Jiang Fulai. "By classmate." Image. By classmate frowny face. She was now adept at typing with the 26-key input method, but still preferred to be concise. On the other side of the phone, today was the Dragon Boat Festival, and half the research team had gone home. Jiang Fulai was still occupied, and when he saw the message, 10 minutes had already passed. He cradled a record book in his left hand while writing lines of text with his right. The handwriting flowed like moving clouds and flowing water. As he walked to the office, the arc of his anti-radiation coat fluttered. Reaching his desk, he casually placed the record book on the table. With a detached demeanor, he didn't bother to look at the middle-aged man following him, simply picking up his phone to say, "No quota." The Jiang family's eldest son couldn't be bothered to appease anyone, whether in the lab or at home with the Jiangs. He held the power of decision, and trying to sneak any additional people onto his team was nearly impossible. Even the Gao family had to back down. The middle-aged man, having lost face, had to offer a forced smile. There was no helping it. He couldn't influence this man who, though absorbed in research, had long before his official admission to Jiangjing University tightly organized the Jiangs to the point where everyone in the Jiang family feared Jiang Shijue. But in that circle of old foxes, who didn't know whom Jiang Shijue belonged to? Both the Chun family and the Su family were desperate for a marriage alliance with the Jiangs, but could never even get a meeting. The middle-aged man stepped out, closing the door behind him, and cast a last glance inside before leaving. At the desk, the man glanced at his phone, tapping his fingertips on the table. Although his expression was hidden by downcast eyes, something about him seemed more approachable than before. Jiang Fulai was unusually silent. He looked at Bai Lian's message, tapping the screen to force calm. "It's the hotel's issue, don't worry about it." He waited a while, but Bai Lian didn't reply, and the young master of the Jiangs switched out of the app somewhat sullenly, only to see several messages below, two of which were from Su Nanjing, asking if he would return for the summer break. Jiang Fulai. Yes, this one-word reply made Su Nanjing, who was at a club in Jiangjing, stand up abruptly. "What's the matter, third young master?" Xia Shiming by his side was quite surprised since it took something significant to astonish Su Nanjing like this. Su Nanjing only glanced at him, nothing special. After a moment he clicked his tongue. "I knew it." Jiang Fulai had been engrossed in scientific research for years, rarely getting involved with external affairs. Everyone in Jiangjing circles knew of him, but few had ever seen him. Over the years, only old Master Chen had managed to meet him a few times. This was a national treasure, holding the keys to several critical projects. This summer his grandfather's birthday was coming up, and Su Nanjing had not expected Jiang Fulai to show up. But knowing that Bai Lian was coming to Jiangjing, perhaps afterward, Su Nanjing thought that the young Master Jiang might start living in Jiangjing more permanently. The next day, Bai Lian got up before 6 in the morning. The hotel was soundproofed, so after getting ready, she first opened the curtains. She took out a printed research paper from her suitcase and started reading it on the balcony. The paper was by academician Ma himself, a recent analytical literature piece in English, which included many new terms. Bai Lian laid the document on the glass table of the balcony, her wrist holding it down, occasionally underlining something of note. After the college entrance exams, she had stopped working on chemistry and biology. She understood English, but had mostly been exploring new problems in physics and math. At 7, someone rang the doorbell. Bai Lian, holding the document, answered the door to find a middle-aged man and a hotel service employee. The middle-aged man smiled at the sight of Bai Lian. "Good morning, Miss Bai. I'm Xie Zhongfei here to deliver your breakfast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 521, Special Treatment 208. Bai Qiming collides with Bai Lian _3. The hotel offers a buffet breakfast, and last night Jian Zhongyo mentioned to Bai Lian that they would have breakfast on the 22nd floor at 7. Bai Lian responded with a simple okay, then lowered her head to look at the breakfast cart. Aside from breakfast, there was a purple clay teapot on the cart. Bai Lian reached out to pour a cup from the white porcelain teapot next to it, recognized what tea it was, and asked the server to go in and set up the plates. "Thank you." "Don't mention it, Miss Bai." Xie Zhongfei handed Bai Lian a business card. "Since you checked in late last night, I didn't want to disturb you. Please feel free to call me if you need anything." "Sure." Bai Lian accepted politely. She glanced down at the card, Xie Zhongfei, General Manager. Inside, the floor supervisor placed breakfast on the table on the balcony, being very respectful towards Bai Lian. "Miss Bai, if you need anything, just dial the internal line and press the number 1 button." After the supervisor left, he noted down the room number, 1108, and finally instructed the service department that calls from the guest in room 1108 needed to be answered immediately, and they were to notify her. 1108 isn't even the presidential suite, several of the receptionists commented in surprise. The supervisor only gave them a stern look, without explaining the reason. Even for the presidential suite, the general manager had never handled it personally. 8 o'clock, Jiahao Hotel lobby. Vice President Zhou was speaking with Qiu Xuezheng. Do you really have a special class member this time? The Xiangqing Calligraphy Association came for an evaluation, and Vice President Zhou knew Qiu Xuezheng well. As a candidate for the next president, Vice President Zhou had heard some news. You'll find out when the time comes, Qiu Xuezheng said coolly. As they were talking, a black Qian stopped at the hotel entrance, and a hotel concierge immediately went to open the door. From the back seat, Bai Qiming got out. The assistant from the front passenger seat also got out and followed closely behind Bai Qiming. Manager Lu said that the 28th has been booked, but everything is still subject to your discussion with him. Bai Qiming nodded. He entered the hotel, planning to go to the hotel office to find Manager Lu when he spotted a familiar figure in the center of the hotel lobby. He hesitated for a moment, then took a few steps forward. President Zhou. Vice President Zhou, of the Beijing Writers Association, and also a public official of Beijing. Bai Qiming had seen Vice President Zhou at government tender meetings, the son of Zhou Wennan, the highest ruling authority in Beijing. Mr. Bai, Vice President Zhou stopped mid-sentence, looking at Bai Qiming politely yet distantly. Bai Qiming knew Vice President Zhou was as unapproachable as the members of the Jian family. He noticed there was an elderly man beside Vice President Zhou, but Vice President Zhou didn't introduce him. He just smiled, extending an olive branch. I wonder if President Zhou would have the time to attend the party I'm hosting for my daughter at the end of the month. Vice President Zhou smiled, but didn't immediately respond. He wasn't close with the Bai family. Bai Qiming still needed to arrange a venue with the hotel, so he planned to exchange a few words with Vice President Zhou before leaving. At that moment, the lift nearby opened and Bai Lian stepped out. Bai Qiming, catching sight of the figure from the corner of his eye, paused mid-sentence. He squinted at Bai Lian's figure. Today she was wearing a white, loose-fitting t-shirt with 2 diagonally crossed green bamboos embroidered on it, simple and elegant. Her demeanor was restrained. She was a stark contrast to the rebellious and uneducated Bai Lian in Bai Qiming's memory. When he first saw Bai Lian, Bai Qiming was taken aback for quite some time. Beside Bai Qiming, Vice President Zhou took a step forward as Qiu Xuezheng said to Bai Lian. Perfect timing, the car is waiting outside. I'm late, I'm sorry. Bai Lian didn't look at Bai Qiming but apologized to Qiu Xuezheng. I didn't realize you were waiting for me downstairs. Vice President Zhou smiled and explained to Bai Lian, Miss Bai, I told Master Qiu not to disturb you, worried that it might interrupt your practice. Qiu Xuezheng led Bai Lian outside. Vice President, I'll take her to wait outside for you. As he escorted Bai Lian out, they both ignored Bai Qiming. Vice President Zhou was still curious who the special class member was, so he said to Bai Qiming, Mr. Bai, let's meet again some other time. As Vice President Zhou spoke to Bai Qiming, the smile on his face faded, becoming more formal. It was clear that he had a good relationship with Bai Lian. Bai Qiming came to his senses, almost subconsciously asking, President Zhou, how do you know my daughter? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 522, 209, It's Your Turn by Jian. Second update. _1 Bai Qiming had not seen Bai Lian for a very long time. In his memory, Bai Lian was too extravagant, never studying properly from childhood. She only hung around a bunch of bad influences, frequenting bars and racing cars. Even when Ji Mulan personally taught her calligraphy and painting, she couldn't learn, dozing off at the sight of books. She could even infuriate her music teachers. Her academic performance at school was poor, And she couldn't even understand the Bai family's financial reports. She was practically good for nothing. At first, Bai Qiming thought that with his and Ji Mulan's intelligence, they could produce a genius, but he gradually became disappointed when Gui Yueqing brought Bai Xiaoqi and Bai Xiaoka into the picture. Merchants prioritize profits. After weighing the pros and cons, it was clear that Bai Xiaoka and Bai Xiaoqi were more important than Bai Lian. He could abandon Ji Mulan. What more of Bai Lian? Yet now, Bai Qiming was shocked to find that the Bai Lian he knew only as a party-goer and racer seemed very familiar with Vice President Zhou. Vice President Zhou was also quite well known in Beijing, set to be the next president of the Calligraphy Association, having organized several calligraphy exhibitions. From a family involved in politics, no one who entered the high ranks of the Calligraphy Association was simple. Jian Zhonghai was one such example. But the Jian family was even more inaccessible than the Zhou family. How did someone like her come to know President Zhou? Your daughter. Vice President Zhou was about to leave, but upon hearing Bai Qiming's words, he couldn't hide his surprise. You mean Bai Lian? Vice President Zhou remembered that Bai Lian came from Xiangqing. When she took the assessment in Jiangjing, she caused a sensation. Vice President Zhou had specifically checked her profile from Xiangqing with her household registration also in Xiangqing. Bai Qiming shifted his gaze away from Bai Lian. Yes. Bai Lian, she's a member of the Calligraphy Association. Vice President Zhou glanced at Bai Qiming, then said, she won first place in the youth category at last year's Lanting Award. None of the young talents from the Jiangjing Calligraphy Association could surpass her. I came here today especially to take her to the Calligraphy Association. A special member of the Jiangjing Calligraphy Association had joined the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, and Vice President Zhou believed Bai Lian had great potential for the future. Her talent not only gained Vice President Zhou's recognition, but her potential also made it natural for him to personally come to the hotel to pick her up. After saying this, he smiled at Bai Qiming and left. Bai Lian's residence was in Xiangqing, and the way she acted as if she didn't know Bai Qiming indicated something to Vice President Zhou. Vice President Zhou left with a carefree attitude. In the hotel lobby, it took Bai Qiming a long time to come back to his senses. He knew nothing about calligraphy, nor the significance of the Lanting Award, and was only shocked by Vice President Zhou's remark about specially taking her to the Calligraphy Association. Bai Lian, she knew calligraphy? In his memory, Bai Lian seemed to have never learned it, and Vice President Zhou appeared to hold her in high esteem. President Bai, the assistant, who had also been watching Bai Lian leave, softly called out to Bai Qiming. Bai Qiming snapped back to reality, remembering that today was for Bai Xiaoqi's celebratory banquet, Jiangjing University's celebratory banquet. Jiangjing University. He let go of the matter with Bai Lian. In the hotel manager's office behind the lobby, the manager was out, and Bai Qiming waited for an extra 10 minutes. The Bai family was a VIP client of the hotel, so as soon as the manager came in, he greeted Bai Qiming with an apologetic smile. President Bai, sorry for the wait. Mr. Xie was delayed by an impromptu meeting. Mr. Xie is here? Bai Qiming set down his teacup, temporarily shelving the matter about Bai Lian surprised. Yes, whispered the lobby manager. The hotel is hosting a VIP, and Mr. Xie is personally attending to them. To whom exactly was a detail the lobby manager had no clearance to know. He only knew Mr. Xie and the floor manager were personally hosting, not even the floor they were on. Bai Qiming looked up. Might it be that Ding Jian? 5 in the afternoon. At Beijing Airport, Ding Jian got off the airplane. A middle-aged man with a suitcase followed him. Ding Jian, are we heading to the Beijing guest house? Their car is waiting. As soon as Beijing Conservatory of Music heard that Ding Jian was coming, they quickly got in touch with old Hu was accompanying the dean. Not yet. Ding Jian stopped and took out his phone to make a call. The call was to Bai Lian. It was picked up after just 2 rings. Ding Jian? It's me, Ding Jian casually remarked as he watched the cars outside. How is your writing coming along? He was referring to composing. Bai Lian always refrained from writing new songs, which made Ding Jian anxious. I had some inspiration last night and wrote a segment. Bai Lian had just returned from a trip to the Calligraphy Association with Qiu Xuezheng, and the qualification assessment of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association would take a few more days. Is that so? Hearing that she had written a segment, Ding Jian quickly said, "Where are you staying?" He was eager to know what style Bai Lian had composed this time. Jiahao. Okay. Ding Jian hung up the call and then told Old Hu, "Let's go to Jiahao." Ding Jian had 2 personal assistants, being a busy man with 3 students, a school to manage, and the Cultural Bureau's Guzheng issues. His assistants were people who had been with him for a while. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 523. 209. It's Your Turn by Jian. Second update. _2 After his last trip to Xiangqing, he let go of an assistant, leaving only his confidant, Lao Hu. But even Lao Hu didn't know whom Ding Jian was on the phone with. Judging by the dean's tone, it must be someone out of the ordinary. Jiahao Hotel. By the time Ding Jian had checked in, it was already 6 o'clock. His room was on the 56th floor, but he didn't go there first. Instead, he headed straight to the 11th floor to find Bai Lian. "Why are you staying on a lower floor?" Ding Jian asked casually after he walked in. "The lower the floor, the worse the view," Bai Lian commented. "I'm a bit afraid of heights." Lao Hu followed Ding Jian into the room and saw Bai Lian's stunning look. Even more beautiful than the celebrity Yan Lu who went to the school to record songs. Could this be another star? Lao Hu thought to himself. Ding Jian was here for her compositions. He sat down at the table in the lobby, urging Bai Lian, "Show me your composition." Bai Lian casually tossed her backpack to Ding Jian. The content of the backpack was simple. Lao Hu looked on as Ding Jian pulled out a bunch of English documents. He had learned English but didn't understand what they were. He felt a little puzzled. Ding Jian only found 2 sheets of music written in Jianpu notation at the very bottom of the pile. Bai Lian poured tea for the 2 of them, and Lao Hu quickly said thank you, his eyes drawn to the Jianpu notation in Ding Jian's hands. As his confidant, Lao Hu was familiar with it, as Ding Jian had been studying Jianpu notation for the last 6 months. He recognized it as a melody at first glance. Putting together the fact that Ding Jian went straight to Bai Lian without even going to his room, Lao Hu suddenly remembered something and looked at Bai Lian. Ding Jian, who had spent a lot of time in Jiangjing, was unassuming. He used to like playing the White Robe Journey, and later became obsessed only with the compositions of a very famous online composer named Bai Jian. Bai Jian's compositions could stand up to scrutiny. The first piece, Gambling with Liquor, had the style of the White Robe Journey, and the latest piece even surpassed Gambling with Liquor in how well it melded with the Guzheng, even more so than the White Robe Journey. Yan Lu's songs had been arranged for various instruments at the Jiangjing Music Academy: the Guzheng, bamboo flute, pipa, harp. Many speculated about Bai Jian's identity, most believing it was one of the few musical giants who were on a par with Ding Jian. Lao Hu had also speculated this before. But now, as he looked at Bai Lian, a preposterous idea surged in his mind. Ding Jian took note of the Jianpu notation, and having grasped Bai Lian's current style, he began to rush her to continue writing. "Hurry up and write." Bai Lian sat across from Ding Jian and leisurely poured herself a cup of tea. "It takes time." Oh, when Ding Jian arrived, he saw high school graduates taking group photos downstairs and thought of Bai Lian. "How did the exams go for you?" What he really wanted to ask was, "Can you really make it to Jiang University?" Bai Lian's eyes drifted toward the window, and she just smiled. "Not bad," she replied. "College entrance exam?" Lao Hu's face was expressionless. Was she a college entrance exam candidate? So, was she going to Jiangyin next? Lao Hu could already predict how lively it would be at Jiangyin once Ding Jian's favored person arrived. "There's a national-style music festival in Beijing in a few days. I have a program. Why don't you go look for some inspiration?" Ding Jian remembered this and drank some tea, then looked down at the teapot surprised. When had this damned hotel's tea gotten so good? National-style music consisted of instruments like guzheng, pipa, bamboo flute. Bai Lian also took a sip of tea, her eyes narrowing slightly, lazily saying, "It depends." Her dog friend was still waiting for her. She had a bit of a headache. This trip to Beijing was not only for the Calligraphy Association, but also to check on that person for the original owner of her body. Next to Dean Jian, Lao Hu, with an impassive face, was thinking. A program by Dean Jian was something others would vie for intensely. Dean Jian personally invited her, and she could still say, "It depends." "It must be you, Bai Jian." It wasn't just Dean Jian who was concerned about how Bai Lian did on her exams. Beijing High School. In the principal's office, he spoke to Guo Yueqing. "Mrs. Guo, I'm well acquainted with the principal of Beijing, but I'm not sure I can get the tickets. You also know who is going to be there. Students from Jiangyin will all rush over." "I understand." Guo Yueqing set down her gift, her smile gentle. "Xiaoke and Xiaoqi have troubled you with so many things. Next month, Xiaoke is going to have dinner with Professor Jiang. I wonder if you might be available?" Professor Jiang, a professor at Jiangjing University, also the teacher of Bai Shuk's lab, the principal replied gravely, "Mrs. Guo, don't worry." Guo Yueqing nodded at him, then left. After she left, the homeroom teacher of the international class came in from outside. Looking at the gift Guo Yueqing had left, he told the principal, "Bai Lian has returned." "Bai Lian? What has she come back for?" The principal was stunned. "I saw it in the class group." The homeroom teacher thought of the last scores he saw. Bai Lian was weak in the sciences, but her mathematics were always perfect. Math is so difficult. Do you think she can still get a perfect score this time? The principal wasn't sure what to think either, and Guo Yueqing's intentions were easy to guess. But he couldn't see through Bai Lian. With such good grades, why didn't she show it when she was at Beijing High School? Xiangqing doesn't have teaching resources for 3 months. The principal sat down, his fingers drumming on the desk, shaking his head. The math problems have changed so much, none of us expected this. She probably doesn't have an advantage. And the science part is even harder. Her sciences are weak. Song Min has a very good chance of becoming the provincial top scorer. That made sense. The homeroom teacher of the international class felt unease. But what does it mean for Jiangjing to make the exam so difficult this time? Those in the field of education are much more sensitive than the average person. Jiangjing didn't make its exams difficult often, but this time the difficulty was beyond everyone's expectations. It felt as though a change was coming. They, like the teachers at Xiangqing High School, all thought that Song Min was the one Bai Lian was competing against, not knowing that Bai Lian never set her sights on Beijing. If she really only aimed for the provincial top scorer, Liang Zuan might have to crawl out from the ground to her bedside. Teacher Liang asks for monthly votes at the beginning of the month. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 524. Met with mysterious dog friend at 210, gift_1 Jiahao Hotel. The principal of Beijing carried a box of tea with him, respectfully ringing the doorbell of room 5615. Jian Zhongyo preferred tranquility. He came alone to visit, not bringing along the other bunch from the music association and the school. The room was at the end of the corridor, with soft carpets underfoot. Even though there was no one around him, the Beijing principal maintained an extremely respectful demeanor. The door quickly opened from the inside. Seeing the person, the Beijing principal was very polite. Assistant Hu. Principal Luo. Old Hu nodded slightly to him, and then stepped aside to let Principal Luo in. The room booked by Dean Jian was also a small suite, all for the convenience of meeting guests. He had just finished talking to Bai Lian and hadn't been back in his room for long. After making a round between the small living room and the bedroom, he only saw welcome fruits and tea bags, without any actual tea. He pressed the service phone to have the hotel service bring them tea. The hotel customer service also found it surprising, but they were eager to satisfy the guest's request. Of course, please wait a moment. Principal Luo saw him hang up the phone before setting down the gift box, saying respectfully, Dean Jian, here are the tickets you asked for in the first row of the VIP section. He handed over a ticket. Surprised, Jian Zhongyo wondered which big shot this ticket was prepared for. It was the first time in many years that he had asked for a ticket from someone. Thank you for the trouble. Jian Zhongyo accepted the ticket. It's Biqing's fortune that you come here to perform voluntarily every year, Principal Luo said earnestly. Aside from this ticket, is there anything else you need? Although Jian Zhongyo didn't like the Jian family, he still harbored love for his hometown. He came here once a year, the last time being in October of the previous year. That's all, don't be nervous, I still don't know if she will go. Dean Jian was feeling frustrated. Bai Lian might not even attend at all. He felt somewhat depressed. Principal Luo cast his eyes downward, inwardly astonished. Who is this she? That Dean Jian was actually worried about whether she would go or not. But he did not dare to ask more. Just then the waiter brought in a pot of tea, and Dean Jian took it to look. Good Lord, it was also tea made from tea bags. Dean Jian expressionlessly set down the teapot. Next to him, Principal Luo took a sip of the tea the waiter poured for him. The tea bags used by the hotel were also top quality, but Dean Jian seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Downstairs, Bai Lian's dinner was still specially delivered by the server, along with a pot of tea. The amount of food on the dining cart wasn't a lot. Bai Lian glanced at it, and casually snapped a photo to send to Jiang Fulai. Scrolling down the page on her phone, it was still on her chat with her dog friend. Dog friend. 6 by Jian. 1 dog friend. // @ asterisk and. This was the link to the Cold Season Tassels album. Her dog friend was a fervent fan of Yen Lu. And every time Yen Lu released a collector's edition song, she would have Bai Lian help her snatch it up. But Yen Lu released few collector's discs. The dog friend had only managed to snap up 2. Gambling with liquor was quite unknown at the start, and fewer people vied for it. Bai Lian poured through the sparse memories in her head about her. The original host had known her since childhood. Although they both liked racing, fighting, and skipping school, her academic performance was much better than the original host's. She had been admitted to the international class. Bai Lian glanced at the chat window, her eyes narrowing slightly. Ji Heng had hardly interacted with the original host. And Ji Mulan, although she spent a lot of time with the original host, only cared about force-feeding education, paying no mind to the original host's spirit. But this dog friend was different. She was very familiar with the original host. Bai Lian stared at the chat box for a long time before finally typing a line of text. Jiang Fulai's reply came quickly. When are you coming back? Bai Lian thought it over. If things went smoothly, she would probably need about 3 more days. She sent back a number. Teacher Jiang. Oh, meanwhile, in Beicheng, rose-colored clubhouse private room. Sorry, I was tied up with a family matter yesterday, Bai Xiaoqi said, smiling to the students from the international class. And couldn't make it to dine with everyone. Just eat and play as you like today. Xiaoqi, you're too generous. The class leader, Kong Yifan, holding a glass of wine and looking around the clubhouse, clicked his tongue in amazement. If it wasn't for you and Song Min, I would never have the chance to come to such a place in my life. The rose-colored clubhouse was the best in Beicheng, operating on a membership basis. The membership fees alone were 1 million each year. The rest of the class nodded fervently, with people playing board games, drinking, and playing werewolf. It was lively. Bai Xiaoqi, however, was indifferent. The rose-colored might be the best in Beicheng, but she heard from Mrs. Song that there were several clubs in Jiangjing that even the Yin family could not get into. She withdrew her gaze and walked over to where Song Min was. Song Min was talking to the class teacher. Seeing Bai Xiaoqi arrive, his expression brightened slightly. You've come at just the right time. Have you discussed any difficult math problems with your brother these past 2 days? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 525. Met with mysterious dog friend at 210. Gift _2. Everyone seated at Song Min's table was among the top 10 students in their class. Upon hearing this, they all turned to look at Bai Xiaoqi. aware that her brother had been the top scholar the previous year. Only Song Min's gaze was fixed on the table across from him, where a girl in a black skull shirt adorned with a black chain around her chest was playing cards with someone. When Wuxia, he knew she was Bai Lian's only friend at the school. "No, our family is busy trying to get us tickets to a concert," Bai Xiaoqi said as she elegantly poured herself a glass of wine. Kong Yifan exclaimed in shock. "Jianjian's concert? Right, I remember Xiaoqi, you're excellent at the Guzheng Dam. Isn't Dean Jian also there? I recall he's Yan Lu's arranger." For those who weren't students of music, Dean Jian's name wasn't as useful as Yan Lu's. Song Min came back to his senses, glanced at Bai Xiaoqi with surprise and asked, "You got tickets already?" Bai Xiaoqi gave a slight nod. "Yes. Remember to take pictures, we've never been to such a place," Kong Yifan said excitedly to Bai Xiaoqi. "I wonder if Yan Lu's compositions will be there." "Not sure," Bai Xiaoqi sighed when compositions were mentioned. "I've tried to contact them many times, but that person is peculiar and refuses to compose for anyone other than Yan Lu. Those who study art often have a bit of temperament," Song Min said softly. Across the room, the long-haired girl sitting beside Wen Jixia sighed as she looked at Song Min's group and said, "This is high society for you. Why on earth would Miss Bai think of going to Xiangqing?" "Oh right, Wen Jixia, you know Bai Lian, don't you? Has she really gone back to Xiangqing?" "I don't know, boss," Wen Jixia responded indifferently. "Come on, I'm playing a 9 and you're playing the king? You're not letting us win even the small hands?" The long-haired girl couldn't believe it. Wen Jixia remained silent and slowly played her hand. "Why hasn't Yan Lu released a new song?" someone asked suddenly. The long-haired girl said, "Damn, even if she did, we couldn't snatch up her collector's hit." Wen Jixia had 10 people trying and still didn't get Han Shirshu. "Too many rivals," Wen Jixia remarked. Her phone lit up. "Silly dog. Location, silly dog. I'm in Beijing." Wen Jixia paused for a moment, playing her cards more carelessly now as she raised an eyebrow. "Doggy friend. I thought Miss Bai had forgotten that I'm in Beijing." When Jixia glanced at the location Bai Lian had sent, which was at a hotel, swiftly finished her round of cards, and then excused herself from the table before leaving the clubhouse. The long-haired girl looked up. "Leaving so soon? The rose-colored clubhouse, eh? You're not going to play a bit longer? You might not have the chance to come here again." When Jixia shook her head. She had been indifferent to the place from the moment she walked in. After she left, the voices in the private room grew louder. When Jixia left, Kong Yifan, who was sitting next to Bai Xiaoqi, was surprised. Bai Xiaoqi glanced in the direction when Jixia had gone. There was no Wen family in Beijing, her family background was average, and she was never on Bai Xiaoqi's list of people to ingratiate herself with. Probably something came up. Sun Guan from the humanities class next door was known for his ability to put some people down while praising others. Remembering seeing Bai Lian at the hotel the day before, she laughed. "I wonder if she's going to see Bai Lian? Xiaoqi, do you think Bai Lian will manage to test back into Beijing?" The others at the table laughed. "Haha, who knows, but certainly not as high as our Song Min and Xiaoqi." Room 1108. Bai Lian had intended to find a time to meet with Wen Jixia somewhere else. But before she could decide, Wen Jixia called her. "Which room are you in?" Her voice was crisp and decisive. 5 minutes later, Wen Jixia adjusted the exaggerated chain around her neck, looked up at room 1108. She had a short bob, stood tall, and was dressed in punk-style clothing. Her features were quite androgynous. As she approached room 1108 and was about to press the doorbell, the door opened just then. The person who opened the door was a girl in a white homeware dress, her jet black hair falling entirely down her back and trailing down to her soft homeware. Her skin tone was a cold white, her eyes lazy, and upon seeing her she merely stepped aside slightly. "Arrived? Come in." As if she knew when Jixia had just arrived outside the door. When Jixia looked at the girl before her, she was very different from her memory, and when Jixia paused before following her in. Inside was a small living room with a square table in the center, upon which sat a purple clay teapot surrounded by 4 matching teacups. Next to the sofa was an antique zither. And that was it. Whether it was the purple clay teapot or the zither, they were at odds with Bai Lian from memory. Chapter 526. Met with mysterious dog friend at 210. Gift_3 by Lien opened the door of the mini fridge, took a glance, grabbed a bottle of Sprite, and handed it to Wen Wuxia with one hand. Why did you come so late? Wen Wuxia accepted the Sprite from the other person. It was the drink Wen Wuxia liked. Wen Wuxia leaned against the table, feeling quite strange. She felt that the person in front of her was not the silly dog she knew, but also felt inexplicably familiar. I was afraid you would suddenly return to Xiangqing tomorrow. Wen Wuxia lowered her eyes and took a sip of Sprite. The living room's lighting wasn't dim. The white light illuminated by Lien's face while the air conditioning blew her hair. She sat down on the sofa, too lazy to move, and kicked the trash can to the side. That's unlikely. The casual atmosphere made Wen Wuxia relax as well. She fiddled with the Sprite can. You've changed a lot. Bai Lien's fingertips touched the piano strings. She slightly lifted her head and said unhurriedly, one tends to change after dying once. So, did you really jump into the lake for Songmin? Wen Wuxia crumpled the Sprite can with a frown, her gaze turning hostile as she looked at Bai Lien. This was a fact. Bai Lien had no counterargument. Wen Wuxia seemed to want to scold her for a few more sentences when Bai Lien suddenly stood up. Just as Wen Wuxia was about to ask Bai Lien what she was up to, the doorbell rang at the same moment Bai Lien opened the door. Outside stood old Hu had come to deliver tickets to Bai Lien. Miss Bai, the time is the day after tomorrow. Thank you. Bai Lien took them. Inside the house, Wen Wuxia felt that strange sensation again, as if Bai Lien knew there was someone outside. Who is it? Uncle Hu. Bai Lien casually placed the tickets on the bar next to the door, spoke offhandedly, and then returned to her room. Wen Wuxia had just asked casually. She followed Bai Lien into her room, continuing the topic. Songmin is just a bit better in grades and looks just okay, not as handsome as Mei. She took Bai Lien's jumping into the lake to heart. She saw Bai Lien opening her suitcase. There weren't many things in her suitcase. Half were clothes, the other half were books, mostly thick and esoteric English ones, the titles of which Wen Wuxia didn't understand. There were also a few printed documents she couldn't make heads or tails of. On the top, there were several drafts filled with things that looked like text but weren't quite text, something about 4th level up. Wen Wuxia looked at the stack of books. She furrowed her brows, thinking the silly dog was truly distressed by Bai Xiaoqi and Songmin. Why else would she carry so many books in her suitcase? Just as she was about to scold Bai Lien, she saw Bai Lien pull out a white bag from amongst her clothes. The bag even bore the red Durunduo supermarket script on the front. Most students in the international class came from well-off families, especially Bai Xiaoqi and Songmin, who frequented import supermarkets and rarely went to Durunduo. Bai Lien had never been there before either. Seeing the plastic bag, Wen Wuxia immediately conjured up an image of what life must have been like for her in Xiangqing. Before she could say anything, Bai Lien handed her the bag. What? Wen Wuxia looked down. Bai Lien, a gift. Wen Wuxia. She took the bag but this time, didn't continue with what she was saying. Logically, after being apart for so long, Wen Wuxia should have taken Bai Lien out for a spin on the road, but with the college entrance exams just over, she figured Bai Lien was still saddened by the whole ordeal, so she didn't mention it. She didn't dare ask which university Bai Lien got into either. After seeing off Wen Wuxia, Bai Lien returned to the sofa and poured herself a cup of tea. This dog friend turned out differently than she had imagined, and wondered how she had become friends with the original owner. But, after finishing her tea, Bai Lien sighed in relief. The matter with the dog friend seemed to have been dealt with for now. Downstairs, Wen Wuxia's car was waiting for her. A low-key black business car at the very back, an elderly face hidden in the shadows. He looked at Wen Wuxia sitting in front. Have you finished seeing your classmates and friends, miss? The old lady is asking when you will return. In a day or two. Wen Wuxia, with her legs crossed, placed the plastic bag on the fold-down table in front of her. The old man glanced over, the plastic bag seeming out of place. What's this? Chapter 527. Qinjiu, the sage of the Zither 211, her teacher is far more formidable than I am. Second update. _1 I don't know. When Wuxia looked at the white plastic bag, reached out to open the tied top, and casually said, "A stupid dog's gift to me." The old man didn't understand why when Wuxia called her friend a stupid dog, but he didn't comment on it. He knew that when Wuxia didn't have many friends here, and this was one of them. When you go back, don't mention these 2 words in front of the old lady. The old man paused, then reminded. Got it. When Wuxia had an elegant name, but she was not so refined herself. I know I'm uncivilized and rude. As she spoke, she saw the gift in the bag. It was 4 recorded CDs. Each one was beautifully packaged. When Wuxia looked at the top one, and on its blue cover, 2 powerful characters were written. Gambling on liquor. Below it the signature was written in black marker in an artistic font. As a fan of Yen Lu, she recognized it as Yen Lu's signature. What the foo? She was halfway through the word when she realized the old man was behind her and forcefully changed her words. Hurriedly, she flipped to the next CD, Han Shirshu. The one that had been hyped up to 200,000 apiece online. The Han Shirshu that 800 people had failed to get. Each one had Yen Lu's signature on it. When Wuxia cursed silently in her heart, then opened her phone. Did you get it? Why do you have the signed version? Is it authentic? Stupid dog. 1 at this time still 1. What the hell does 1 mean? When Wuxia looked at the 4 precious CDs wrapped in the plastic bag, temporarily forgetting the heartbreak of the stupid dog. Today, you can be my dad for a day. Stupid dog. Forget it. Let her full stop herself with a full stop. When Wuxia decided not to quarrel with Bai Lian for now, she put her phone aside and then glanced at the albums. She belatedly remembered. She hadn't been able to get them even with someone's help, so how did Bai Lian manage to get these albums? And they all came with signatures? 1 day later, a music concert in Beicheng. The Bai family had gotten 3 tickets, middle seats. The attendees were Bai Xiaoqi, Song Min and Mrs. Song. Only the 3 of them from the Bai and Song families could appreciate classical music. Bai Qiming had the sense not to come and fake sophistication. There was a large queue for ticket checking at the venue. Most of them were well-known musicians from Beicheng. Xiaoqi, I heard your brother is confirmed to be following a Professor Jiang? Mrs. Song stood beside Bai Xiaoqi, chatting as they waited in line. Bai Xiaoqi nodded slightly, her demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze and floating clouds. That's right. Mrs. Song knew the Bai family valued Bai Xiaoqi, and that Bai Xiaoke was part of the reason. Who is the distinguished guest your father mentioned from Jiahao? Have you two heard anything? Many from the international class came from impressive backgrounds, which also offered a route. I don't know, Bai Xiaoqi replied solemnly, but the general manager of Jiahao personally greeted him. My dad said it might be Dean Jian. If it was Dean Jian, it would make sense. The 3 of them went through the ticket check. The concert hadn't begun yet, and their seats were in the 5th row. These were also VIP seats. Upon entering, Bai Xiaoqi saw the first row was different from the others, with leather seats and high backs. The first row was also enclosed with a fence, separating it from the VIP seats behind it. That's, Bai Xiaoqi was taken aback. Mrs. Song, who had grown up in Jiangjing and frequented many venues, recognized it immediately. Those are guest seats. Someone from Jiangjing must have come. Important figures of the concert. It was also strange. Even in past years when Dean Jian came, Beicheng wasn't this lively. Meanwhile, Bai Lian held her ticket, but no one checked it. Old Hu directly took her through the staff entrance. It's crowded at the entrance. Old Hu guessed Bai Lian's identity and was very respectful towards her. Well, go around from backstage. Old Hu's face was his pass. After all, he was Dean Jian's assistant and represented him. Along the way, everyone would stop to greet Old Hu. They all noticed the girl he was treating with such respect. Though just an assistant, Old Hu could play both the pipa and the guzheng, and he had a bit of fame. Being under Dean Jian's wing, his skills far exceeded those of ordinary people. Even Beian's president Lua would call him Mr. Hu. But now he was being so polite to a girl? Who was this girl? Others guessed in their minds, but the girl kept her head down slightly, with a remarkable appearance. She was an unfamiliar face they hadn't seen before. After passing through the backstage, a group surrounded Ding Jian as he was tuning a guzheng. Seeing Bai Lian, he greeted from afar. "You're quite early. Didn't want to keep you waiting." Bai Lian stopped without approaching. She was delighted to come to Ding Jian's residence, and he too was pleased, not saying much, merely waving his hand toward her. "Okay, you go sit with old Hu first, I'll come over after explaining things to them." After Bai Lian had left, a group of people around Ding Jian looked at each other, all renowned teachers from Beicheng seeing Bai Lian for the first time and unable to hide their surprise. "Ding Jian, that person is your student?" Principal Luo asked. He knew that Jian Zhongyo had disciples, among them a girl with exceptional talent, but she was only in Jiangjing, seen by few. "My student." Jian Zhongyo looked at Principal Luo and shook his head with a chuckle. "You think too much. I am not capable of being her teacher." At this point he sighed. "Her teacher is far more formidable than I am." Although Bai Lian had not mentioned who her teacher was, after so long, Jian Zhongyo also knew that her teacher must be an exceptional master. Why did he always want Bai Lian to lead in playing the guzheng? Because he could see that she carried something within her, an ancient heritage. It is very likely that she was a direct disciple of a guzheng master from a reclusive and prestigious family. Jian Zhongyo spoke casually, but the few people around him were shocked, especially Principal Luo. Just the classical Chinese music alone, Jian Zongyi's influence was significant. A modern guzheng master, his written works such as South-North Guzheng Tunes and other series were in museums. At national banquets, he served as a guiding teacher, and his contributions were already written in the history of music. Now he actually said, "Her teacher is far more formidable than I am?" Then who exactly is this girl's guzheng teacher? Outside, Bai Shaoqi was sitting in the middle, beside her was Madame Song, and next to Madame Song was Song Min, and the performance was about to begin. The lights in the hall dimmed, leaving only one beam on the stage. In the front row, a tall figure in a long dress appeared, and Song Min, upon seeing that figure, suddenly sat up straight, his gaze intense as he looked toward the front row. "What is it?" Madame Song noticed something unusual about him. Song Min watched the blur of a figure walk to the first row, his voice deep. "I think I saw Bai Lian." "Bai Lian?" Madame Song paused. Bai Shaoqi's fingers also tightened. She turned her head. "Where?" "First row." Song Min saw her sit down in the first row, his gaze not moving away, in the center seat. "First row? Then you must be mistaken." Upon hearing this, Madame Song shook her head. "We barely managed to get VIP seats through connections. The first row, that's a place for someone like Ding Jian to sit, guests of honor at the concert. Even if Bai Lian is from the Su family, it's not possible for her to get a ticket for the first row." That was true indeed. Song Min hesitated and withdrew his gaze. The figure he just saw was very similar to Bai Lian whom he had seen in Jiangjing. But it was different from the Bai Lian he remembered. Bai Shaoqi lost interest and turned her gaze back to her cell phone, continuing to look down and send a photo to the class group. First row. Bai Lian settled into her seat, quietly waiting for the performance to begin. From time to time, people took their seats in the first row, each of them greeting Bai Lian before sitting down. After Ding Jian made the necessary arrangements, he came and sat down beside her. "Listen carefully and see if you have any new insights." The opening music was a joint performance by Baiyan students and teachers. For guzheng masters, plus 2 interspersed performances by pipa and jade flute teachers. It was the White Robe Journey, a piece Bai Lian knew well. During the climax of the piece, the 4 guzheng masters played in concert, plucking the red strings with a feather's touch. And in an instant, war horses in iron armor, bones covered by yellow sand, mourned and sobbed within the strings, touching everyone's soul. When the opening performance concluded, the applause lasted a long time. People nearby whispered, "It really is one of the 10 great guzheng masterpieces." Mentioning the White Robe Journey inevitably reminded people of Bai Xiangjuan. Ding Jian also came out of his reverie and evaluated the performance with Bai Lian. "This piece is too domineering. Their individual expressive power falls short, unable to convey the right feeling. So, It takes a quartet to produce such momentum. The Miss Bai who composed this piece is truly a once-in-generation talent. So when Bai Lian single-handedly performed that resounding momentum at the school anniversary, Ding Jian knew she was no ordinary person. Bai Lian. She tilted her head slightly, not speaking. Ding Jian was used to her silence, then remembering something. You also have the surname Bai. Right. Bai Lian nodded. Who exactly is your teacher? Prompted by Principal Luo's inquiry, Ding Jian also was curious about Bai Lian's mentor, as he still hadn't figured out who taught her. Bai Lian bowed her head slightly, seemingly lost in thought. After a long while, just when Ding Jian thought Bai Lian would still not respond, Bai Lian suddenly spoke. Qingjiu. What? Ding Jian paused. Didn't you ask who my teacher is? Mr. Qingjiu. Bai Lian's wrist rested on the adjacent armrest, her fingertips lightly tapping it. She turned her head, this time very seriously. My teacher, the one who instructed me, is Teacher Qingjiu. Qingjiu, now respectfully known as the Master of the Qins. The Jiangjing Music Academy still maintains offerings for him. Those who study the Guzheng, who have studied history, all know that Qingjiu had two disciples. One was Princess Huaiyan Jiangsui, who had gone far to marry and become eternally famous, leaving behind imperial scenery map of Jiangjing. The other was the stunningly talented young mistress of the Bai family, Bai Xiangjuan. In turbulent times heroes emerge. Of the 10 great Guzheng masterpieces, Qingjiu himself composed 3, and together with his 2 disciples Desert Melody and the White Robe Journey, they boldly claimed half of the realm of Guzheng music. Chapter 528. Jiang Gu came to pick up Alien, the successor of director Jian from 212. Desert Melody and the White Robe Journey are of different styles, a composed and elegant minor tune. Due to the domineering style of the White Robe Journey, reminiscent of a piano demon, it has a broader audience than Desert Melody. Recently, the television just happens to be broadcasting Great Yong. The TV series has made this part of the story very clear, and many viewers who don't understand traditional Chinese music have learned that among the 10 famous Guzheng songs, 5 are credited to this mentor and his 2 disciples alone. As the young Miss Bai already comes with her own fan base, by the time the TV series had not yet finished airing, the actress playing her, Yin Lu, had already amassed a terrifying fan count of over 30 million. Bai Lian spoke seriously. However, President Jian felt like hitting her. You're so serious when you're telling jokes. I don't know whether to believe you're Mr. Qingjiu's disciple, or to believe that I'm Emperor Qin Shi Huang myself. What do you think? He asked Bai Lian again. Is he really being brushed off like this? Was the old man that easy to deceive? Bai Lian retracted her gaze and looked at the stage expressionlessly, her profile contoured by the interplay of light and shadow, her facial arc icy cold, as was her voice. The next performance is about to begin. Shut up. President Jian. Young people can't take a joke. By President Jian's side, Principal Luo, who had been sitting quietly, didn't dare move an inch. If someone had told Principal Luo a few days ago that there was someone in this world who dared to talk to their traditional music authority, President Jian, in such a manner, he would have thought they were crazy. Now he thought he was the one going crazy. Principal Luo gently pinched his own leg. It hurt quite a bit. After the opening, the second performance was a solo pipa recital. Only a beam of cold light shone on stage, highlighting the teacher in a gray cheongsam. With her hair up, the soothing sounds of the pipa began, like babbling brooks, graceful and lingering. There was no dissonant style, just a violin blending in. A stunning cold moon overhead, as a beautiful woman slowly narrated the old dreams of a lost country. Bai Lian listened to this piece even more attentively than the ones before. After the song ended, President Jian observed her still watching the stage. Old dreams, this style of music is also very beautiful, right? He originally thought Bai Lian would prefer the kind of music that fought against the elements like a fierce storm. Bai Lian nodded. The sounds of our traditional instruments are all beautiful, the pipa Guzheng, all rich in meaning. President Jian casually remarked to Bai Lian during the interlude of the next piece. Look how popular Yan Lu's songs are, and how the number of people learning Guzheng has increased. Indeed, after the Guzheng song Gambling with Liquor became popular, many people started learning the Guzheng. As President Jian said this, he glanced at Bai Lian as if it were a casual afterthought. So what do you think about being a bearer of traditional music heritage? This was his intent for this visit. The reach of Bai Lian's 4 new songs was too wide, to the point where even 3-year-olds knew they were traditional style songs with Guzheng, pipa and bamboo flute. With Yan Lu now famous across the nation because of Great Yong, President Jian had some concerns that Bai Lian might not compose for Yan Lu in the future. A representative for traditional music might be completely buried in Jiangjing University. Culture needs to be passed on and promoted. She almost had a natural aura for it. If he missed out on her, President Jian felt he might never encounter such a person again. In fact, President Jian was aware that culture needs to change its means of expression in order to become widespread and evolve. The traditional music scene had already started plans to turn Yan Lu into such a representative figure. Bai Lian was the most important link in this chain. President Jian, that's too much of a burden for me. Bai Lian merely leaned back, her body relaxing, lashes drooping lazily. A refusal. Another refusal. President Jian had anticipated her response. The good news was Bai Lian wasn't so resistant. There might be a chance this time. His expression was relaxed, unhurriedly saying, "It's not heavy. Actually, you don't need to do much. Just continue writing songs for Yan Lu and spare some time to arrange music for the traditional orchestra." The performance came to a close. "How do you feel tonight? Any inspiration?" President Jian led Bai Lian out from backstage. "I'll head back to Jiangjing in a couple of days. I have some new ideas. I'll go back to Xiangqing and think it over tomorrow," Bai Lian said, looking down at her phone. Her dog friends had already sent her messages, and it seemed she also had urgent matters back home. The evening performance was incredibly moving. President Jian knew Bai Lian still had to wait for her college entrance exam results. Principal Luo stood respectfully behind the two, and upon hearing that Bai Lian was actually from Xiangqing, he was very surprised. "Miss Bai, you are welcome to visit our music association more often." He had already started calling her Miss Bai, and knew that Bai Lian did not belong to any music association or music college. "I will thank you for your hospitality today," Bai Lian thanked Principal Luo. Chapter 529. Disciple of Director Jian 212. Brother Jiang is coming to pick up Alien_2. It means she doesn't want to join their music association. Principal Luo was somewhat disappointed, but not surprised. After all, Dean Jian had been rejected in front of her. Principal Luo irreverently thought to himself. Afterwards, Bai Xiaoqi stood up with Song Min and the others, and Mrs. Song looked at Bai Xiaoqi in surprise. "Are you going to the backstage?" The Bai and Song families had no one formally educated in music. In this area, they barely had any social connections. "Yes," Bai Xiaoqi followed the flow of people out, took out her phone, and looked for a number. "My mom found Jianjian's Principal Luo, and he helped us get these tickets." This was the first time Bai Xiaoqi calmly brought up Guo Yueqing. Mrs. Song followed behind Bai Xiaoqi. She had always known Guo Yueqing was capable. Otherwise she wouldn't have lurked for so many years, trampled Ji Mulan underfoot, and helped her 2 illegitimate children rise to the top. However, Mrs. Song had not expected Guo Yueqing could find Principal Luo. She followed Bai Xiaoqi in amazement, with a crowd of staff backstage, who naturally did not recognize the trio. Minutes later, a staff member came to take the 3 to the lounge. "Please wait a moment, President Luo and Dean Jian have gone to see off some guests." He's going with Dean Jian to see off guests? All 3 found it odd. What guests would require Dean Jian to see them off? Even though they asked, the staff member did not answer, only gave them a polite smile before leaving the lounge. Song Min put down his water glass and stood up to open the lounge door, his cool gaze sweeping over the backstage. The first row of people were retreating from backstage. Curtains, instruments, and silhouettes were in disarray. His gaze landed ahead, to the left front, where the black curtain stirred, seemingly revealing a cyan silhouette exiting. Songmin walked forward a few steps and bumped straight into someone. "Excuse me." He retracted his gaze and spoke. "No problem." Principal Luo had just sent off Dean Jian, and by Lian, he recognized Songmin, as the principal of number 1 middle school often recommended him. "Are you looking for someone, student?" "No." Songmin withdrew his gaze and pressed his brow. He returned to the lounge. One step behind him, Principal Luo entered. Bai Xiaoqi, who was talking to Mrs. Song inside, quickly stood up to introduce herself. "I know who you are, Bai Shuk's sister." Principal Luo nodded slightly towards Bai Xiaoqi, thinking to himself that there sure were a lot of talented individuals with the surname Bai this year. Dean Jian just sent off a young friend, and won't be meeting others for now. Bai Xiaoqi was quite disappointed. "Then please explain to Dean Jian for me that there's been a misunderstanding between us." It seemed like she was quite familiar with Principal Luo, and Principal Luo was very familiar with Dean Jian. Bai Xiaoqi now had a professor from Jiang University mentoring him, while Dean Jian was on par with the principal of Jiang University. Mrs. Song stood aside, silently observing the scene. She lowered her eyes, lost in thought. The Jian family. Jianja sat listlessly at the table, listening to Jianrong converse with Miss Liu. This Miss Liu was his matchmaking date, but it was quite obvious she got along better with Jianrong, whose reputation was well known, and was going to apply for postgraduate studies at Beijing University. She was talented, and Jianja understood her well. He fiddled with his phone. "Miss Bai." Tomorrow, seeing that Bai Lian was leaving tomorrow, he hurriedly stood up. "Where are you going?" Jian's father had just returned when he saw Jianja heading out. Jianja changed his shoes, looked up and said, "I'm going to see off Sister Lian and an old gentleman. She is returning tomorrow." Since coming back this time, Jianja has become much more reserved. Reading really can alter a person's temperament. The former Jianja was always impetuous, his thoughts barely concealed and readily apparent. Today, however, Jian's father could hardly get a clear read on his son. Jian's father looked at Jianrong chatting with Ms. Liu and said with displeasure, "You're just going to leave your guests like this?" "Ms. Liu gets carsick," Jianzhou explained for Ms. Liu. "If you don't believe me, ask Ms. Liu if she wants to come with me to see off Sister Lian and the others." Ms. Liu put down her teacup apologetically and stood up. Only then addressing Jian's father, "Mr. Jian, I am indeed feeling a bit unwell." Jianja put on his shoes, took his keys, and left the house. After he left, Ms. Liu asked Jianrong, "Who is he going to see off?" "Sister Lian and an old gentleman? It's probably Bai Lian and Teacher Cho." Jianrong thought for a moment and explained, "They are both from Xiangqing." "I see." Ms. Liu did not ask further. The two of them enjoyed their conversation. Bai Lian returned to the hotel with Dean Jian. Close to 10 o'clock, Jiahao Hotel was still brightly lit. Dean Jian's car stopped at the entrance of the hotel, and Bai Lian got out of the back seat. The window of the back seat lowered, and Dean Jian looked at the road flowing with cars. "Aren't you returning to the hotel?" Bai Lian glanced at her phone, casually waved her hand at him, and succinctly said, "Waiting for someone." Without elaborating, Dean Jian did not inquire further. In June, Beijing's nights carried a noticeable chill, with the Song family's car stopped at a nearby red light. In the back seat, Songmin immediately noticed Bai Lian by the roadside. She wasn't standing very formally, but rather seated on a nearby round road bollard, with one leg casually propped up and her blue long dress spread out over the bollard, just barely touching the ground at the edges. Above her head was a white streetlight, its glow cascading down through the dust in the air, casting a cool light over her attire. She held her phone, seemingly texting someone, her slender fingers intermittently tapping the screen, with her elongated shadow reflected beside her by the street lamp. Songmin got lost in thought, and Bai Xiaoqi in the back seat quickly noticed it. She followed Songmin's gaze, looking out the car window. Even from the back, Bai Lian's distinctive aura was too pronounced not to recognize her. Bai Xiaoqi had already seen in the class group chat that Bai Lian had come to Beijing. It was her first time seeing Bai Lian in person. She withdrew her gaze and asked Songmin, "How many marks do you think she'll score this time?" "Math and science are equally tough, I really don't know." Song Min came back to his senses, his expression cool and detached. As they talked, a black car pulled up beside Bai Lian. Both Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi were familiar with the make, a Maybach. But there was something odd about this car. Its chassis seemed higher than the standard model, and the material of the body was different from what they were used to, especially the side and front windshields. Song Min was somewhat knowledgeable about cars. His gaze shifted back to the vehicle. When did they release this model? Bai Xiaoqi didn't know. The driver, however, seemed thoughtful. He knew at a glance, this is a factory-modified vehicle. And the glass, the driver's fingers paused on the steering wheel, was that bulletproof glass? The car's rear door opened, and a tall, dark figure stepped out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 530. Principle 213. You have not prepared enough banners. Second update. _1 The face couldn't be seen clearly, but under the shifting lights, there was an overwhelming aura about the person that felt imposing. Even from this distance, he seemed unapproachable and inviolable. It was as if he sensed the gaze from behind. The man looked over in this direction. Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi were worldly. They had met the Yin family and the old master Yin in Jiangjing, and Bai Xiaoqi had also met Principal Jian. But even so, across the traffic, they could feel the oppressive aura emanating from the man. It wasn't gentle at all, more like prey under the gaze of an alpha wolf, sending shivers down one's spine. This was a major intersection with a long red light, finally turning green. The driver took a turn and the spine-chilling sensation that Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi felt finally dissipated. Who is he? Bai Xiaoqi exhaled, her eyes fixed on the rearview mirror, her pupils unreadable. Such an aura was rare to come by. Song Min pursed his lips. He must be from the Su family. He had heard that the Su family had a young master studying at Jiangjing University. The car returned to the Bai family residence, and the Song family members also got out, greeting Bai Qiming. Upon Bai Xiaoqi's return, the household servants and the butler all put down what they were doing to greet her, everyone now holding her in high regard. Dad. Bai Xiaoqi removed her coat and handed it to the butler, then slowly took a wet wipe to clean her hands, her eyes lowered. We saw sister just now on our way back. Bai Lian? Her. Bai Qiming nodded. He was preparing the guest list and waved at Bai Xiaoqi. Come here and take a look. Is it enough to invite this many people to the celebration? Or is someone missing? For this celebration, he not only invited the Bai family, but also the relatives of Guo Yuking's maternal family. Bai Qiming didn't bring up Bai Lian again, and Bai Xiaoqi smiled, not mentioning her either. After discussing with him, Bai Xiaoqi returned to her room to continue her piano practice. The butler stood quietly behind Bai Qiming. Are we not going to Jiahao? Originally, Bai Qiming had planned to go to Jiahao Hotel to find Bai Lian and inquire about Deputy Director Zhou's affair, but now, Bai Xiaoqi successfully became Professor Jiang's student, and Bai Xiaoqi obtained a ticket from Principal Luo. These events had a great impact on Bai Qiming. Forget it. Bai Qiming pondered for a long while before shaking his head. Jiahao Hotel. In Bai Lian's room, she took a bath first upon returning, and Jiang Fulai glanced at the furnishings of the small living room. He lazily touched the purple clay teapot on the table. The water was still hot. The service was satisfactory. He stood up straight, took the randomly placed music scores one by one off the table, and neatly put them away. No one realized that the 3 Chinese female soldiers had escaped from the dungeon. No one knew that one of their people had been killed by a Chinese female soldier. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing outside, calculated the time in his heart. Based on the little fox's actions, she must have already started the entire plan. She was the fuse for the 2 plans. As long as she started, the soldiers of the Xiuyu unit and the Cloud Leopard Commando Brigade would immediately start moving. As for him, Xia Jinyuan stopped in his tracks and glanced at the wooden house with the lights on. His plan was about to start. At 9:10 p.m., half an hour since their retreat, the 5 of them finally entered the pitch-black mountain. The reconnaissance person of the Cloud Leopard Commando Brigade saw his comrades enter the mountain. He told all his comrades who were waiting, "They've successfully retreated to the mountain." The tense Chinese soldiers finally relaxed. They blinked and lowered their heads to wipe the sweat off their faces. At this moment, there was a faint smile in their eyes. The most dangerous part of the mission was to rescue the female soldiers. The next step was to hurry and return to China quickly. This way, they would be able to complete the entire mission. The members of the Cloud Leopard Commando Brigade entered the public channel. As they panted heavily, they wiped the sweat that was about to seep into their eyes and smiled as they told their comrades, "We've entered the mountain safely. Well, wait for the rendezvous. Over." The team members looked at the female soldiers who almost fell to the ground after entering the mountain. Another female soldier was holding them, one on each side. As he spoke, he gave Yi Jian an OK sign that meant that they were temporarily safe. It was pitch black. Yi Jian didn't have any night traveling equipment, so she didn't see his hand signal. She only knew that after Zhou Yijin and Lulu entered the mountain, all their energy seemed to have been sucked dry. She needed to hold them properly. If not, the two of them would fall together. Take a break before leaving. Yi Jian held their hands tightly and comforted them. This was their first time experiencing a life-or-death race. It was normal for them to be nervous. Moreover, they were already very good. They had to persevere all the way for a smooth evacuation. Zhou Yijin was grabbing Yi Jian's arm tightly. This was the only way she could find the strength to support herself. She was so nervous that her throat hurt. She didn't speak and only nodded in reply to Yi Jian. Rest, she needed to rest. Her legs were so weak that she couldn't use any strength. If she was asked to leave, she wouldn't be able to take a step. The leader of the Cloud Leopard Commando Brigade put down the binoculars in his hand and replied to his comrades, "Roger that. We'll meet up in 10 minutes. The next morning, Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai returned to Xiangqing together. Principal Jian came down to see her off, talking about Yen Lu's situation, while Jiang Fulai, holding his phone, stood by the car, only occasionally looking over. He had an aloof demeanor that kept people at bay. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 531, Principle 213. You have not prepared enough banners. Second update. _2 The elderly who following Dean Jian didn't look at him until the black car drove away. Only then did he turn his head back to Dean Jian. "Do you know the person accompanying Miss Bai?" He knew whom Dean Jian came for this time, and it seemed that Dean Jian had found what he was looking for. It was apparent from his good mood. "I've never met her, but..." Dean Jian watched as Jiang Fulai's car disappeared into the distance, his thoughts seemingly adrift. "His last name is Jiang. Jiang is a prominent surname in Jiangjing." It was just uncertain whether this particular Jiang was the Jiang they knew of or not. 4:00 in the afternoon. Bai Lian arrived at Purist Street. Jiang Fulai came back with her. Chen Zhu and Ji Heng had gone fishing today and hadn't returned, while Jiang He was also behind them. Bai Lian placed her suitcase in her room, and then pushed open the door of the smaller room. The Shouxian gong she prepared for Ji Heng hadn't been polished yet. Jiang Fulai took a stroll in the yard and followed her to the smaller room. He immediately saw the unpolished jade on the workbench. It was very similar to the piece he had received. "This is..." Jiang Fulai lowered his gaze. Bai Lian kicked a small stool over, sat down, turned on the machine and began to polish. "It's for Grandpa's Shouxian gong." As she spoke, she leisurely lifted the Shouxian gong in her hand, showing Jiang Fulai the details. "Do you think there's any progress?" As the last disciple of Liang Zuan, her skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting were exceptionally outstanding at that time. She was good at painting Shouxian gong, but her sculptures weren't as vivid. However, having already carved a jade qilin, her technique was much more practiced. The lines flowed more smoothly. Even without being polished, the immortal peaches on the yellow jade seemed to bring the piece to life. It might not compare with professional craftsmen, but among amateurs, it was a dazzling work. Not at all, expressed Master Jiang with a sharp critique. It's not as good-looking as mine. Bai Lian really wanted to smash him with the jade. Director Chen returned quickly. June 23rd. Today, national high school exam scores are released. Bai Lian got up early to see 999 plus messages in the group chat of Class 15. It was rare for the students of Class 15 to get up so early. She put her phone down and went outside to wash up. Outside, Grandpa was already sitting at the stone table with breakfast on the side, holding a mobile phone in one hand and a tobacco pipe in the other, gesturing to Bai Lian. Breakfast is ready. Grandpa, why are you up so early today? After washing up, Bai Lian also took a cup of water and sipped it slowly. Surprised. Ji Heng was on the phone with Shen Qing. When he heard Bai Lian's words and saw her totally nonchalant expression, he paused. Today your high school exam results come out. Oh. Bai Lian sat across from him, casually picking up a bun to nibble on. She responded slowly. Her calmness implied a sense of confidence. Ji Heng. He stopped talking to Bai Lian and fished a piece of paper from his pocket, on which was noted the phone number to check exam scores. The national exam scores are checked through the same website, which would inevitably crash at the time. Even getting through by phone might not be possible. It was Ji Heng's first time checking someone's exam score, and he got the phone number from Jiang Fulai. He had memorized the number by heart over many days. The morning hours felt unbearable. Ji Heng would occasionally bring out his embroidery stand and sit on the embroidery stool to stitch a few strokes onto a cabbage. Moments later, he'd stand up again, grab the watering can, and water the few flowers in the yard. Inside the room, Bai Lian's door was open. She sat in front of the guzheng with simplified sheet music beside her, pressing on the strings, her phone on the side flashing with messages, yet she appeared casual and indifferent. After Ji Heng finished watering the flowers and heard the intermittent guzheng music coming from Bai Lian's room, his mood also calmed. As soon as it struck 10 o'clock, Ji Heng didn't look at the series of numbers. He dialed the score inquiry number. The line was busy. He relentlessly redialed over and over, and after about 5 minutes, he finally got through. He squinted his eyes and reported Bai Lian's examination number and ID number. From the other end of the phone, an automated voice came through. Chinese, 0 mathematics, 0 total score, 0 something was off. Ji Heng frowned, hung up the phone and checked again. The voice report was still 0. For the first time, the always languid and unhurried Ji Heng felt the urge to hit someone. Even if Bai Lian's grades were poor, they couldn't be 0 considering her previous performance. Could they? The room was still filled with intermittent piano sounds. Ji Heng's phone rang. It was a call from Ji Xiaojun, likely asking about Bai Lian's exam performance. He casually hung up, and then went to his own room to call Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai answered the phone just before it was about to hang up. He was quite surprised, casually put down the document in his hand, gestured for the person beside him to leave, and walked out of the machine room with a leisurely pace. You were looking for me? Xiaojiang, Ji Heng frowned. Why does Alien's score show as 0 points? His voice was clearly anxious. He knew how hard Bai Lian worked. Sometimes when he got up at night to use the bathroom, the lights in Bai Lian's room were still on. Jiang Fulai realized that today was the day the college entrance examination results came out. He paused for a moment and then slowly explained to Ji Heng, it's not 0 points. To prevent universities from competing for student resources, and to avoid excessive marketing of the top scorers in the entrance exam, the scores of the top 50 in the province are hidden, and will only be released on the 26th. You mean, Alien scored in the top 50 of the province? Ji Heng's mind lingered on the top 50. Although Su Jiuyue had said that Bai Lian was very good at math, and could be specially recruited into Jiangjing University, still, knowing that Bai Lian scored in the top 50, Ji Heng couldn't help but feel dizzy. Meanwhile, Xiangqing No. 1 High School. Since the end of the college entrance exam, the principal and senior teachers at Xiangqing No. 1 High School had not been sleeping well. Today, as the results were released, the principal arrived at the computer room early in the morning. Along with the results, the cutoff scores were released, And the school also needed to calculate the pass rates for the first-tier and second-tier universities. Lu Lingxi also arrived early. When she arrived, the ashtray beside the principal was already filled with cigarette butts. Seeing her, the principal naturally raised his hand to greet her. Teacher Lu. As soon as the college entrance exam scores were released, they would also be synchronized to the school. By 10 o'clock, some teachers couldn't help but call their top students to ask about their exam scores. The principal, vice principal, and dean of studies all stood behind the technical staff, waiting for them to retrieve the students' entrance exam scores. Today, the scores of Bai Lian Ningxiao and the others probably won't be available, the principal said slowly to Lu Lingxi as he looked at the frozen computer screen. The three of them should rank within the top 50 in the province. The top 50 in the province would not have their scores released for now. Beside him, Tang Ming's homeroom teacher came over with a phone in hand, clearly excited. I asked Tang Ming, his score has been hidden. Among the three of them, Tang Ming had the weakest scores. If his score was hidden, it was a sure thing for the other two. Our school will have at least 3 students within the top 50. Chunju needs to be mentioned separately, the dean of studies said with a cup of hot water in his hand, his face splitting into a grin. Principal, you've prepared those banners well. The matter of the principal at number 1 high secretly preparing banners had already been ridiculed several times over the past few days. With a cigarette pinched in his hand, upon hearing that Tang Ming's score was hidden, the principal also relaxed a lot and conversed with Lu Lingxi. Teacher Lu, have you asked Bai Lian and student Ning Xiao about their estimated scores? Lu Lingxi shook her head about to speak, when suddenly, the homeroom teacher of class 8, who was staring at the screen, spoke up, Principal, the banners you've prepared might not be enough. What? The principal suddenly bent down to look at the computer. Half an hour had passed, and the college entrance examination scores had been pulled up. Flipping through the fluorescent computer screen, on the first page, 6 names had asterisks behind them, Bai Lian Ningxiao, Yang Lin, Tang Ming, Chenju, Pu Xiaohan. Everyone could guess Bai Lian and Ningxiao's 3. Chenju was also predictable as he was an ace student. No, the principal pointed at Yang Lin's name, his fingers trembling, his voice almost breaking. Where did these 2 come from? Especially this Yang Lin. How did she score higher than Tang Ming? This TM. How did another prodigy suddenly appear in their Xiangqing number 1 high school? Lying down and when principal online begging for votes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 532. 214 Hot Searches. Perfect score SA_1 Lu Lingxi stood to the right of the principal, and was also taken aback. She could understand Yang Lin's score. With the stakes so high and breaking free from limitations, Lu Lingxi would never be surprised by whatever heights Yang Lin might reach in the future. In this game of chess, Bai Lian and Yang Lin were both the players, and they clearly knew what they wanted. But Lu Lingxi stared at Lu Xiaohan's name, and as the homeroom teacher, she truly couldn't understand. She was well aware of the little things her students did. With the heavy workload of the 3rd year, apart from Bai Lian and the others, very few could complete their weekly papers. And Lu Xiaohan's homework was mostly copied from Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. How did she score in the top 50 of the province? Ms. Lu, how did your students do on the test? Lu Lingxi tapped her head and forced herself to remain calm. Don't ask me, I have no idea. Beijing is a major province for college entrance exams, with 900,000 candidates this year. A ratio that shows how intense the competition is. Having 6 within the top 50 might not be significant for other schools, but this is Xiangqing, a border city lagging behind first-tier cities in teaching resources and information. It's difficult to have even 1 in the top 50 in past years, and now there are 6, with 4 from the same class. Xiangqing number 1 high school had never experienced such an event before. The principal's smile stretched from ear to ear. Set, let's order a few more banners. Although other teachers envied Class 15's 4 treasures, All of Xiangqing No. 1 High School's candidates scored well this year. With the scores of the 6 shielded students not yet out, the teachers quickly pulled up their own students' scores to check the university admittance rate. This year's exam was difficult. With a perfect score of 750, the second-tier university cutoff line was only 431, and the first-tier 492. Last year's second-tier line was 499. We actually have 15 students above the first-tier line in our class. Our class has 13. The teachers of each class were organizing the class scores, and the computer lab was as lively as the new year. Ms. Liu, thanks to the study materials shared by your class. The study methods and mind maps of top students are also very important, and there's a high chance they are this year's Beijing's top scorers' methods. It is rare for a top student to take the time to share study methods and organize mind maps in detail with everyone. This year, Xiangqing No. 1 High School performed so well. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao played an indispensable role. Lu Lingxi found an available computer and pulled up the total scores of Class 15. Apart from the 4 students whose scores were not yet available, the other students' scores in Class 15 were also frighteningly high. We have been researching guardian beasts' evolution routes for 2,000 years, and now we have achieved remarkable results. Many guardian beasts can be found on the Beastmasters forum for their evolution routes. You can learn how to do it yourself. There are too many types of monsters, and even the mountains, rivers, and plants can evolve. In the spatial gate, there are always a bunch of previously unseen monsters that come out every year. It's impossible to know about the evolution route of all monsters, but we are always striving. That's right, even professional beast-raising masters dare not say they know all the evolution routes of guardian beasts. In any case, human beings have been researching guardian beasts for so many years, and there are still quite a few achievements. For many known guardian beasts, we have basically found 1 or 2 evolution routes. The evolution routes of all guardian beasts are closely related to the Beastmaster's space. In the Beastmaster's space, the probability of guardian beasts breaking through the species level is higher, and this is the reason why many highly intelligent monsters are now willing to sign a contract with humans. Even if you know 1 or 2 evolution routes, it is extremely difficult to help guardian beasts evolve to a higher species level. Yes, it is relatively easy to increase the combat power level, but the species level is really too difficult, and it depends on opportunities, which can only be encountered but not sought. The latest reply seemed to be an advertisement. Do you want to cultivate your own guardian beast? Come to our Tricking You Beast Raising Studio. Reasonable prices, no deception to children or the elderly. If you provide the materials yourself, it only costs 150,000 Union coins to increase the combat power level of a guardian beast within level 5. Our address is. Chen Fan was furious. You even said trick you. Do you think I am an idiot? However, soon that person sent another message. The previous one was a typo. It's Protecting You Beastmaster Studio, not Tricking You Beast Raising Studio. This damn input method. Is it really a problem with the input method? Chen Fan sneered. But the price quoted by this Tricking You Beast Raising Studio allowed him to roughly understand the current market for cultivating guardian beasts. Provide the materials yourself, and for a guardian beast within level 5, it costs 150,000 Union coins to increase a combat power level. Chen Fan opened Qiandu and searched for housing prices in East Sea City. He found that a 100 square meter house in East Sea City costs around 900,000 Union coins. Inside the city is the most expensive, outside the city is cheaper. So, including the materials, upgrading a guardian beast's combat power level to level 5 would cost more than a house in East Sea City's inner city? This is simply robbery. Do beast raising studios make so much money? Chen Fan suppressed his impulse, and after reading through the replies one by one, he entered Ragdoll Cat Evolution Route in the forum search box. Several posts by professional beast raising masters immediately appeared. Awakened Ragdoll Cat Evolution Route. Ragdoll Cat Bloodthirsty Cat Star Space Shadow Cat. Below was a seemingly authenticated beast raising master's evaluation. This is the best evolution route for an awakened Ragdoll Cat. Chun Fan couldn't help but be stunned. That's it. The best evolution route? Looking at this evolution route, when the ragdoll cat evolves to its final form, it becomes a star space shadow cat. This evolution route is the same as the ordinary evolution path shown in the system. However, on his system panel, there is also a hidden variant evolution path for Snowy, which is obviously much stronger than the normal evolution path. Moreover, on the system panel, Snowy's hidden variant evolution path ends with an ellipsis, obviously indicating that it can break through to even higher levels. But the normal evolution path stops abruptly at the star space shadow cat. Chun Fan then entered Wild Savage Ape evolution route in the forum search box. Wild Savage Ape evolution route. Wild Savage Ape Stone Skin Demon Ape Iron Skin Demon Ape. As expected, the ordinary evolution path given by the system is basically consistent with the evolution path searched on the forum. However, according to the forum's information, the Wild Savage Ape has only this one evolution path. But the system also provided a hidden variant evolution path, allowing the Wild Savage Ape to break through to the level of the Primordial Gray Ape and above. The difference between the two evolution paths is huge. Chun Fan took a deep breath, suppressed the shock and ecstasy in his heart once again, and opened 2 pages, entering combat power level and species level, respectively. Guardian Beast levels are divided into combat power levels and species levels. Combat power level: 1 to 5 ordinary, 6 to 10 elite, 11 to 15 leader, 16 to 20 war general, 21-25 commander, 26 to 30 king, 31 to 35 overlord, 36 to 40 emperor, 41 to 45 dominator. Species level: awakened, extraordinary, lord, monarch, legend, epic, myth. 7 species levels, each divided into low, medium, high. Combat power level is the strength level of the Guardian Beast, based on star power as a reference, and is only a rough estimate of the Guardian Beast's combat power. Species level represents the innate advantage and development potential of the Guardian Beasts, determining the upper limit for the combat power level of Guardian Beasts. However, this limit is not unbreakable. Once it's broken, it's possible to awaken even more powerful talents and abilities. The same combat power level only indicates that their star power is on the same level, and it does not mean that the actual strength of the Guardian Beasts is exactly the same, because the species level needs to be taken into consideration. Lu Lingxi was genuinely afraid that Bai Lian would respond to that, sitting there with, "Sorry, I was born defiant, with no regrets." Thinking this, Lu Lingxi pressed her temples. This Bai Lian was truly capable of doing it. Until her college entrance exam scores were released, Lu Lingxi couldn't relax. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.